to, instead of so I put the link up for these streams for those of you who notice, especially Honorary Towel at Jew Drops, who is always the most loyal and first person in the stream before it even starts. I put these stream links up to, depending on when the next day of court is, 12 to 48 hours before the next day of court. And you can go in there and chat in the sidebar before the hearing even starts. Now, it used to be just a picture I would put up there, okay? It would be just like a picture of Karen or John, or just something going on in the case. Mostly the Karen cam with like what was going on in court at the time. Ladies and gentlemen, now I can play videos. I can play videos, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Towel is excitable. I am an excitable towel. Now we're going to watch Karen clips. Are you ready for this compendium of Karen clips? Oh, Andwick, it's hello, friend. I am a towel. Guess what? I have a towel energy drink. Now listen, I know some of you are going to be frustrated. I did not eat proper towel food yet today. I did eat proper towel food yesterday. I am surviving on an energy drink, a Dunkin's coffee, a giant water bottle. I know you all will be pleased to see this, and a Nutter Butter bar. I'm not exactly sure that I should be living off of Nutter Butter bars, Dunkin's coffee, energy drinks, and water, but, you know, towels are absorbent and they can do certain things. I give the Nutter Butter bar a 7 out of 10. It pairs really well with a Dunkin' coffee with butter pecan swirl and French vanilla swirl. Good morning. I'm for some reason talking about Nutter Butter bars. That shows where Towel's mind is at. Oh, yes, the Karen clips. Towel works so hard, ladies and gentlemen. God bless all of you for your appreciation. Some days I don't even really realize it. I'm like, oh, I'll just put this all together for the Towel friends. They're wonderful. And then it's like 12 hours later, and I'm like, wow, I certainly got a lot done today. How did that happen? And then I'm like, oh, yes, I did it for the Towel friends. It was like, you know, I really thought about it the other day. I'm not tooting my own horn, but it was very hard for me. Not nearly as hard, obviously, as it is for the O'Keefe family and the witnesses who were testifying and John's niece. But like physically and emotionally, it is taxing on me to sit in that courtroom for 8 to 10 hours because like the volume of my output is very high. So I really need to be like, it's hard for me to listen to testimony, compile the clips, sit in the courtroom, look at the jurors. Like that pushes the limit of my ability to multitask. But the other day, I felt like called to that courtroom. It was so weird for KF's testimony. I was like, I have to go. Like there was no other day that I really felt that calling, but that day, and I was like, if KF can get up on that stand and deliver this testimony, then by God, I will put every ounce of energy I can into monitoring that and reporting on it and the jurors' reactions and all of that. And I did, and taking a near verbatim transcript by hand of the testimony and then typing it up and whatnot. And really, that's what I'm saying. Like when I produce all of these clips and this information, it feels effortless because I'm doing it for you all. And I feel like it's very important to help educate and inform the wider public at large about matters of the utmost concern as to the integrity of our representative form of government. But then what's even more interesting is not even more interesting, it's a corollary. That's very similarly to why it felt like it didn't feel effortless. It taxed my body intensely to be in court for that long and to do that day and broadcast the Karen Cam simultaneously, etc. But I was like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. It was effortless at the time, and then afterwards it was quite intense. It was overwhelming for me physically. But just, I don't know, it just felt like effortless because I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it to help other people. So anyway, let's watch the Karen clips. That's enough of Grant pontificating. Grant likes to pontificate. I'm a little towel. I don't mean to pontificate. I just want to be a little towel. Now, what we are going to watch first, though, is I want to watch the clip of Karen that all goes right into the testimony. So this is Karen's clip and then Burgess's testimony. Because you got to remember, Burgess had just finished testifying, like literally 20 minutes before this clip played. So this is going to be a little out of order, but just remember, this clip contextualized is based on the underlying data from Shannon Burgess's testimony, the expert witness for the state. Now also remember one more thing, friends. That was only the first of 4 expert witnesses from Aperture. That was what I would call lovingly like the murder by maestro style or towel style, like nerd data-based witness. It's a foundational witness who interpolates hexadecimal and binumerical representations of real-world events as reflected in computer systems on phones and cars. Like, to speak that man's language, first of all, you have to be incredibly intelligent. And second of all, you have to be very interested, not in the interpretation of data for a lay audience, but in the interpretation of data for a technical audience, which is exactly what that witness was doing. So a lot of people, I think they rightfully came in time, now that the clip and the context and all the testimony was delivered, were like, why are, in particular, Towell and Murder by Maestro and other folks so up in arms about this? Why is this such an important foundational witness? This witness isn't really interpolating this into a crash reconstruction report. He's just telling us about data. Well, yes, because what you're really doing is you're laying an evidentiary foundation for the further witnesses to interpolate and reconstruct the accident based on this foundational data. But if your brain can process the foundational data and understand chip-offs and black box EDR systems and infotainment systems and what a Lexus board looks like and how an iPhone clock keeps time differently than a Lexus clock and what a backup event is and the time windows in question. If you understand all that, then it jumps off the page or jumps off the screen and it forms this cohesive, prescient, forward-looking mosaic. You're looking forward in time a little bit because if you understand the way the data is being presented, what the data means, and how it forms a cohesive whole, you don't need the next 3 experts. But of course not everyone is like that. You must be conversant in all of these very highly specialized technical fields, and more foundationally, you have to understand how computers think. Like, so if you can understand how a computer thinks, then you would be the type of person who, watching that testimony yesterday from Burgess, in particular the end of the redirect, and then that clip playing about Karen talking about knowing John was dead at 12:30. Oh, it's devastating. It's over. It's over. And you can't, that's what I'm saying, you can't discredit the witness because the timeline of events is so clear. Karen Reed's own expert, Maggie Gaffney, missed a very large percentage of the chip-off data during the first chip-off. She didn't even do the infotainment or the EDR chip, and she left a whole SD card on the board. Now, the SD card isn't as relevant data-wise. It just goes to show if you were actually doing a comprehensive chip-off, taking these, because you, all right, let's back up. So we're talking about a very specialized type of board on a Lexus car, right, that has 3 types of chips and then a micro SD card that store data of events. It's very comprehensive. There's even pictures, folks. In fact, do you want to see what this shows? Murder by Maestro. Oh my goodness, Towel friend. You sent that thing the other day. Hold on. Look at how genius Murder by Maestro is as a towel. I just want to show this to you all because I think there is perhaps nothing more so important as Murder by Maestro being a towel. And let's see if the Twitter's working. And you might be saying, sir, we are very, very well aware that Murder by Maestro is a towel. And then I would say, oh my goodness, the Twitter's working. Welcome, Twitter friends. I was right. It actually was a Twitter server side issue. I'm such a towel. All right, Murder by Maestro. I got it for you, friends. I got it for you. I got it. Hold on. Stay with me, little towel. Stay with me, little towels. Now, look at this. Do you want to see what kind of data this thing? Didn't you send it to me, MBM? Hold on. Where is it? Didn't you send it to me? Oh, it's not loading. Oh, come on. Really? MBM, Murder by Maestro, can you send me that thing again that you shared with me? I bet I can find it on your profile. Hold on. Of course, that's the one. Oh, is Twitter actually having issues loading content? Hold on. This is very important. Do you want to see what it's like, what the kind of information is that Karen can get, that's the state can get from Karen's Lexus camera. Oh, it's so frustrating. Oh, I got it. Oh my goodness, I got it. Murder by Maestro, you are such a genius. Can we all just take a moment to praise how much of a genius Murder by Maestro is? I don't mean to harp on this, but just look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at what kind of data we might be about to see, because remember, we don't know everything that's coming from the ARCCA witnesses, but look at this. Oh, God bless you. We got a super towel chat already. Oh my goodness, hold on. I have to run over to the chat. You are a super towel. Happy Towels Day. You're very kind, Grant Smith Ellis fan. I can tell you we went over TB's full motion to dismiss on the day it came down, the ruling. So that was 2 days ago. If you go to the end of the stream, we read all 37 pages together. The summary is that the charges against involving Kearney regarding Chris Nagel, Julie Nagel, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Nagel, Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, and then who is there might be one more witness from the Karen Reed trial, but those witnesses, all the charges stood. The Michael Proctor, Uri Buchanan charges involving Aiden were dismissed, as well as the conspiracy charges involving Karen allegedly telling Aiden to have a police dispatcher run Jen McCabe's license plates. So that leaves 10 of Aiden's 16 charges standing, felony charges standing from that case. He has 2 more felonies involving Lindsay Gattani, because Aiden allegedly wiretapped Gattani on December 23rd, 2023, when he found out there was a new grand jury potentially about Karen and Aiden. And then there's also a felony WI charge from that night that led to a bail revocation for Aiden, of course, on December 26, 2023. And then there's 2 more felony charges, so that brings it up to 14, all in Norfolk Superior Court, involving Chris and Colin Albert, an incident at D&E Pizza where Kearney yelled into a camera, like some ridiculous things a few months ago. He was just indicted on that. So you got 14 charges in Norfolk Superior Court, and then Kearney's got 1 misdemeanor charge in Dedham District Court, which will be going to trial on June 9th, 2025. And then I'll reach out to the court liaison staff. We'll make sure there's a Zoom feed or live coverage of that ahead of time, so that we can do the broadcast. We'll roll out the Aiden cam. The Turtle Boy cam is going to be very prevalent during the hearings and motions and trial going forward. So get excited for that if you want the Turtle Boy cam. But yes, okay. Thank you for your question. Oh, God bless you, Mandy Strong. Let me check my DM. Hold on, little towels. Towel must pay attention. Towel's brain's getting pulled in a bunch of directions, but we're going to talk about this ARCCA report because it shows, before we watch the clip of Karen and Burgess Karen testifying about the backup event that ended or occurred right around 12:32:04, and then John's phone stopping moving, depending on which clock you use, at 12:34:09 or 12:34:16. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have to check because honorary towel spouse Mandy sent a very special DM. So Towel's going to look. What do we have here? What do we have, Mandy? Oh, very interesting. I'll definitely check out. Oh, that's very cool. It's a compilation, an unsolved mystery. I will definitely watch that soon, dear friend. Okay, so now ARCCA report. Look at this, folks. Look at what you want to see. What the most impressive part of this is. Look at the type of stuff you can get when there's a backup event. Ladies and gentlemen, on Alexis, do you see this? That was a sudden breaking event. This is what ARCCA, Karen's experts, can show you about the type of stuff, ladies and gentlemen, that could be on those 2 parts of the Lexus chip that we didn't get during the first trial. Look at those images, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, it was dark when Karen allegedly hit John, but look at what the Lexus, look at this, just some of the stuff. And it's that kind of model Lexus that would have this. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's big news what's coming. This is just a preview. As I mentioned, Burgess was just a foundational expert. This is an example report from ARCCA, who's actually Karen's experts, and they're controversial enough because of hidden payments and contacts with Reed from Judge Cannoni and Rule 14 violations and a lot of crazy things with ARCCA. But ARCCA's a big company though. But Hank Brennan has 3 more witnesses from ARCCA. This is what they're going to do. I don't know if we're going to get these kind of exact images. They're going to do an interpolation, a layperson's overview of Burgess's data. Oh, it's going to be devastating, ladies and gentlemen. A little towel. I'm so glad that you're with me today. Let's watch the compilation of Karen clips. Let's also praise Murder by Maestro for finding that wonderful link. Murder by Maestro is a super towel. So listen, first we're going to watch the most devastating clip from yesterday. Now you're going to understand it in context. You just got the explanation. Karen knew John O'Keefe was dead. She said we, potentially her and her dad, because she looks back at him. We knew John was dead at 12:25 or 12:30, or we knew that's when he died. Ladies and gentlemen, it's devastating when you hear it back-to-back with Burgess's testimony on the key operative issue. Let's listen to it now. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. Traveling at 12:32:12.
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling? Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone
Window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
You hear that, folks? It was just as devastating as it sounds. It was absolutely as devastating as it sounds. Also, sorry for the dropped frames there. That sometimes if YouTube catches a buffer, it'll drop a frame or two. So if your stream ever kind of like catches a circular buffer, just on your phone in particular, hit the X button and then just bring up the stream again and it will get over the dropped frame. Doesn't always occur on my end. Even if like a video that I'm playing catches a dropped frame, it'll sometimes push that over to the YouTube and then it causes the streams to buffer. Sorry about that, just for your technical information. We got a report in the comments from wonderful honorary Super Towel M's that Towel Stream is close to 1.25 thousand subscribers. God bless you all, wonderful towels. Guess what we're going to get to do next? I know you're all looking forward to it. We don't know what's exactly going to happen at 9 a.m., but it's coming up on 8 a.m. today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is, of course, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be into session in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial for it's technically day 21. So I think like people got thrown off because Karen took a day off, but in the docket, in the actual record of the court, there is a motion to continue that day of trial, and it was ruled on and approved at the request of both parties. And so the docket entry reflects that there was a day of court. It was just continued at the request of both parties. So to me, it makes most sense. You don't just ignore that that day existed. It is on the court record. It's a docket entry. It was rescheduled, but it's still there. So I'm keeping track of the court dates as they actually transpired. And so we're on day 21 of the retrial. Now, ladies and gentlemen, so good to see you all in the chat. Look at all these wonderful towel friends coming in, saying hello to each other, being wonderful. I saw Def Otter, the super towel himself in the chat, or themselves. I saw DJ. I saw the towelette of all towelettes, Jew Drops, 5MEO DMT, Blackpink Best Eye. Oh, Paul Doherty's in here. Ladies and gentlemen, honorary towel spouse Mandy is here. We even got some super towel chats from Mandy and Grant Smith Ellis fan. We did some reviews of Aiden Kearney's motion to dismiss. You can watch that full overview from the other day. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing that makes me more pleased than spending time with you all. And if you didn't hear the news, ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday, May 24th, we talked about it yesterday. I've decided we're going to do it. I am going to do a special towel birthday stream with you all where we are going to spend time recapping what's gone on in the case so far. We're going to talk about moments you think that were very important. And then I'm going to do what you all love, which is I'm going to answer all of your questions and comments. You don't have to make donations. You don't have to do anything. Show up, you have questions about the case, you have comments, you want to chat about the case. Saturday, it will be Towel's birthday stream, and in true Towel form, it will be dedicated entirely to you all and uplifting and engendering cogent public discourse to insulate the integrity of the justice system. God, and also to spread universal and unconditional love in the form of small acts of service. God bless us, ladies and gentlemen. Also, folks, if Alana comes into the chat, please, folks, make sure we check in with Alana and find out how Alana's service dog is doing, who was recovering from surgery. We've already also decided that if Alana is in need of our assistance, I have decided we will dedicate an entire day to Alana as well, and we will do fundraising, and we will get Alana's service dog and Alana whatever support they need. Oh, God bless us, ladies and gentlemen. I see Wicked Uma in here, or I thought maybe. Yes, I did see Wicked Uma. God bless you. I see, of course, Ange Whittick, Harpo, Kerry Gold, Sunken Grave. God bless you, dear friend. All right, who's ready for a Karen clip compilation? A Karen clip compilation, ladies and gentlemen. It has her reactions outside of court at times. It is just the exemplar of being a towel. It's so funny that we started saying exemplar, and then all of a sudden exemplars everywhere. Now, yes, it was, of course, contained in Burgess's report because they used an exemplar vehicle for testing purposes. But ladies and gentlemen, come on. The word exemplar is just wonderful. We have had so many wonderful words of the day on Towel Stream. Nothing shall top exemplar. Let's watch the Karen clip compilation. Oh, by the way, you remember how yesterday, folks, I was working a little bit more on syncing the Karen clips, and I wanted to get rid of some of the stutter. So I went through to my actual raw files instead of re-recording, going to the actual source files the best. Look what I was able to generate. The sync on these you all have very dirty minds. The sync on these Karen Cam clips is truly really good. This is probably some of my best Karen Cam clip sync work related to the Karen Cam and then what was played on the screen. So enjoy, and then we're going to see all 25 Karen clips, I think, that have played so far. I have every one documented. They're in reverse chronological order for the most part. At the end of the trial, I'm going to put them in chronological order. But the point is I have them all. It's an extensive repository, and I hope you appreciate it. And I'll be watching with you, and then we'll come back in about 20 minutes. There's a lot of clips. They're damning. This is going to be an adventure, towel friends. Ready your towels. We are peacefully invading northern France. We are renaming it Norman Towel, and we're bringing the Karen clips with us.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's fair game, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25. Finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, how you good? How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No. So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. Totally more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Cromwell would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. Would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
And this was the moment you were dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house?
I saw John go in the house. Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment?
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls to him?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's,
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say, I had like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic, and then I would pour a shot into it, so that would count as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour, so I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16, and I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
Expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of me. Had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol, but I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you.
Heard it, folks. There you heard it. That was the moment. That was the moment Karen Read was forced to watch videos of herself admitting, first of all, evolving stories about how much she had drank in that night, but admitting she shouldn't have been driving. Admitting she was under the influence of alcohol. 9 drinks over 3 hours. You heard it in Karen Read's own words from the unaired footage, from the ill-advised 400 hours of interviews Karen Read did with the ID Discovery and HBO Max documentary. That footage has now come back to haunt Karen Read. You saw it in real time right there, folks, with Hank Brennan playing clip after clip after clip after clip for the jury to crescendo into the end of the half day of today's presentation of evidence in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm clipping this to upload. You can watch more of this Karen multicam fascinating coverage in the future for the trial at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And after I clip this, I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends. So thank you for your patience.
8, 10. 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to the time let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling, I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's going.
All right, hold that, please.
Hello, Tal friends. I'm still here. There I am. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I am here with you now. I should come over your speaker any second. My reactions are so funny to some of those clips. I can't believe I have all of them saved. It makes me realize now how valuable this photographic record is. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have something really interesting to look at for Murder by Maestro. I hope you all understand Murder by Maestro is the super towel of all super towels, and Murder by Maestro has literally made a graph. Now, Murder by Maestro, I don't know if you posted this graph. I would like to actually bring up your Twitter post, but I have saved the graph. It has all sorts of fascinating pieces of information because Murder by Maestro is a towel, a binary speaking towel. And if you can speak binary, the world is your oyster. Now, I'd like to actually give Murder by Maestro credit beyond just saying Murder by Maestro's name over and over. By the way, if you're not following Murder by Maestro on Twitter, what's wrong with you? You should be following Murder by Maestro. Murder by Maestro is literally a genius. Okay, I have a plan. Here's what we do. So, that's Murder by Maestro's profile, okay? You go follow that, at Murder by Maestro. Okay, excellent person to follow. Murder by Maestro, we can easily get Murder by Maestro. Just look at the Reconstruction Murder by Maestro made by hand that perfectly lines up with what probably happened to John based on his injuries and otherwise. Months, like this was months before the retrial started, and it was just because the data objectively continued to render this as the most likely sideswipe impact to John. Murder by Maestro is literally a genius. I don't know what to tell you, folks. So hold on, let me get the comments to keep scrolling. In order to do that, I have to do this. Here we go. Now let me show you this little data slide here that we got that Murder by Maestro brought up. And then what I'll do is, to give Murder by Maestro credit, we'll bring this post up, okay, that Murder by Maestro made, and then that will make Murder by Maestro's profile visible, and then I will add this. So watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to grab this image that Murder by Maestro sent over, and I'm going to attribute it to Murder by Maestro by overlaying it on top of Murder by Maestro's Twitter profile, because I am a towel. And you might be saying, sir, you seem to have an affinity for using the word towel to mean that you are able to do many different things. And yes, I think fluffy absorbent towels are a good metaphor for being able to multitask. I'm not exactly sure why I'm able to do this. I don't really understand, but you know, I speak computer. What do you want from me? Murder by Maestro, for example, is 0001 1001 years old. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? I can just speak in binary. I am a towel. And you might be saying, sir, that is absolutely ridiculous. But no, it's not. I am a towel. Also, absolutely credit in the chat to anyone who can figure out how old Murder by Maestro is based on the binumerical representation I just mentioned, which is Murder by Maestro is in binary towel years 0001 1001 years old. And let me just double check that. So yep, okay, yep. Okay, so in towel years, Murder by Maestro is 0001 1001 years old. And if you can figure that out, you are a towel. Now, hold on, Murder by Maestro, is this what you meant to send me? No, this is not, but this is a really good slide too. Hold on, I have one more thing to add, but look at this slide. Look at this great timeline of the specific events, the 3-point turn at 12:23, 12:24, and then the collision event right as the backup event happened on Karen's Lexus, and John's stopped moving, synced up at the exact same time, and then Karen's movements going to John's house, getting there, etc., etc. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, goodness, even this is wonderful. I don't think I got this from Murder by Maestro, but it's still useful. Now, let me get the image I got from Murder by Maestro, because that was a bit of a tease. I'm sorry about that. It turned out to be very useful data. What do you want from me? I'm a little towel. It's also coming up on 8:30 a.m. Good morning, folks. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It is, of course, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025, and we are coming up on the start of testimony. I don't know if testimony is going to start at 9 a.m. in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, day 21, technically. But we might have a motion hearing. Who knows what's going to go on? But I do have this for us to check out, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's presentation of evidence, or the beginning of the motion hearing. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Murder by Maestro's estimated perfectly done estimated BAC for Karen Reed. Now, listen, you might be saying, we heard testimony, Grant, Little Towel, in the trial that Karen's BAC, retrograde BAC analysis that was done because Karen Reed made threats of self-harm, so her father had her sectioned after she confessed at the scene to saying, I hit him in response to a first responder's question whether John had suffered any trauma leading up to him being on the lawn, and Karen said, I hit him. So Karen gets sectioned for threats of self-harm. Her parents tell the first responders that Karen has things in her purse, pills she could use with alcohol to take her life. So Karen gets sectioned. Karen gets to the hospital. It's actually the same hospital, Good Sam, down in Brockton. It has a new name now. They haven't changed the highway signs, though. Karen gets to Good Sam, same hospital where John is pronounced dead, as sadly as that is. Karen has an absolute meltdown. She gets her BAC taken. She gets her blood taken, at 9:03, I think it's like 9:03 or 9:06 a.m. The results come back at 9:53 a.m. She has a 0.93 at 9 a.m. the next day, okay? So that's over the legal limit of 0.08. She has 0.093. Okay, so Karen Reed, according to her retrograde BAC analysis, that's a conservative estimate, would have had a BAC at the time of impact with John around 12:30, 12:31, 12:32 a.m., roughly 0.14 to 0.28 according to the analyst. However, that is a conservative estimation, and it's actually designed to help Karen because of the way the formula works for interpreting retrograde BAC analysis. And that actual estimation of Karen's BAC would be closer to 230. Do you understand? So the new it's like a new way you interpolate BAC, retrograde BAC analysis. We heard it during testimony about this from one of the analysts, but basically it helps Karen. There's this new formula where it shifts up by 2 hours the range. So Karen's BAC is actually much higher than 0.14 to 0.28 at the time of impact, allegedly with John. Okay, it was so you got to add like 0.08 per hour. So you're looking closer to like I don't know. Let's like add like half that. So like she's like 95 pounds. So let's like bump it to like 0.24 to 0.38. So reasonably, she was between a 0.3 and a 0.4, and that's what Murder by Maestro's graph shows. But in order to figure that out, you have to understand that the retrograde BAC analysis presented in trial that rendered a 0.14 to 0.28 at the operative moments was actually on the basis of a 2-hour beneficial shift forward in time. So the actual BAC analysis would be with 2 extra added hours or removed hours of excretion of the drinks, and so therefore it was probably closer to 0.3 to 0.4, as Murder by Maestro said. Yeah, exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, it is crazy. Okay, so there's only you're measuring the percent of your blood that is alcohol, okay? You can get to like a 0.3, you can get to a 0.4, like you should technically be blackout. Like, I don't understand how you would be walking. But at a certain point, I'm pretty sure the LD50 of alcohol, so like what dose given to 100 people will kill 50 of those people, lethal dose 50, LD50, is like 0.5. Like, I don't mean, that's not actually a direct conversion because the lethal dose would measure the amount of drinks it would take you to get to 0.5. But once your blood alcohol content is 0.5, so your Karen was like a few drinks away from a 0.5, you are dead. You cannot survive a 0.5. You understand what I'm saying? There's absolutely nothing in this world. I've heard reports, okay, that some of the highest BACs, like one of the highest BACs ever recorded by a live person, like someone who was alive, was like 0.52 or something, 0.6. It is unheard of. Like it's not even a tolerance thing. For a certain point it is, right? Like 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Okay, there you're talking tolerance. Do you understand there is a literal scientific limit to the amount of your blood that can be alcohol before you die? It is not like it is similar to other type of drugs that will do that to you, but your tolerance cannot make it so your blood can have more alcohol per volume than the human body can endure. Very rare edge cases, maybe you get to a 0.52, 0.56 and you live, but that's why it's called an LD50. But 99% of the time you hit a 0.5, you are dying. You're not coming back from that. Like, you're absolutely not coming back. I'm telling you, that is the lethal dose. And she was close to it. If we look at the converted retrograde BAC analysis corrected for the actual time of incident and not favorable to Karen by 2 hours, that is like death. I'll look it up right now. I mean, I literally will look it up for you, but it's very important to think about these numbers because she really was close. She wasn't, I don't know how she was driving. She was close to dying. What is the LD50 in the blood of alcohol? I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll get this answer for us. It's 0.4. Oh my God. That Karen Reed, if we are looking at the upper limit range of the accurately corrected BAC retrograde analysis, was 2 drinks away, maybe 1, at the upper range, from being over a 0.4, which is quite literally the amount of alcohol that will kill 50 out of 100 people in a random sample. Yeah, but it's not just that, Murder by Maestro. I mean, yes, absolutely right. But it's like, we have to think of this from a scientific perspective. Tolerance is the way in which your body metabolizes alcohol, and then the way in which it's not like the bioavailability changes based on your tolerance, really. Okay, that's more height, weight, what you've eaten, what you've drank that day, water-wise, whatever. What it does is, this is a completely different thing we're talking about. There is a science, regardless of your brain's ability to tolerate alcohol and not like fall over, there is a scientific upper range, literally almost per se, of the amount of your blood that can be alcohol. You could be conscious with a blood alcohol level that will kill you. I'm telling you, if your tolerance is high enough, but it will still kill you. There is no way that you can get above like a 0.4, 0.5. Once you get to a 0.5, that is 50% of your blood. Well, we got to think of the exact conversion, but it's of such a high percentage of your blood being alcohol that it will kill you. It will kill you. So it's not just that she drove drunk, it's that she was 1 or 2 drinks away from, first of all, blowing past the LD50. She literally, this woman drank enough on a random night out during a blizzard to nearly kill 50 out of 100 people in a random sample. And as if that weren't bad enough, if we look at the upper range, if she had just 1 or 2 more drinks, this woman literally could have gotten to the point where she had a 0.5. She could have gotten to a 0.5 if she just was like, oh, I want to have a few more drinks. Remember, oh my God, the cocktail glass that she brought out of the bar had more shots in it. She was going to drink on the way over. She said that she was going to drink, that John took the glass, but if she consumed those 2 drinks too, even though we know she says John took it because he had the cocktail glass in his hand, although it's unclear if there's 1 or 2 glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my God, this woman was I don't think anyone realizes how drunk this woman was, because she was able to walk and drive, although clearly not well because she's alleged to have killed someone. But this woman was nearly dead. Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think she might have drank that day too, but it doesn't really matter because the percentage alcohol by blood is just a measure of a function in time. So at a certain time, her blood alcohol level was at a conservative estimation 0.14 to 0.28, probably closer to 0.3 to 0.4, and she was going to drink more. I don't know how she's alive. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness, I don't know how that woman can drink that much. By the way, court should be starting in about 20 minutes, folks. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We don't know if we're starting. I think the jury's coming late. That doesn't mean we're not actually going to start with a very important discussion. We could have a motion hearing or something. Also, I can't believe, Murder by Maestro, I cannot believe you found this excellent chart. Thanks so much for sharing this. I really understand more now about the nature of Karen's intoxication. And also, let's look again at this reconstruction, because Murder by Maestro is just, I'm not trying to, I am not gratuitously saying that any towel is better than any other towel. We're all wonderful towels, but just look, can we just take a moment, just like we take a moment to appreciate every different towel from time to time. Can we just appreciate how skilled Murder by Maestro is to have accurately predicted this, like days, weeks, months ahead of time? Like, he knew. He's a better crash reconstruction expert than some people who do this for a living. You know, it's incredible. Excellent job. Hello, Denise Wood. Hello, Monty. Welcome to the honorary towel fold, Denise Wood. Monty, you are such a wonderful towel. Bossy Texas chick. God bless you, dear friend. I agree with you. But the body can only sustain so much alcohol. Literally, there is an upper limit, and then you are just alcohol, and then you die. I'm telling you. But Murder by Maestro, look at this reconstruction. I know it's hard to watch, folks, but Murder by Maestro actually got it right, in my opinion. This lines up with the injuries to John's legs. This lines up with how John would have then fallen to the ground. Maybe he was in a daze. He only got a few steps onto the lawn, as we know from his phone data, and then it stops moving seconds after the backup event and collision. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so overwhelmingly sad, but at the same time, Murder by Maestro, the super towel himself, managed to put it together. And remember, folks, the sadness of it all is a reflection of the reality of Karen's guilt, and that's why jurors and the public and we as towels have to reflect on this in important ways and remember that these moments for John were probably absolutely agonizing. There was this argument, obviously, in the car between 12:24 and 12:31. He gets out, Karen pulls forward, she puts the car in neutral for a little bit, then puts it in reverse. It's 75% on the accelerator, goes up to 24.2 miles an hour. She allegedly strikes John while in the backup event while the car reduces to 23.6 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.5 degree steering wheel correction to the right. Karen's car data shows like that backup, everything in perfectly in line with the curvature of the road. John's literally on the burn of the yard. He gets hit, suffers a traumatic brain injury either from the car, the top of the Lexus SUV. As you notice, there was a dent on the spoiler shown by Hank Brennan to jurors as a view, the site view where Karen's car was there a few weeks ago. And then John allegedly suffers that traumatic brain injury, becomes incapacitated, and because it's snowing in a blizzard, his phone shows he never moves from the lawn. There's a consistent decrease in temperature, and John dies from a combination of hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of his pancreas by the medical examiner's autopsy, and the traumatic brain injury. And that's horrifying because it means if Karen had just gotten out and helped this man, he might have lived. It would have been very sad because to survive that kind of traumatic brain injury, like you're basically done. Like even a brain bleed that's resolved quickly, you're not really gonna recover. You might be alive, but you're gonna not be as functional. But if Karen had just gotten out, he wouldn't have died. I think that's why this case is so sad. All she had to do was get out of the car. But the thing is, she would have gotten an OUI. She would have gotten definitely like serious charges. But she wouldn't be facing this situation, and it was because she just couldn't, in that moment, in my opinion, own up to what had happened, that she caused all this chaos. And that's the saddest part of it. And that's the time for your tears, friends. It's just heartbreaking. Like just because she couldn't take responsibility, all of this chaos happened. And it's just so sad. It's just so heartbreakingly sad.
Hey there, Karen.
All right, folks.
Trial watchers.
Stream's
so we
coming
know that
live.
you're true
Hold
crime
on.
fans, but are you also in a business of some kind?
I am.
So
I'm a
they're
towel.
sponsoring this live trial stream.
Oh, I muted it. Okay. I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman. Do you know why they call a towel, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's a towel. A fluffy, comforting, welcoming towel. Now, listen, folks, we are getting ready for court to start. It's just coming up on 8:45 a.m. I'm monitoring closely to see if we're going to get any footage of the arrival of Karen Reed today as day 21 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial begins. As you can see, I'm getting into horse racing announcer slash auctioneering announcer towel mode. I think sometimes I like to talk this way because I just want to see if it's possible for people to listen to this at 2x speed, which actually shouldn't be possible because I'm pretty sure there are upper limits to the range at which humans can hear the pace of words being spoken through an audio feed. And if I talk at a pace like this and actually convey relevant and cogent information at this speed, it would be fascinating to listen to it at 2x speed, but I'm 90% sure that there's not enough sound data in that compressed section of megabits that is being delivered as 128 kilobit audio over your speakers to actually adequately capture the amount of words that are being said in that time, and therefore it would probably just sound like a bunch of bees buzzing around on your speakers. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, how you deliver a oration, onomatopoeia included, though it may be, in the form of an auctioneering announcer towel. Yes, we've moved on from horse racing announcer towel, and now I've become auctioneering announcer towel. Personally, I think I will switch back to horse racing announcer towel as we get to the top of the hour. But I think you all will absolutely be fascinated about this. Now, the other thing, ladies and gentlemen, is let's take a look at a little bit more of the data that we might see in the Aperture reports. Oh, goodness. We have scenes from outside court. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. Stay with me. I'm a little towel. You are towels. We are towels. I am a towel. Hold on. Where'd you go? There are your comments. No, yep, they're still there. I'm a little towel, short and stout. I'm not actually short. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that this little towel is upwards of 6'2" and 175 little towel pounds? Apparently being 6'2" is valuable. I don't really understand why. I'm just a towel. But needless to say, I am a 6'2" tall towel. Sometimes I walk up to people and they're like, wow, you're a tall towel. And I'm like, yes, you're a towel. And they're like, sir, I am not a towel. And I'll be like, how dare you? How dare you imply that you are not a towel? We all know, sir, that you are a towel. Or madam. Sometimes I will just go out, like I was with my nephew the other day, who was at my father's celebration of life. My father, Frederick Ellis, who's on the screen, who passed in recent weeks. I was at that celebration of life, and my little nephew was asking for help going into the garden or something. I don't know, and the staff couldn't really figure it out. And they were trying to give him food instead of that. And he was like, it should get me into the garden. And I was like, you are a little towel. And then his mother, my sister, came up and was like, did you just call him a little towel? And I was like, yes, he earned being a little towel. You don't understand what an honor it is, ladies and gentlemen, in the towel world to be labeled an honorary towel. And she was like, Grant, you are absolutely ridiculous. And I was like, me? I am not ridiculous. You must understand that bestowing upon my little nephew, your dear son, the label of honorary towel makes this little child a beacon of hope within the world. The towel universe will hold up this little child like the scene from the Lion King combined with the brave little toaster or the brave little towel. And they will say, oh, God bless this little brave little towel. God bless this little honorary towel child. I didn't actually say that to my sister, but I wanted to, and I feel like it would have been very funny. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, clearly I have run out of things to say. I actually haven't. It's just that because we only have a certain amount of time left and we know Karen Reed's now going to be arriving at court, we may actually get started around 9 a.m. So I don't want to get us started on anything that will go into a deep analysis. For example, we can talk more about the potential return trip that Karen made to Fairview Road around 5:23 a.m. We can talk about what kind of data might be coming in related to that. But for now, let's monitor closely. Let's monitor closely to see if we can get Karen Reed's arrival at court. All right, ladies and gentlemen, do you want me to turn into horse racing announcer towel? Ladies and gentlemen, I will turn into horse racing announcer towel. The foals are down the pack. The horse children are down the pack. We're not really sure how horse children got involved in this analogy. I'm also not really sure how horses got involved in this analogy, but people like to say, for me to say, and they're off, although they're not off yet. And then also people like for me to stand around and talk about how I am a horse racing announcer towel. So, ladies and gentlemen, Judge Canoni clearly is not at the starting gig yet. I am sure she is preparing her horse racing official robes. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're getting into the last 10 minutes here before the start of court. Is that Hank Brennan? Oh, my goodness. I don't think it's Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan would have a suit on. Yep, that's not Hank Brennan. That's just some guy with a suitcase. You're a guy with a suitcase. Ladies and gentlemen, you're towels. I'm a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Christina, Reporter Towel Christina. I forgot we have updates from Reporter Towel Christina. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we will be doing those updates at either the morning recess or the luncheon recess. I was going to do them this morning, but ladies and gentlemen, we had so much to cover with the compilation of Karen clips, and then I started talking like an auctioneering announcer towel, and now we are a drink. I will tell you, it has 200 milligrams of caffeine, 200 milligrams of alpha GPC, 1,000 milligrams of L-carnitine, 1,000 milligrams of taurine, and vitamin B12 and B1 and whatever. It will make you quite awake. I can attest to its veracity as an energy drink. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you can always tell when Towel gets into this mode and starts basically going into horse racing announcer towel mode. We are getting ready to come into session. We'll resume with the witness from yesterday. Then I imagine we're going to move into some big testimony. Towel has to go to the doctor in the 9 o'clock hours, but it's not till a little bit later, so I'm going to stay with you until court comes into session. We are waiting for the Karen Cam. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is not yet on. Oh, we might have the arrival. Hold on, we might have the arrival here of Karen Reed at court. Stay with me, little towels. Hold on, little towels. You are a towel. I'm a towel. How dare you call me a towel? Ladies and gentlemen, I think... Oh, that's Adam Lally and Hank Brennan, even better. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We must record the clip for the towel friends. Get in here if you want to be in the towel clip. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Day 21 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial is about to start. We are not sure if we're going to have a motion hearing. We are not sure if we're going to have the presentation of evidence begin. Jurors were told to come in a little late. But superstar prosecutor Hank Brennan, along with superstar prosecutor Adam Lally, who looks to be injured with his arm in a sling, are heading into the building. Court could be starting at about 9 a.m. Tune in, watch live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And let me tell you, towel friends, the clip that was seen around the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial world yesterday has just absolutely landed. Hank Brennan played a clip for jurors of Karen Reed admitting she knew John O'Keefe was dead at 12:30 or 12:25 a.m. on 1/29/2022, which is basically the exact moment that Karen's Lexus new data from Karen's Lexus infotainment system chip, which was overlooked somehow by Karen's expert Maggie Gaffney during the first trial, shows a backup event that ended at 12:32:04 or so, which is just seconds before John O'Keefe's phone moved for the last time around 12:09 or 12:32:09 or 12:32:16 a.m., depending on which clock you're using, Karen's Lexus clock or John's iPhone clock, which keep time slightly differently, because that's how clocks work. Don't blame me. Blame magnets and the Earth's polarity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us watch Hank Brennan's arrival. A calm, cool, collected human being ready to bring justice for John O'Keefe and to honor the spirit of the towels. He'll probably be perplexed by that. Here we go. A simple man, a cool, calm, collected man. Hank Brennan's arrival outside Norfolk Superior Court. Join us, the towel friends. Join the chat, say hello, meet some new friends, watch the exclusive multi-cam coverage, including the world-famous Karen Cam, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We'll see you after 9 a.m. I'm a towel. Hello, towel friends. I'm back. Do you think people watch that and they're like, this human being is actually a towel? He is warm, he is fluffy, he is dependent. You just have to put him in the washer and dryer every once in a while, and then he comes out a sparklingly towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, praise be to towels. That's not idolatry, by the way. We're just saying we have an appreciation for fluffy things that knowledge. And you might be saying, sir, okay, I think I get the analogy. Yes, I think I get the analogy. Oh, looks like there are 3 charges that have been filed against one of the Free Karen Reed supporters. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, towel friends. Hold on, we're going to keep an eye out for Karen's arrival. Here is the arrival of Hank Brennan and Adam Lally at today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Brennan dropped the Karen clip the world was waiting for, showing Reed admitting to knowing John was dead at 12:30 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Game over. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan has arrived. We have got the clip. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Can we be any more stalwart, erudite, informed, prescient, cogent, wonderful towels? We now only await the Karen Cam to turn on, which probably will happen just in the next few minutes. And you might be saying, man, or towel, you really like what you do. I wouldn't say it's not that I like it. I just feel I'm effective. I, ladies and gentlemen, am a towel. Yes, I am unabashed in my towelness, ladies and gentlemen, and I feel that helping keep the public informed as we await the start of testimony in just a few minutes. It could be a motion hearing, though, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I'm here. I'm with you. We're watching. We're monitoring. We're being little towels. And you might be saying, sir, I am well aware now that we are all towels. Some people come into the chat and they say, oh my goodness, what is this towel thing? And then they find out that people mocked me for being a towel by saying my pronouns are towel. So then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, people were like, over the next day, like it started in January of 2024 or something, people were like, we're all towels. And then we got towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels and washcloths and flannels and soap dispensers and microfiber towels. Oh, and washcloths. Ladies and gentlemen, it just became a towel parade, I tell you. Also, apparently my vocabulary puts Bob Alessi's to shame. I don't really know. My syntactical precision and the expansive nature of my lexicon, I think, facilitate my ability to explicate recursive historical circles as manifest in Joyce's embodiment of Vico's theory in The Wake, for example. So I do think that the nature of the way in which I communicate tends to embrace a wider form of, or wider deployment of lexical precision than most people would speak. And I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but I'm doing that because that's just how my brain processes the world around me. It's very helpful for me if I have words that can express a large amount of concepts very quickly. So the nature of syntactical precision is everything to me. The more words I can learn, the quicker I can explain things, even if you have to go to a dictionary to listen to learn some of the words. Every time I learn a new word from someone, that is an act of service to me. I become a stunningly happy little towel. Let me just be the first to tell you that, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I become a happy little towel is because I then have an expanded lexicon. I can say more in less time. And I hope that you all, when you learn new words on this stream, whether it be from Hank Brennan, Bob Alessi, me, Alan Jackson, David Unetti, Eliza Little, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin, or otherwise, you take those words and you use them to empower yourselves and become erudite, informed, and cogent consumers of information in the public sphere, thus warding off the usurpation of our representative form of democracy, in particular the judicial system, by way of the artificial machinations that can influence that process when propaganda undermines participatory democracy by way of emotional, pathological appeals to degraded forms of participation in the judicial process, in particular manipulated public schemas. How we all became towels. It was a Twitter post from January 2024. I will absolutely have it for you in 1 second. We're going to watch Karen's arrival. Okay, hold on. Stop being a towel, Karen. Karen, you are not a towel. Stop trying to be friendly, Karen. We all know that you are not a towel. You cannot convince us otherwise. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good morning again for day 21 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, which will be starting up just after 9 a.m. Just a few minutes from now, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Tune in, watch the exclusive Karen multicam coverage and the world-famous Karen cam. We'll see if we have an early morning motion hearing. Jurors were told to get here a little bit late today. Oh, the Karen cams have been running. Tune in, folks. We're going to be starting in just a few minutes. Here, Karen's arrival. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. You're a towel. We're all towels. Let's begin. Stop being a towel, Karen. Come on. Well, that's it. Not much of an arrival from the lonely figure. A lonely figure that is Karen Reed. Just a good morning. There's the court officer. He's a nice guy. He's a friendly court officer. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed has arrived. We're waiting for the start of session. The Karen cam's up. Tune in soon. We're going to begin just after 9 a.m. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Hello, friends. Hello. Good to see you, Kim Courteau. Great to see you, Paula, Claudia Montano. None your business. Oh, I'm glad you got into your PC gaming, none your business. I know you were telling us all about it yesterday. I don't have time right now to play games. I was trying to play Call of Duty World at War the other day for the first time. It's from like 10 years ago. I haven't even watched a movie from after 1978 for a very long time, with the exception of the Kubrick canon and a little bit of Scorsese and a little bit of Wes Anderson because my dad liked it a lot. But for the most part, I wish I could do more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We got to jump forward in time here. The fan is not even on yet. The fan is not spinning. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the fan is not spinning. There has been a serious development in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Yes, oh my goodness, the fan is not spinning. Ladies and gentlemen, praise be. Someone has heard our pleas. The fan is not spinning. Oh, goodness. Oh, yeah, 90211. I have played video games for quite a while. I played Grand Theft Auto 3, basically the day it came out on PC. That was the first ever 3D game I played. Back in the 90s, I was playing Prince of Persia in black and white on an early Mac. I used to play Lemmings and Snood, and oh goodness, I've played every kind of video game you can imagine over the years. I haven't played them in 15 or 20 years, but part of my technical proficiency is I can tell you more about the nature of how those devices function than I'm not as interested in playing the game. I want to understand. So like, how is a DVD SATA drive, for example, if we're talking like an Xbox 360, how does a DVD SATA drive connect to an Xbox 360's motherboard? And then furthermore, like, can you simultaneously power the DVD drive by the Xbox's PCM or the motherboard? And then can you plug in the SATA cable to your computer? And then like, say I wanted to like write a piece of homebrew code or something that like allows me to have a bouncing ball running on the Xbox, but I don't want to pay for a software developer kit. Well, like, running homebrew software is permitted. I can write my own code. I can't sign it with the necessary code to make it run on an Xbox, but I can write my own code. So can you use, like, what I'm fascinated in, just as an example, is can you use a piece of computer code to tell the Xbox's DVD drive that it is okay to run a piece of code that is not signed? And like, how do you use a piece of code on a disk to communicate to the Xbox that you want it to run your homebrew code? That's what I'm very, very interested in. Like, I don't do that at all anymore, but back in the day I was so fascinated by that because there were these machines, like, we were buying them as consumer property, and I was very interested in like running like Lua scripts, and I just wanted to be able to like deploy my ideas in an operational environment, whether it was a computer or whatever. And so when I got my hands on these like Xbox 360s or PS3s or whatever, I immediately was like, I want to harness the full power of this machine. Like, I was the type of person who wanted to install Linux on the PS3 originally when they took away that dual boot function on its firmware. Like, I don't look at it just as a game machine. I'm very interested in how it thinks and how it communicates with its various constituent parts, and then how I can use my own understanding of that software or hardware to make it do what I want. Like, I want to be able to be in full control of the devices that I buy, so I know how they think and I know how they're designed internally, so that if I need to, it's kind of like a chip off of the Karen's Lexus board. Like, if you want to do a chip off, you better damn well understand not only like what's on that chip, but how you're going to read it, because it's not like a USB stick. It's not designed for user interface. Like, it's designed by the people who build the machines. And so you better understand how that stuff works if you want to be involved. For me, I'm interested in that on like a hyper technical level for like game machines. So like, I happen to understand computers as well, because a game machine, a system is just a computer. But anyway, it's fascinating to me, and it's something I know very, very, very well. But yeah, I would say that, Erica Walsh did catch a bunch of charges. One of the FKR supporters, I just saw the charge sheet on Facebook. I don't know if it's in Superior Court. It looks like she got a bunch of misdemeanors, so she's facing a bunch of charges. The bossy Texas chick is like, I know more about this case than my own life. Well, I don't know what a life is anymore, ladies and gentlemen. I just walk around being a towel. All right, but hold on. We're going to get the Karen Cam screen set up because we might be going into session here. Hold on, I'm a little towel. I am a little towel, and I can stay with you till, a little bit later this morning, but I do have to go over to the doctors. I just can't. There's something physically going on. My disability is, like, I'm having... Like, I need to get another test done with barium or something. I'm having a lot of trouble, like, eating and swallowing liquids unless I tuck my chin. And I'm having a little towel is pushing ahead indeed. I'm hearing that we might get some kind of nor'easter. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be quite a birthday weekend for Little Towel. But you know what? You know what we say to that, ladies and gentlemen? We say, we're towels. We're towels, ladies and gentlemen. We shall not be deterred. We will fight on. We will fight through the nor'easter. We shall fight through the sleet and snow. We'll fight them on the beaches. We'll fight them on the land. We'll fight them on the quarries. We'll fight them on the fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we will defend our towel island. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will defend Norman Towell. Mark my words, ladies and gentlemen. Mark my words. There shall be no such thing, ladies and gentlemen, as a defeated group of towels. We will fight them on the beaches. We will fight them on the land. We will fight them on the seas. We shall defend our island. Well, it's not actually an island. I think it's technically just part of northern France. But we shall defend Norman Towell, whatever the price may be. And you might be saying, Grant, are you doing that thing again where court started later than you expected, so you're just saying things? Yes, I am absolutely talking about how Winston Churchill was defending the island of Britain and how we are going to defend the island of northern France, which is not really an island. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I wish I could do something other than just tell you I want court to come into session, but I can't. I can't because I'm a towel, ladies and gentlemen. I don't actually control the ability of the court to come into session. I just sit here and say things. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity. Oh, the humanity of it all. Wait a minute. Yes, I don't know what. I'm rewriting history. Oh, Monty, yes. I've had an esophageal manometry study, actually, Monty. That's the procedure I was thinking about the other day, friends. Never get unless your doctor tells you, but don't volunteer for an esophageal manometry study, because that was the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. Literally, it was very helpful to my diagnosis, and we were able to eventually get to a barium swallow, an or a modified barium swallow, and then figure out what was going on. But Monty, what did you say about stretching your esophagus? How do I do that? Do I ask my doctor about that? Oh, hi, Turtle Boy 2. I'm a towel. None of your business. None of your business. Do you realize, first of all, I literally have colitis. It's pretty serious, too. And two of my siblings, it's genetic. Two of my siblings had colitis to the point where my 4-year-old brother, when he was 4, had to have a 3-stage colectomy. It was horrifying for him. He survived, but it seriously impacted his developmental disability because they used a bunch of medications like steroids and stuff before they would do the colectomy because he was so young. And my sister at age 14 had her colon removed. Yes, I get what you're saying. It's better to have an esophageal manometry study than a colonoscopy, but in some ways it's not, because with a colonoscopy, if you don't tolerate conscious sedation well, which I don't, I will wake up. I think it has to do with the cannabis, but either way, it doesn't matter. I have medical cannabis, so they'll figure it out. And what they will do is they'll use actual anesthesia for colonoscopies. You cannot have anesthesia during an esophageal manometry study. You can have it during an endoscopy, but not during an esophageal manometry. Yeah, exactly, Monty. You can have conscious sedation or propofol, which hurts, by the way. It sucks to get propofol because, yes, you go to sleep, but, it stings to get it. It, really stings when you... I don't even want to think about it. But anyway, so none of your business. Yes, you are right, but still, just be conscious of the fact that people with colitis, I'll just tell you, I don't mind talking about my medical conditions. People are always asking how I'm doing, but every 6 months or 12 months for the rest of my life, I'll have to go undergo screenings and stuff for making sure my colitis isn't progressing and things like that. So yeah, it's a very intense condition, and even with Karen getting made fun of for it, I was I just would prefer people not do that. Not saying you were doing that, none of your business, but they were you know what I mean? Even Proctor, I was ugh, that's uncouth. I've looked into, so I wouldn't say, so I have a very good care team, folks. They know what they're doing. It's a very complex condition to manage. I have a lot of stuff going on, but I have a good GI doc. I have a good, he did retire, but I'm in his office still, and he was actually the head of GI at the hospital I go to for a while. Really nice guy. Really, he knew my family's history so well because he had treated so many of us, but the goal is basically to keep me off prednisone right now, if you want to know about that, but that's not really relevant. I look into lots of alternatives, but the thing is, my medical condition is so complex. My care team are managing it, so even the physical therapy I have to go to, or whatever. If I'm going to add massage to that, I have to tell my doctor, who has to tell the physical therapist, who has to tell the speech language pathologist, and then I do like this other fascial distortion treatment. It's just very complex, and I can't do anything that will throw off something else. So anyway, I'm a towel. I'm like, I always say to them, like, are you all going to write this up as a warning for people not to get skin removed from their stomach after weight loss, like natural weight loss, because this is horrible. But I'm living, folks. I try not to ramble too much. But with court has it come into session, I don't know what to tell you, little towels. We'll see if we can get an update for you. Yes, I want to take care of myself. Don't worry about that, Monty. I do my very best. Oh, Christina, I'm so sorry to hear about that. Yeah, the medical cannabis definitely helps. I have not had to use a prednisone taper for, oh, goodness, multiple months, even years now, I want to say. We're getting it since the last taper I had to be on. But doing like a prednisone taper for at any point in time and experiencing these long conditions, like you will quickly learn the alternative forms of medicine, as long as the doctor's overseeing it, tend to be better than those pills. Prednisone is one of the worst too. It fixes the issue, but it's very damaging in my opinion. It makes you look like a chipmunk, and like you really like feel the changes in your body. There's like increased I don't know how to explain it, like fidgetiness. It's just very unpleasant. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way, if you're just tuning in. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial is not yet in session. Oh, I'll definitely check that out, Eva. Thank you for the recommendation. Sabine Hazan, Gut Brain Access. Well, none of your business. You should check out Boston Dynamics. Maybe they'll turn you into a man-robot hybrid. A none your business man-robot hybrid. Your robot name can be none your business. I wouldn't be surprised if Boston Dynamics is a CIA company. Did you know AT&T is a CIA company? Did you know a lot of American companies are actually the government? That's the big secret. It's not that companies have control of America. It's that companies are the government. Yeah, oh goodness, Mandy Strong. I'm so sorry to hear that. I really didn't like being on prednisone either. Oh, Deb H., I'm so sorry to hear that. By the way, folks, Deb H. has a birthday coming up on Friday. Don't forget to send your nods and friendly remarks and welcome to Deb H. as we await the start of this morning's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We are 15 minutes past when court normally starts, but remember, jurors were told to get in a little late today. We could be having a motion hearing. We don't know what's going on. All we do know, though, is that we don't have to watch the fan. Yes, none of your business. Have you not heard about this plan? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Kerry Gold, I really like the Clash song about Hammersmith Palace, but I think that's actually about Jamaica. None of your business. We do technically have plans for this. We're not going to invade any countries, okay? We are going to peacefully walk into northern France. We're going to bring 7 million men, 14 million women, and 148 million Russians, which is the entire population of Russia. We're going to go into northern France with towels, and we're going to proclaim northern France Norman towel. Now, listen, this might seem a little far-fetched, but oh, thank you, Camilla Mosley. Now, listen. Oh, goodness, Mandy. Yes, it's intense to be on prednisone. But listen, none of your business. We do have plans to create Norman towel. We're going to liberate northern France from the French. Now, they may or may not want to go along with this plan. It has to be a peaceful invasion. We're going to use towels, right, as the primary mechanism. So, first of all, I'm not really sure how we're going to get these 7 million men, 14 million women, and 148 million Russians into northern France. That's the whole logistical thing. I spoke to Def Otter on stream a few days ago or a few weeks ago about how Def Otter was going to be the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force for this mission. So I think we should use the island of Britain for staging this invasion. But the problem is we shouldn't call it an invasion. It's not really an invasion. It's more like a peaceful liberation. You know, like it's an occupation designed to make the world more friendly to towels. So we need to get the people of northern France on board with this. Now, listen, I think we also have to be careful because I'm sure there are way most of northern France to this collective of people who think they're anthropomorphic towels. I get that we can kind of pitch it as this like world harmony, like we're building a new epoch based on small acts of service and unconditional love, but I'm just not sure the French are going to go along with this. Like, I've thought about it a lot, and they might reek towels, but the French government, like, that part of that land is very I'm back. I would never leave you on purpose, ladies and gentlemen. I knocked the microphone cord. But listen, getting back to the point, I think the French heard us. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the French government heard us talking about our plans to liberate northern France, and they got to my microphone. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible news. None of your business. Did you tell the French about this plan? I think the French Secret Service managed to come in and delay my microphone. They did not want the world to hear about our plan for the invasion of Norman Dowell. Oh, goodness. Alana, it's so great to see you, dear friends. Dear friend, as folks may have heard earlier, we are extending our warm, fluffy embrace to Alana. Alana's service dog got surgery recently, so we are all embracing Alana in warm, fluffy towel hugs. Great to see you, dear friend. But yes, so I think you all are excited for this. Yeah, maybe I will get a ground sheet, Colleen Henry. I will check it out. But yes, hold on. I think you are all excited. We knew court was coming into session late. Nobody get overwhelmed. What we thought was there might be a motion hearing before the jurors come in. We don't know if that's going to happen, so we're monitoring closely. At a certain point, listen, friends, Little Towel does have to take off because I have doctors. But don't worry, no matter when court comes into session, you'll all be able to chat with each other. You'll be able to listen to what's going on. And as soon as court comes into session, you won't have to do anything because the Karen cam will just come up on your screen and the feed will run as normal, okay? So if Towel does have to take off to get over to his doctor's appointment, don't worry, don't fret your little towel hearts. The stream will just continue. You all can chat with each other, and I'll be in the chat with you after about 15 minutes, and then I'll be back home right around when we get started with morning recess at 11. Now, we may actually have a delayed morning recess if indeed the court doesn't start till closer to the top of the hour. But yes, we don't know, so we all don't know. And folks, towel friends, when I do turn the mic off and head out, it would be really helpful to me. Just let the towel friends who come into chat know that the stream is running, that court is expected to come into session a little bit late today, but everything is set up. The Karen cam is ready. The court sound is on. The court feed is on. All we little towels are waiting for together is for court to begin. So as I mentioned, just go ahead, let the little towel friends know, and then we will have full coverage on Towel Stream as soon as court comes into session. You won't need to do anything just because the fan's not working. Don't worry, that's not actually the fan, ladies and gentlemen. The fan is literally not on. Okay, so the stream isn't broken, the fan isn't on. So when court comes into session, as I mentioned, you will see it on your screens. Little Towel's going to get ready to go to his doctor's. I'm going to stay with you for a minute or two more. And please remember, friends, just if you would be so kind, to thank you, Alana. God bless you, dear friend. You're all wonderful towels. Great to see you, Susan. So we don't know exactly when court's going to come into session, but just to relay it one more time, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here for our 2-hour extended pre-show. Let me head over and get ready to get to the doctors in the next few minutes. You all have a great time and enjoy watching today's morning presentation. I will be watching with you. Once I actually park and get into the doctor, I'll text on the group chat, the towel chat, which is a group chat, a large, very large towel group chat, and we'll all be able to do that together. So And I'll stay with you for a few more minutes here because I do have a little bit of time to get over there. We don't know exactly when court's coming into session. We can take a look at some updates. I'll actually bring that up on my phone right now. Let me see if I can get you all, you little towels, any information. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Hold on. I got things to do. I'm going to give, I got to get ready to go to the doctor. Hold on. I'm trying to check if we can get an exact update on when we expect court to come into session. Ladies and gentlemen, stay close. Stay close, because we might have a morning. We know testimony is going to resume, but is it indeed the case that we are going to get a motion hearing? It doesn't look like it, because nothing's happened yet. I'm checking around right now, ladies and gentlemen, figuring out when testimony is going to come into session. And as I mentioned, I'm going to give all you little towels a call as soon as I'm going to let you all know. We don't know. It doesn't know. We don't have. It looks like there's going to be another witness later today. There is going to. Oh, okay. So Hanley from the MSP will be back, but there's going to be another witness first. Okay, folks. So it looks like we don't know who's next. It's not going to be Hanley again. She's coming back later. We're going to see another witness. Is this going to be Aperture? Oh, goodness. We're taking a witness out of order. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like the prosecution's case is going to go for about another week. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so much going on. When is court going to come into session? We don't know exactly why we're starting late. We don't know who the witness is. We're monitoring closely, trying to get you a start time, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get you a start time. No updates yet, but Little Towels, as I mentioned, when Little Towel has to take off, you please let folks know this will just transition right into coverage of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case as soon as court comes into session. I will then be back with you, ladies and gentlemen. I will be back with you at about, I'd say 10:15 or 10:30, and then I'll be here for morning recess if there is one at that time. We'll do an overview. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so much going on. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm keeping a close eye on developments for you. I'm trying to get the most up-to-date information that I possibly can, ladies and gentlemen. And, okay, it's expected to get underway soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an update from Katie Benoit of, literally 7 seconds ago. Katie Benoit of NBC 10. We expect testimony to get underway soon. Ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on the screen. Towel is going to get going very shortly. As I mentioned, I tried to talk with you as long as I could. I know how much you all love and enjoy talking with Little Towel. I don't mean to take it away from you, even for a few minutes. Yes, I know you're going to take care of each other. You won't have a very long time, ladies and gentlemen, where this will be going on. And I'm just going to double check the sound is working, so give me a second. This will be the last thing I do before I get out of here. You're going to see it go back to earlier. Hold on. Sound's working great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Towel's going to the doctor. Treat each other well. If there's any issues, you guys know how to reach me on X, and I'll also be in the live chat. We expect to get into session any minute here. As I mentioned, Little Towel will be back with you after the doctors. Thank you all for wishing me well. I love you all so much. It means so much to me. I'll give you a call in a few minutes. I'll be back with you all in a few minutes.
You are unmuted. All right, could I see counsel at Sidebar, please? All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Leave it for now.
be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at Sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. No filming.
All right. Send it out and then we'll thank you very much.
Court will rise, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of their best applications, the sales tool. The Kanban pipeline, game changer. Whether you're working with leads or full-blown opportunities, you can visually track every stage of your sales process. You just drag and drop to move deals forward. And it's fast and honestly kind of satisfying. When it's time to send a quote, it's literally a couple of clicks. The reporting, super clear. You get a live view of your pipeline, conversions, what's working, so you can focus on closing and not guessing. Right now, you can get a free 15-day trial of Odoo's all-in-one business solution and see how it can make your life a little bit easier. Just scan the QR code on screen or head over to odoo.com/LCLiveCRM.
for government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound. Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Please enter the meeting passcode followed. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted. You are muted.
Towel friends, I have returned. It is me. I'm a towel. I am a towel. Oh, I know you're all so pleased. Oh, the fan is starting to spin. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what does it say about the world that as towel returns, the fan starts to spin? Oh, no. Hello, it's me. Court is in session in just 8 minutes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what excellent timing. You got little towel back. I'm back, Wicked Uma. I'm here. I'm a towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I knew we'd be coming back into session. Oh, it's so good to see you all. I'm back. I'm a towel. Yes. Oh, God bless us all. I'm a towel, and we're going to be back in session soon. Then I can get my lunch. Oh, God bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless America. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. I am a towel. I am a towel, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I have the best. I have towel timing. I am a towel. That is correct. We don't know what the issue was, folks. Well, I'm hearing reports that a judge sent an email to the court about being pressured by Karen Reed's lawyers. So let's see. Just in, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial will be back in session after 11 a.m. following a prolonged voir dire involving Judge Kearney and all 18 jurors in the case. What will happen next on this crazy ride? Tune in now. We are well aware. We are all aware you are a towel. I am a towel, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. You're all towels. We're excitable towels. We have no. People were like, Grant, you can't just yell into the microphone. Yes, I can. These are outrageous scenes. This is outrageous. I think one of the jurors. Oh, they stopped the fan from spinning. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. I was trying to convince my friend from school earlier to watch the stream, and they were like, Grant, like, what benefit would I get from watching your stream? And I was like, you can hear me yell about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. And they were like, Grant, that's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, my God. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I heard a rumor that Yellow Cottage Tales, Kate, Peter, and Mafia and Kevin are going to try to not cover Aiden Kearney's hearing on a criminal case on June 9th, 2025. Oh, we might be coming back into session. I'm a towel. Hold on. Let me get the Karen cam ready. Let me get the Karen cam ready. The Karen cam is ready. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with little towel.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go to 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And gamma knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal, Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin-cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications, and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was a the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. Like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Folks, big news. We just got confirmation John's injuries could have been were caused solely and exclusively by an impact with the ground. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Heartbreaking moments for the O'Keefe family. This is very difficult to listen to. I think Mrs. O'Keefe has left the courtroom. Oh, goodness, friends. Devastating. It's bad. It's bad for the Reed family. It's bad. Look at the court officer preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. Oh, goodness, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Tough moments. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Oh, my word, friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and this is a big deal. Oh my God. Oh, that's just devastating testimony. That is so hard to watch. That's so hard. That is so hard to listen to. Oh, goodness. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. These are tough moments, friends. These are tough moments. Tough moments to listen to. Tough moments for the O'Keefe family. We are at Sidebar. These are moments worthy of the reverence that they deserve. These are agonizing moments, but a crucially important testimony. Oh, just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Hank Brennan has just delivered what could be a crushing blow to the Reed defense. We should be back from Sidebar in about 20 seconds. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a very overwhelmed towel. This is very intense, folks. Stay with us. We should be returning to session. Keep your prayers with the O'Keefe family right now, little towels. Our prayers are with the O'Keefe family. Mrs. O'Keefe, Mr. O'Keefe, we are with you in spirit. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be returning into session at any second now. Stay with me as I jump us forward. Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me. All right, here we go.
Fall backwards.
Hold on, we're going to jump back so we don't miss any of the testimony. Hold on. Here we go.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally, and what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. When is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant, and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside, with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep the carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of the brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, he had, I mean, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, that was devastating for Karen Reed. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We should be beginning Bob Alessi's cross here any moment. That was just devastating. Oh my word. That was one of the greatest experts I've ever seen. I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but my word. That was one of the best experts I've ever seen. All right, we're back to live, folks. We fell about 3 seconds behind. The Karen cam's obviously a little bit ahead. My word. John would have lived if she got him help. Folks, that was heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking. I need to go outside and get some air. I don't know what to say. How do you cross this witness? Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. I don't even know Bob Alessi. I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that, yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to 165, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination, this injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, we're all set, so we can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while I see counsel and sidebar jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Wow, towel friends, I wasn't expecting that. Oh my God, Bob Alessi gave up after 5 minutes. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my God, oh my goodness. Oh, hold on.
Jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought, so we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take. So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
15-minute break.
Court, please.
15-minute break. I'm a towel. Good thing I didn't go get my lunch. I'm so hungry. I wanted to get my lunch. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here. I'm a towel. We are on morning break. I'm a towel. That's the benefit you get when watching Towel Stream. Oh, my God. Bob Alessi's cross lasted 5 minutes. Oh, that was glorious. Oh, look at the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Oh, it's a Christmas miracle. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that was horrifying testimony, but Bob Alessi only went for 5 minutes. Oh, dear God. Courtney Myers, there was medical intervention on John. And by the way, Karen straddled John and pulled glass out of his nose. So I'm not talking to you, Courtney Myers. I'm saying in terms of like what happened to John after he suffered a head injury, which induced raccoon eyes and then died from hypothermia. And that head injury, which was caused, in this neurosurgeon's opinion, only by John hitting a cold, hard ground. Okay. The frontal facial injuries were for sure during medical intervention. And remember, Karen straddled John after 6 a.m. and pulled glass out of his nose. She admitted to it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe we have to watch that moment again. That was so glorious. Hold on. What are we doing? Hold on. We might have a motion hearing. Hold on. No, we don't. We are just the lawyers have all left. There's Chief. Hi, Chief. I'm a towel. Everybody say hi to Chief. We like Chief. Oh, Courtney Myers. God. Oh, my goodness, Courtney Myers. God bless you, dear towel friend. That's why, first of all, folks, Courtney Myers is so wonderfully insightful. Courtney Myers asks questions all the time that help us understand what's going on. And then all of a sudden, Courtney Myers will drop super towel chats that literally almost bring Little Towel to tears. Oh, my goodness. Courtney Myers is a wonderful, amazing super towel, and I'm honored to be able to say thank you and to be here. Oh, goodness, Little Towels. We have so much going on. Yes, the doctor just obliterated Karen Reed's defense. We need to go back and watch the start of that cross. And yes, oh my goodness, look at the towel friends in the towel chat. Not only do I get a chance to say God bless you and thank you to Courtney Myers, but the towel friends are coming together in a tight interwoven fabric. And just so you know, towel friends, you are supported here, whether you leave comments, questions, support, donations, whatever. You are supported, and I know Courtney Myers is as appreciative of all your goodwill and support as you are of Courtney Myers supporting Towel Stream. God bless you, dear friends. You are just super towels in every sense of the word, and you know the rule. God bless you, Courtney. You are a super towel flying high in the world of the towel universe. Oh, God bless you, Courtney Myers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a break. We are celebrating Courtney Myers. We are celebrating all towels in the chat for being wonderful role models to each other. And we are celebrating, well, there isn't really much to watch. I guess we don't have to we can turn off the Oh My Fan block because the fan isn't actually on screen. It is literally the family sitting in a courtroom. This was an unexpected break. We are now in a 20-minute morning recess of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, but we can watch the start of Bob Alessi's cross. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he did that. Hold on, little owls. Hold on, I got a plan. I'm the man with the plan. I am the little towel with the plan. Well, have you considered the fact, sir, that you are a towel? Yes, I have thought extensively about the fact that I am a towel. In fact, I was walking out of the door to go get lunch because I was like, oh my goodness, Bob Alessi's going to go for like the next 6 hours. But nope, Bob Alessi gave up. Smart man. I said tread lightly. Bob Alessi did thus tread lightly. Hold on, little towels. Now we have to bring up the Karen cam on Towel Stream, so this is going to take a second to buffer here. I got to be my towel self. I got to be a helpful, erudite little towel. Oh, look at all of the towel friends expressing their love for each other. But it is just a towel fabric of love, a fluffy towel universe stitched and woven together tightly like a beautiful historical mosaic. Yes, Vico's recursive form embodied in Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, made manifest through the towel chat, which is actually a 4D Tesseract. I don't really have time to explain it, just know it's very cool. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, we are about to watch Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi set a world record. He only crossed for 5 minutes. He knew he was outmatched. He gave up. He went running for the hills. Run for the hills, Bob Alessi. Take your towel and run. That's what happens when you go up against that kind of expert. Just run the other way. Oh, dear goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Alessi has taken his towel. He is waving his towel in the face of a brilliant neurosurgeon who just confirmed that John O'Keefe absolutely suffered injuries that could be and were the result of just an impact at an accelerated speed, in fact, from with the cold, hard ground, including John's injuries to his eyes. Now, there were some medical interventions and Karen pulling glass out of John's nose in her own words. Sorry, that's more my frustration with Karen saying that or doing that, which absolutely could have caused further damage to John's face. But the swelling of the eyes and the actual brain or the injury to the back of John's skull, classic example of hitting a cold, hard ground, testified the doctor. We thankfully did not have to see pictures of John's injury. Yes, we're about to watch it. We're about to watch the cross. Hold on, little towels. Hold on, little towels. I was so amazingly taken aback. I could not believe Bob Alessi went only 5 minutes. It's literally, I did not know it was legal for Bob Alessi to do a cross that was only 5 minutes. I'm just astounded, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to say. I'm taken aback. I am a towel. I think we are all well aware, sir, that you are a towel. Yes, I know. I am a towel, and now we're going to watch back the shortest cross in the history of Bob Alessi's career. Oh, my goodness, we were liberated, ladies and gentlemen, not only from a very intense series of testimony, but from Bob Alessi's cross. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have all just seen a glorious day. A glorious day. Bob Alessi only crossed for 5 minutes. Here we go. I'm ready to run it back. Someone said run it back. We're going to run it back. About 3 seconds behind. The Karen cam's obviously a little bit ahead. My word. John would have lived if she got him help. Folks, that was heartbreaking. I need to go outside and get some air. I don't know what to say. How do you cross this witness? Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. I don't even know Bob Alessi. I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was good. He listened to my advice. Hold on.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning.
Hold on 1 second,
I
little
go
towels.
to my...
All right, let me just back this up a little bit because we're going to start with the...
May I, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Bob Alessi, I'm going to call him...
May I, Your Honor?
All right. See, I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly. That's hilarious. Oh, God bless you, Francis Furchell. God bless so many of you little towels. All right. Oh, my word, friends. We had to go into an unexpected morning recess in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial after just devastating moments for the Reed defense. A neurosurgeon took the stand for the state, Dr. Wolf. This neurosurgeon testified that John O'Keefe's injuries to the back of his skull were consistent, perfectly consistent with someone hitting cold, hard ground. Multiple cases the doctor had seen, and the swelling of John's eyes were also consistent with such an impact injury to such as John hitting the cold, hard ground. Ladies and gentlemen, not only that, but John had a chance of surviving. He potentially survived in the hours after he was allegedly sideswiped by Karen's car and then hit that cold, hard ground. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this testimony was so bad that Bob Alessi just did the shortest cross in the history of Bob Alessi. Bob Alessi, Karen Reed's lawyer, is known for his extemporaneous crosses that are just almost bloviating in nature that go on and on and on. Bob Alessi didn't even try with this witness. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to the witness's first answer. I think Bob Alessi just straight gave up after the witness gave this answer. It was that good. I said tread lightly, Bob Alessi, on the way in. I didn't know he'd tread this lightly, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. I don't know what to say. How do you cross this witness? Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. I don't even know Bob Alessi. I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients? And what
Oh yeah, let's see what type of
just
patient.
in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago.
Folks, Bob Alessi started his cross with that. He realized he was in so over his head that he ended the cross 3 minutes later. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We are in an unexpected recess for just a few more minutes in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Tune in, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Chat with these wonderful towel friends. Join in, feel the supportive nature of this wonderful towel community, even in these tough moments of testimony. Folks, John O'Keefe could have lived if Karen Reed simply had got him medical help, rather than leaving him allegedly to die from a head injury and hypothermia in a blizzard on a lawn alone. Heartbreaking moments, folks. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. All right, towel friends, you can watch the rest of this cross now. It was really that quick. It was that quick.
I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am. If you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry. The topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that, yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable?
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also in a business of some kind? Well, if so, I want to tell you about Odoo. They're sponsoring this live trial stream. So Odoo is an incredible all-in-one business management software that provides you with a range of applications. One of the best applications, the sales tool, the Kanban pipeline.
That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury of the head, again, eyelid, is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid.
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Papa Lissie. I think he's done. I think that was it. It just ended. No, yeah. Anybody who if you only do a 5-minute cross, it's a terrible witness for the defense. Like anybody, they might be spinning it otherwise. But if you only have 5 minutes of questions, that's it. You failed. Look, it's over. Oh, Luisa Ramirez, God. Oh, my goodness, it's a high five.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions.
That's it, folks. That was it. That was literally it. And look, now we're still on morning recess, folks. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Luisa Ramirez, I love that emoji. High five to you, dear towel friend. Oh, hold on. Oh, Luisa Ramirez, God. I knew that was going to happen. I unmuted the wrong tab. Oh, Luisa Ramirez, though, I love that emoji. And by the way, I looked down at Little Towel's phone. God bless you to the person who sent pizza money over on Cash App. I absolutely, as soon as this next witness takes the stand, I am going to get $1.50 pizza. God bless everyone who has been supporting Towel Chat. Your little emojis make Towel giggle. Your donations warm Towel's mind. And listen, let me just say this. Don't feel like because I'm trying to thank people and there's people are so welcoming towards each other that I'm also not seeing the wonderful people who are liking the video while it's live, subscribing to this channel. There are so many ways that you can help this channel, and every single one of you is valued. And not just that, the compassion that you show to each other. You all have made friendships. You know each other. You ask each other how you're doing. That warms Little Towel's heart. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why, as I sit here with you, waiting for court to return into session, it is such a humble privilege and honor to be able to tell you that my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. We're waiting to come back into session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. This is, of course, by the way, if you're wondering why are people so interested in this coverage from this channel, this is a public information service. It's unlike almost any other channel. I'm not saying that's in a good or bad way. It's just it's a very unique style of coverage. Sorry about that. It is a public information service fundamentally rooted in educating and informing the public at large. There's a bit of entertainment as well. You might wonder why there are sometimes moments of levity. Why do we sometimes... Oh, there's a very metaphysical towel on the screen right now. You might wonder why do we sometimes try to break up the very difficult moments with some laughs. We're not being gratuitous. I promise you, folks, we're not doing it gratuitously. These are tough moments. Anyone would be forgiven for trying to just get through it by taking a little bit of time for a moment of levity. But there's a bigger purpose to our moments of levity, ladies and gentlemen. On a public information service, did you know, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, no, the fan. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, on a public information service, if you use entertainment as a hook and its primary function is to draw people into a wonderful community so that they learn about the judicial process, such as to inform themselves and thus ward off usurpation of our representative form of government, then you are living up to the standard of the British Broadcasting Corporation, or the vision for the British Broadcasting Corporation that Lord Reith had in mind. And as a towel, I can assure you that there is nothing I want more in life than to live up to the vision that Lord Reith had for the British Broadcasting Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2009, I walked right into the British Broadcasting Corporation's headquarters on a school tour. I was studying in Bath and Oxford at the time, and I sat down with one of the BBC executives. It was actually a very fascinating presentation with one of their division heads. And I said, ma'am, do you all still adhere to the Reithian values to educate, inform, and entertain the public? This woman looked at me and was like, yes, we talk about that in our meetings. And I was like, oh, ladies and gentlemen. I looked at my classmates. I did not say ladies and gentlemen. I was like, see, I told you it's a thing. Oh, goodness. Can you imagine Little Towel gallivanting through the British countryside at like 19 years old? Oh, my goodness. My classmates would like do internships with the government or like work with MI5 or something. I doubt they did that, but they interned with like governmental divisions that worked with Parliament and stuff. They would go to Parliament. You know what I did? I went and met some people who sold The Big Issue, which is a newspaper for people experiencing homelessness to sell on the streets as in order to raise funds. It's like a nonprofit initiative. I went and would hang out with them. One time, I was sitting at the base of the Royal Crescent, which is where Nicolas Cage lives. I lived behind the Royal Crescent, actually, on Northampton Street. But anyway, I was sitting at the base of the Royal Crescent, and I was talking to my friend who sold The Big Issue. And then he was talking to some guy, and my friend from the UK was talking to this man from Czechoslovakia or something. And he kept saying, "You are from Czechoslovakia." And the man from Czechoslovakia was like, "No, I am from the Czech Republic." These two gentlemen got into a very interesting geopolitical debate about the evolution of the breakup of Yugoslavia after Tito and the emergence, in particular, of the Czech Republic versus Czechoslovakia after the fall of communism. Folks, that is the kind of thing that Little Towel likes. I don't want to go off into the world and work for some bureaucratic institution. I want to wander the streets of Bath, England, meeting regular, everyday people who sell The Big Issue, so I can go sit in an amphitheater at the base of the Royal Crescent and hear them have interesting geopolitical discussions with people from the Czech Republic about the fall of Yugoslavia. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, God bless you, Kerry Gold. You must have been very much enjoying my theater. My story about the amphitheater at the base of the Royal Crescent in Bath when I was involved in a complex geopolitical debate between a British man and a man from the Czech Republic about the fall of Yugoslavia. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I do my best, Mary Adams. And then as I'm keeping you informed and we get updated and we're now stuck in a long recess, I start telling you stories about my time in Bath, England, mediating debates about the fall of Yugoslavia. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. I am pretty sure you could put Little Towel in any room, anywhere, and I'd be like, I have something we can talk about. Let me tell you about this time that I was in Amsterdam and I met blood diamond traders. It was fascinating. Oh, Kerry Gold is a super towel. Hold on, let me reply. I figured out a way to do this. Hold on. Murder by Maestro said I have to learn to use text-to-speech. God bless you, Kerry Gold. You are a super towel, and I am a towel. God bless you all for supporting the channel. It's Bath. No, I can't say Bath with a Boston accent. You have to say, like, I'm going to take a spa day in Bath. It's Bath, ladies and gentlemen. Bath. Do you hear what I'm saying? Bath. Bath is a spa town. It's actually where Lord Nelson, who was involved in the Battle of Trafalgar against Napoleon, I think. I only know this because there's a statue related to the Battle of Trafalgar in Trafalgar Square in London, and I'm pretty sure it had to do with Lord Nelson. I think his name was Lord Horatio Nelson. Anyway, did you know he lived in Bath? Did you know Jane Austen's family lived in Bath? Did you know I thought it was a hilarious juxtaposition to get a tattoo in Bath on the back of my back just for the fun of it? Because I was like, this is a very hoity-toity place, and I am a towel. Oh, yes, Wicked Uma. We can go to Amsterdam. We should stay at the W Hotel. Okay, it's right near Gray Area, right? You just like walk out to the right and then to the left and then to the right and then to the left and then you're at Gray Area. Literally, look it up, folks. If you walk out the front door of the W Hotel and you take a right, then you walk straight and then take a left and go straight, then take a right, then go straight, then take a left and go over a bridge, then take a right and go straight, and then walk 3 blocks and take a left, you will be a Gray Area. And if you're like, Grant, do you just have random cities like memorized, and do you know how to just go into these cities and walk around? Yes. I've been to lots of places. I only need to walk a route once and I have it memorized. I don't need a map. I don't need a phone. Don't need to call someone. I know which way to turn. I can see it in my mind. I can walk the route in like 5 seconds in my mind. So it's like, okay, I see the GPS route we're going to take. I know all the different turns. I see a visualization of the map. So let's just walk. I get very frustrated when people don't know where they're going. I'm like, how can you not see the route visualized over your eyes in some kind of heads-up display? Oh, it's so frustrating. Oh, Tris, we are waiting for court to come back into session. So we're talking about, I think I was explaining something along the lines of, I was in Bath, which is actually pronounced Bath. I was in Bath, which is a spa town in England, in 2009, and I was explaining how really what I think I'm destined to do is exactly what I was doing that day. I still remember it well. I'd say it was about August or September of 2009. Little Towel was just kind of sitting around being his little towel self. It was about 8:30 p.m. And remember, this is a very sort of nice British, like, countryside town. The Romans had built baths there. And I'm just kind of sitting there like a little towel. And I'm just kind of, Mandy, I'm just kind of sitting there and talking to this gentleman who I knew who sold The Big Issue, which is a newspaper for people experiencing homelessness. And I want to explain this to you. I was in a program that, like, placed people in the British government for, like, that was their, like the study, like, part of their course credits and stuff. No, I just took my classes and wanted to spend my free time conversing with regular people in England. And I wouldn't exactly say regular people from the city of Bath or university students. Nope. I wanted to talk to the people who sold The Big Issue. So me, a little 19-year-old towel, finds himself sitting at the base of the Royal Crescent. Now, I think I should try to explain to you all what the Royal Crescent is. We have a little bit of time to do this, so we're going to bring up on the screen what the Royal Crescent is. And you might be saying, Grant, this is outrageous. We don't need to do this. No, we absolutely, I've only had this energy drink, but it has 1,000 grams of carotene, 1,000 grams of taurine, 200 milligrams of alpha GPC, which I'm pretty sure is not a healthy chemical for me to consume, and 200 milligrams of natural caffeine. So if you give me this, in return, you will get me being an absolutely outrageous little towel. Now listen, I found a picture of the Royal Crescent. Okay, I'm going to make my point here. I am going to tell you about what it was like for a little towel to sit there with the man from who sold The Big Issue, and also talking to the Czechoslovakian immigrant who was insistent on saying to us, and I believe him, that he was from the Czech Republic and not Czechoslovakia. Now, to this day, I think at the time, I knew why this man was so intent on saying that he was from the Czech Republic and not Czechoslovakia. But when it was happening, I was like, oh, God, what have I gotten myself into? And then also I was like, is this what happens when you negotiate, like, international geopolitical accords? Like, you got some guy who's like, I really care that I'm from the Czech Republic. And then some other guy's like, well, I'm from England, and I think you're hilarious, and I don't want you to be from the Czech Republic, so I'm going to call you Czechoslovakian. And then it causes this spat on the sidelines of a diplomatic summit. But anyway, you want to see the best part of this? This is where we were sitting. Look at that. We were sitting literally at the base of this building. Like, see that green field at the bottom beneath the line of demarcation? So there's a front lawn of this Royal Crescent. See that big green field? There's an amphitheater tucked in under those trees somewhere. We were just sitting there. One of the guys was drinking a bottle of wine. I'm pretty sure the other guy was consuming something through a non-liquid mechanism that involved his arms. But, Little Towel wasn't going to judge. I was just there to smoke my medicine. Like, I had only found these guys because somebody had, like, a medical connection or something back then. They didn't even have medical flour that I consumed. But some guy knew some guy whose mom was in some trial, so they gave me some. So I hung out with this guy, and one of them's drinking a bottle of wine. Look at that building. Oh, folks, we're back. I talked us through the whole break. Sorry about that. England's a beautiful place. We're back. I can go get lunch now. God bless you all, towel friends. No, there won't be a lunch. It'll be truncated, folks. truncated lunch. Now stay with little towel. Adam Lally's up on direct. It could be that same witness from yesterday. She needed 20 minutes to get from the MSP lab. We're just waiting for court to come into session. We're good little towels.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
Yeah, it's Hanley. I'll see you in a few minutes, folks. I'm going to get lunch. You're all in charge.
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself for the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt, debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Would you show counsel?
I gave Mr. Jackson a copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding, that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both seeks to introduce in a minute to the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you could enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Your Honor, the combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, come off the seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Counsel will seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
oh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So, upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask, why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
In addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When you have another single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You can review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to call both the seats to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks. I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour, so I know. we'll take it out, okay? We'll see you back here. So, maybe we're just going forward.
All rise for the court, please.
Hello, towel friends.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
Grant Smith Ellis here, 30-minute lunch. Oh, an hour? Oh, goodness. I thought I was going to get a break. Oh, we didn't even have enough time for me to go get my lunch. I barely made it. Oh, why? It's just so busy. There's no breaks. I'm in breathless, exhausted towel. But I made it for you all. Good timing. I made it. I made it back. You know, what we might have to do, though. I'm literally so tired. We started at 7:30. I went to my doctor. Then I came back, made it just in time. There was a incident involving one juror. It might have to do with the Reed defense, like looking at them, because 2 jurors have switched seats. Juror in seat 1 and a juror in the back row. Now the juror in seat 1, I have my notes here. Let me tell you, I can't describe them, but I can say race and age. The juror in seat 1 was a man, and he switched seats with a female in the back row. Very interesting. I wonder if they were the Reed defense was looking at that juror. Juror didn't like it, apparently. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Look at us. We're together for lunch. Chewbacca's here. Can we do, I know you all want to reanalyze the direct of the neurological expert. I would like to rewatch it. I need to give some advance warning. It's a little graphic. Please don't take me eating during this as a sign that I'm okay with the intensity of it. It's just I'm desensitized, so it doesn't have a physical effect on me, but it's very emotionally intense. But yes, I'm going to be here with you, but I want to drops. But I would like to bring up what I thought were some of the big moments of the neurologist testimony. If you missed it, the day started off with Judge Cannoni interviewing all 18 jurors individually, and then 2 jurors switched seats. And so quite a way to start the day. And we, ladies and gentlemen, are going to look at the direct of the expert witness that really was so devastating that Bob Alessi only crossed for 5 minutes. Some of us didn't even think, right, that's what I thought, Macy, but because Bob Alessi didn't do his cross, he just did 5 minutes, we moved ahead of schedule. Now listen, that was very unexpected for me too. I had a whole day planned around trying to take my breaks when we were out of session, and now I'm not exhausted, by the way. It's a little bit hard for Little Towel to run up and down stairs. I don't have the greatest functioning body right now, so that was a little hard. It's also springtime in Massachusetts, and it's raining. So there's pollen everywhere. I'm a tired towel, but I am awake. I'm ready to go. Don't worry, I'm here with you all. What we are going to do is, I think we are going to watch a little bit. We're going to rewatch this direct because it was that big of a deal. And we're going to rewatch it with the Karen cam footage. So let me get rid of the fan. Actually, I'm not going to get rid of the fan. You know what we're going to do? I'm going to be a little towel, and I'm going to change up the fan. So stay with me. Stay with me.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans.
You're a towel. I muted it in time. All right, so we're going to get rid of... Oh, you know what we need to do, actually? Ladies and gentlemen, before I can even eat, we have updates from Christina Towel. Now, listen, if you are new to this stream, not only did we have a lot going on in the world of the Karen Reed trial today, and not only am I about to eat my 7-Eleven pizza, which I paid $1.50 per slice for because I'm a happy towel, but furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, Reporter Towel Christina, the venerated Reporter Towel Christina, who's not Christina Rex, was on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, on the ground, and gave us some very interesting updates. The first update is I have 7-Eleven pizza. I'm hoping someone from 7-Eleven will be like, why is this guy who streams criminal trials talking so much about our pizza? And the reason is it cost me $1.50. Oh, no, we are not looking at that fan. That is illegal. Oh, no, not the fan. Oh, no. There we go. We've been saved. We have been redeemed. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen, I have three pretty big updates from reporter Towel Christina. One of them involves Karen Reed and Chewbacca. The other one involves Chewbacca, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Bob Alessi. And the other one involves Bob Alessi, what looks like some kind of rock, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, you might be saying, Grant, did Alan Jackson really bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial? Yes, he did. Absolutely, he did. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we are going to get this update from reporter Towel Christina. I have the update right here, folks. Now, I wouldn't exactly say this is the most relevant to the testimony we're going to watch, but listen, I don't know how this has happened. I knew that she was going to find, not reporter Towel Christina, I knew Karen Reed was eventually going to find our Chewbacca. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we should be concerned. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed literally has Chewbacca. This is the worst possible situation. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is just very, very concerning. How did Karen Reed find Chewbacca? Oh, no. That's what I'm saying. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to do? How are we going to save Chewbacca? For $1.50, yes, the 7-Eleven pizza is good, Mike. It is indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we going to do about Chewbacca? Would you want to be stuck in a supermarket with Karen Reed? Oh, no, she's definitely preparing to call Chewbacca as a witness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is terrible. That is actually a dog named Chloe in a wig. It's not actually Chewbacca. How did Karen get a hold of Chloe? Oh, no. Oh, no, the Karen Reed trial, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Chewie's revenge, who's actually Chloe. Oh, no. I think Karen Reed does think Chewbacca's hot. Oh, speaking of hot, I want to eat my pizza while it's hot. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Please forgive me for eating in front of you. I feel incredibly rude. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen. I wish I could tell you that this was the only update. I wish I could say to you that Chewie is safe, that the next update somehow involved Chewie getting out of this predicament. Listen, imagine if you ended up in a Whole Foods with Karen Reed, who wanted you to buy Grey Goose vodka. Oh my, and you were a dog named Chloe in a wig, dressed as Chewbacca. You would be like, what is going on here? I am a dog. Lady, I can't be with you in the Whole Foods. Furthermore, why are you buying vodka? More importantly, why are you bringing a dog into the Whole Foods? Oh, dear Lord. Now, listen, I thought it was just Karen, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, it was not just Karen. Bob Alessi has somehow located Chewbacca in the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, no. Oh, no. Listen, Karen Reed found Chloe, who was actually in a wig dressed as Chewbacca. Bob Alessi struck a deal. Look at the look on the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's face. Bob Alessi and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man clearly struck a deal, and that's how Karen located Chewbacca. Oh, dear God. Ladies and gentlemen, we failed in our mission to protect. Look at Chewbacca. I mean, Chloe. Well, it's actually a dog named Chloe in a wig dressed as Chewbacca. Look at her. She's like, how could you do this to me, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? I don't want to listen to Bob Alessi. You can't make me a witness. Imagine Bob Alessi trying to ask Chloe the dog, who's actually Chewbacca, a question. Oh, my God, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Alessi would be like, now, to begin, can you please tell us what a day on the planet Ewok is like? And then Chewbacca would be like, well, I walk around. Well, I don't think Chewbacca would use English, but the court interpreter would say, well, Chewbacca said something along the lines of she enjoys, well, it's a she in this case because it's Chloe the dog in a wig. She enjoys walking around this planet because the people are 2 feet tall. Then Baba Leslie would be like, oh, yes, I see. Now, it's also true that you are a 7-foot tall Wookiee. Isn't that true, Chewbacca? And Chewbacca would be like, yes, Baba Leslie, I am. And then Baba Leslie would be like, well, Mrs. Chewbacca, I have to say, there are no 7-foot tall Ewoks on that planet. And then Chewbacca would be like, that's correct. And so Baba Leslie would then return by saying, so you clearly are not a 7'2" tall, 7'2" tall dog in a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot imagine what it would be like if Baba Leslie crossed Chewbacca. I know, ladies and gentlemen, I am very reserved with my listen, this storyline, I just want to tell you, this storyline with Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man started like 3 weeks ago, okay? Originally, first of all, I didn't bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I just want to be clear, it was not my fault. Alan Jackson brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. And so it created this situation where Christina Towell took she took the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca into her basement. And then all of a sudden they were on some like adventure across the Pacific in a dinghy fleeing from Alan Jackson in an F-16. You don't understand the lore involved in this Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man situation. It is incredibly complex and directly tied to the case. In fact, listen, I am not going to just stand here and be besmirched. I am going to defend my honor, and I'm going to prove that Alan Jackson brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man completely spontaneously, extemporaneously, you could even say. It was non-prompted, ladies and gentlemen. He just decided to bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, you cannot sit there and tell me that Alan Jackson bringing up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the context of a criminal trial is not ridiculous. You cannot defend it. So it started this 3-week storyline. Listen. It was not me. It was not me. And I'm going to prove it. I am going to defend my honor. Look at this. Look at it. I want you to be forced to look at it. Watch this clip. I can prove it to you. It was not me. Do I look like the kind of person who would go around saying he's an anthropomorphic towel and bringing up a dog in a wig named Chewbacca in the context of a criminal trial? Yes, that's absolutely true. But listen to me. I did not bring up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. For the love of God, it was Alan Jackson, and I can prove it.
Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right? Correct. Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right? Yes, sir. Okay. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right? Correct. Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right? Yes, sir. Okay.
I've proven my point. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Alan Jackson. I swear to God it was Alan Jackson. All right, one more update from reporter Towel Christina. Listen, you brought this on yourselves. You brought this on yourselves, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. It was actually reporter Towel Christina who brought it upon all of us. But we have an hour lunch. It was supposed to be 30 minutes. I just wanted to eat my pizza. Oh, God, the humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Baba Leslie for the first time only did it 5 across, and I'm now upset at him. Oh, no. But how did this happen? First of all, who gave Baba Leslie a sledgehammer? Oh, God. Dear God. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, I am okay with a lot of things. I am not okay with giving Baba Leslie a sledgehammer. Oh, the humanity of it all. First of all, what is he doing? Why are you doing that, Baba Leslie? Second of all, all right, listen, I don't think it's safe for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man to be around jagged edges. He is literally a marshmallow. Second of all, why is Chewbacca there? Who's actually Chloe the dog in a wig? What good is... Well, I guess she is 7 feet too tall. But what good is Chewbacca going to do? Oh, my dear Lord, ladies and gentlemen. I have just lost complete control of the archetype and the story involving the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. This is out of control. Fine, Dewdrops. I don't like food. I only eat to live. If you could just give me food in a pill, I would prefer that, honestly. I'm one of those people who just does not like food. All right? I know some of you really like it. I don't. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. What did Murder by Maestro say? Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Absolutely. That was the only... Look at this was the inevitable conclusion of all of the evidence in the Karen Reed trial. By the way, did someone say earlier when I walked in as lunch started that Grant was losing his energy? I think Grant and Little Towel are ready to go. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, do not give Bob Alessi a sledgehammer. Look what he will do with it. Oh, my word. You knew this was coming. What else would we be talking about on an hour-long lunch break other than Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? If I'm going to talk to 12,000 people on X and however many hundreds of you on YouTube, the Towel Friends, we are going to talk about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, and there is nothing anyone can do about it. That's actually why I think it's so funny. Yes, this is an obvious result of the forensic data. It's all led up to this. Bob Alessi cracking open rocks with Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man close in tow. Oh, goodness. Oh, my word. Ladies and gentlemen, let us watch. Let's do it. All right, hold on. Let me make this happen. I'm a Little Towel. I'm hilarious and endearing, and my name is Grant Smith Ellison. It's just past 1:20 p.m. on May 21st, 2025. The Karen Reed trial is on an unexpected hour-long lunch recess. I was eating some 7-Eleven pizza. It's actually pretty good for $1.50. I wonder how much it costs per bite. Yep. I mean, it's not as good as like D&E in Canton. Way better pizza at D&E. And it's not as good as like a very fancy place, obviously. But for $1.50, I'm paying like, let's see, how many bites did I take? Like 10? I'm paying literally like 15 cents a bite, and it's actually decent pizza. I can't complain about that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, our moment of levity. If you're new to Towel Stream, you'll know a few things. One, oh no, the fan. No, we are not watching the fan. That is illegal. We don't like the fan. Number two, we have moments of levity. Number three, there's a public information service, right? So even though I love 7-Eleven pizza, nobody sponsors this. YouTube runs ads now and whatnot, but that has nothing to do with me. I don't control it. They give me an option to turn it on. I turned it to a relatively low frequency. That's really all it is. I'm not sponsored. There's no ads. This is a user-supported public information service. Now, listen, I did look down at my phone, okay? I would be remiss if I did not tell you, Little Towels, I looked down at my phone. So, first of all, I want to say, God, hold on. What? Someone requested, show Karen and Chewy again. Listen, I'm not going to prevent you from seeing your lovely Karen and Chewy. But I did look down at my phone, okay? Now, I don't always see the chats if people take credit for them, so I will not read your donation. Some people like to donate anonymously. I just want to say, the people who sent super chats, thank you so much. The people who sent direct donations, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. I didn't even put my links in the chat today, so I don't know how that even happened. God bless all of you. Yes, the person who sent a donation for pizza, God bless you so much. As soon as I saw you say pizza money for lunch, I immediately went and got pizza. I didn't even think twice about it. I was just like, I am going to get pizza. Truly, God bless each and every one of you. Like, this is something special. I realize, like, this would normally take a whole team of people to do. I realize I'm probably, like, pushing myself to my physical limits in some sense by trying to do this. But, like, my brain is so comforted. Like, I get such anxiety, like, when I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat or, like, have gas or, like, whatever, or medicine or go to the doctor or pay for my copay, like, whatever. And you all have brought this like solace to my life. So even though I'm working very, very hard, not really physically, but mentally, like I go to bed each night so grateful for the opportunity to help you all. And I'm so thankful that not only has this community formed, but that it's in the spirit of a public information service. This is all I could have ever dreamed of. People encouraging each other to be educated, informed, and there's even a bit of entertainment in order to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off usurpation of our representative form of government, in particular the judiciary and the legislative branches. Literally, that is me living up to my, in the words of the ancient Greeks, eudaimonia, or in the Latin, summum bonum. That is my greatest good. I could not be any more pleased, and it's because of all of you. I don't know who, listen, I don't know if you know this, folks who are tuning in. So as I mentioned earlier, it is a public information service, but you have to think of it a little bit like Monty Python, at least in some of the stuff that we'll do, because there are every however many hours, how long have we been going, 6 hours, sometimes every 90 minutes, more likely these days every 3 to 4 hours, you'll get a few things. One, a moment of levity, which can be like 10 or 20 minutes, where we pick up on our Chewbacca and Karen Reed story arc. Okay, that's like something we do to decompress here. It's a long-running thing. If you're not familiar with it, it's all right. You'll pick up on it. We're very welcoming and friendly here. Me doing that, and I don't normally like to explain this because the whole funny part of it is the humor exists between what we mean and what we say. Like, am I actually that excited about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Probably not. I mean, I think it's amazing. I love we have a reporter towel, Christina, who goes and finds these images. But it's a form of entertainment, and it's not gratuitous. It's designed as a hook. Not just a hook, but a comfort mechanism, whatever you want to call it. It's a way to engage people so that they want to stay and be, not folks want to stay for all sorts of reasons, but it's a way to encourage someone who might be just finding this content to say, what is this guy talking about? Why do people like this? What am I here? What is this about? And then you find out, oh, okay, so we're actually reviewing testimony. We're becoming educated and informed. It's a public information service. He has no sponsors. Like, it's just user supported. And then you get it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like that's what I mean. Like it does. I appreciate the people who understand it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the content that we're talking about. It's actually the exact opposite. It's very weighty content we're talking about. So we, all of us collectively, try to catch our breaths. Literally me there. I was catching my breath through that kind of engagement. I wouldn't call it acting. It's more dramatic flair for an otherwise sort of vacuous discussion. Like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca are not the most important parts of this case. Maybe if you ask me, they're the most important parts of this case, but it is closer to a Monty Python skit. I'm glad so many of you like it, though. Yes, okay, so Santarpios. Yes, I know of Santarpios. I think my dad got it for me, actually, at one point. He used to... So my dad just passed, as folks know, Frederick Ellis. And when he moved from Belmont, then I lived with him in Cambridge for a little bit, actually. And then he moved down the Cape when he retired. Well, I lived between my parents' home when they were going through... anyway, so my dad loved Santarpios. I'm probably saying it wrong, and he would go out of his way to get it. He'd like get a special. He knew what he wanted to get from there. He would bring it to us. My sister lived down that area for a while, so fond memories. Yes, I love that pizza. Yes, I wish we could watch Monty Python on stream because I love some of those skits. They're so educational. My favorite one is the peasant in the field talking about like revolution, or also the skit on the soccer field where the philosophers are like, should we kick the ball? Like, should we just stand around and there's like Kant and Socrates and Machiavelli and oh, it's great. I love those skits. Oh, you are so kind. God bless you, Drew Drops. Yeah, I think I frustrate like my family a little bit. It's not that I'm irresponsible. I am very frugal. In fact, like I drive a car that does, like my family lent it to me. I try not to have any expenses. But I'm bad. I'm pretty good with analytical intelligence, but I'm very weak with executive function and like emotional intelligence. So like administering my life, I'm very bad at. Like I can do complex tasks, but I have a disability that impacts like money management. So I'm just trying to get to a point where like I can, like all this stuff, like you all are helping me so much because it costs a lot of money to run the streaming software and the hosting and the hard drive space. So I'm trying to get caught up. And if I ever become positive, God willing, then I'm going to try to actually I have 2 colleagues who want to work with me. I'm going to try to start up like a consulting business or something so that I can pay one of them or they can pay themselves, however it works out, like however we set up the company. They can pay, like they get the salary and part of their job is to help like administer my finances because I'm really struggling. So we're working on it. God bless so many of you. Now, listen, we're on lunch break until 2 o'clock in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We went off on a little bit of digression about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And in fact, people love Chewbacca and Karen Reed so much, I think we may actually have to add them to our screen. We're just going to put them right down there, okay? Now, we're going to watch the entire direct. Hank Brennan's direct of that Neurosurgeon was stellar, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to get to watch it together, and it's going to we might not get to see the whole direct, but it's going to give Little Towel a little bit of time to eat his pizza, and then we will be back into session at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. So, you're noticing it on your screen right there. This expert was so brilliant that Bob Alessi didn't even bother trying to cross him. So, sit back, enjoy the show. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. You'll see me here. I'll be hanging out with you. I'm going to pause my camera to save system resources. I'm going to eat my pizza. I'll be chatting with you. I'll break in to explain things as I feel relevant. But mostly this testimony was about how John O'Keefe hitting the ground was the cause of John's injuries, the cold hard ground, including John's raccoon eyes. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear, obviously, disclaimer, you're going to hear testimony about how John lived, probably incapacitated, for a few hours on that cold ground after suffering that head injury. God bless John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. God bless the O'Keefe family. Let's listen to the testimony.
I'm here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so that you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures?
Yes.
The author of a journal article.
Oh, hold on, little towel friends. I was like, what is going on? How could that be possible? It jumped us forward. Hold on. So what time were we just at in his direct? Hold on. I was like, how could that have happened? We were going along with the direct there. What happened was that it booted us up to the live feed, and then it kept playing the same part of the testimony over and over and over again. I thought I was losing my mind. Don't worry, I got a towel, friends.
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation of fractures of the clivus, classifications, and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Hello, folks. Grant Smith Ellis here. We're going to skip through this sidebar. If you're wondering what we're doing, we're getting caught up on the morning testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Just devastating moments to listen to there, folks. Just absolutely devastating. But we're going to come back now and listen to more testimony from Dr. Wolf. The retrial will be restarting in just over 5 minutes. I have the Karen Cam ready. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for watching with me over this lunch break. We got caught up. We talked about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. God bless all of you wonderful towels. I know this material is difficult. Yes, Claudia Montano. What happened as a result of the early morning kerfluffle with the jurors was that 2 jurors have switched seats. And it's interesting. One of the jurors who switched seats was one of only the 20% of the jury that could look right at Karen. I think this jury is very anti-Karen. I think that's what you're seeing in the courtroom, folks. That's the atmosphere. It's bad news bears for Karen. Bad news bears for Karen, folks. I think it could be almost over here. Goodness, I don't even know what to say. I think I'm gonna play Call of Duty after we return from lunch and just try to think about what's going on. It's almost like I'm stunned. As to how screwed she is. I didn't think even Karen would ever I thought she'd always put on a brave face, I never thought Karen would look like this. She's so pale, she looks so scared. The child is grown, the dream is gone. This is a defeated woman, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I'm saying, Dr. Wolf isn't that's testimony you can't discredit. The man, when Bob Alessi only crosses for 5 minutes, forget about spinning it in the public sphere. It's over. Bob Alessi only crossed for 5 minutes. The jury's not going to read any of those smears. The guy had a Google review. Nobody. That witness was so powerful that Bob Alessi was like, okay, I bow to you, sir. At one point, Alessi was like, you're not a forensic pathologist, right? And he was like, no, I see more brains than a forensic pathologist. And Alessi's only comeback was, well, they're normally alive, right? And he was like, yeah. But my point is that guy knows the brain better than almost any other human on earth. And Bob Alessi just gave up. So, no, there's no spinning. When you only cross for 5 minutes, it's over. Claudia, we don't know the exact reason that the jurors switch seats, okay? We only know that one of the 20% of the jurors who could see Karen was moved to the back row. It was the juror in the first seat moved to the back row, and then one of the jurors in the middle of the back row was moved to that old seat. So then that's the seat that the juror moved from was the seat where you would have direct eye contact with Karen the most often. Yeah, something's going on. Luisa Ramirez, you are real. You are the real towel. We are real towels. We are towels united in an interwoven fluffy fabric. Let's keep listening.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple of detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to break in because the Karen Cam is live. We're about to return to session. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, and there was still a little bit more testimony from Dr. Wolf left. I don't think we actually got to Bob Alessi's cross for another, I'd say 5 minutes. And then Alessi only crossed for 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So that was devastating testimony for Karen. It was very bad. It was bad news bears. Bad news bears. All right, folks, now, hold on 1 second. We haven't come back into session yet, but I have everything prepared. I have the Karen Cam ready. I'm going to switch us over to our favorite screen. God bless you, by the way, friends, again, for joining me for lunch. I enjoyed spending the time with you. I want you all to be well. We have another few hours of testimony to go. We'll find out. I think tomorrow's a half day, no court Friday. So this is the last time. I think we'll have to go a full day this week. I think we all need the rest. This has been an exhausting first part of the trial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for joining me for this special lunchtime coverage. I always enjoy spending the lunch with you. It felt like that hour flew by. I ate both of my 7-Eleven pizzas, I just want to be clear, and now I am eating peanut M&Ms. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a happy towel in the sense that I have eaten, and now I am ready to watch with you for the rest of the day. We are going to switch over. Karen does have an appellate lawyer, Marty Weinberg, indeed. We are going to switch over. Yes, Dr. Wolf is great, Macy. Oh, Dr. Daddy Wolf, we have a Dr. Wolf parody account. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it is glorious. They are called Towel. They've decided that Dr. Wolf is Towel Daddy. Oh, dear Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. The fan is still up, but we should be coming into session any second now. Now, I think what we'll do is we'll switch over to the other screen. I know you're going to lose me. I know you all are going to be terribly depressed. Oh no, I faded away. Where have I gone? I'm a towel. I got something in my eye. I am a towel. Oh no, I'm gone. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity towel has disappeared into the void. Someone save me. Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are in here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the humanity. I tell you, the humanity. I am trapped in a void. Someone call Murder by Maestro. We can save Towel. Towel is in a void. He doesn't know what to do. He is stuck. No, if you're just tuning in, we're just waiting for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial to get started. And I am being a little towel. And you might be saying, sir, we are well aware that you are a little towel. Would you like to confirm for us that you are indeed a towel? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm for you that I am indeed a towel. Now, oh no, the black box. I'm inside care. Oh no, I'm not saying that. Nope. I caught myself. Not happening. Nope. Nope. I was not going to say that. You little towels. You naughty-minded little towels. Oh, my goodness. The little towels have been naughty-minded recently. We are waiting for court to come into session here, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Now, we also should have Hank Brennan stepping up, or I think it's Adam Lally, stepping up to continue his direct of the State Police Forensic Analyst. Hopefully, Bob Alessi won't cross too long for that, indeed. I want to follow the light. Oh, no, we're not watching the fan. Listen, the one thing we will not tolerate is the fan. Oh, no. Look at the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen. You can talk all the trash you want about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You listen, Claudia, I caught myself. I didn't say it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Lisa, I'm so glad, and I also apologize as well. As you can see, we do very well to we uphold decorum. We're respectful on Towel Stream, and we engage with erudite topics of conversation such as to uplift and engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative form of government, in particular within the judiciary. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is what Towel Stream is all about. It is absolutely not about it is not just talking about how Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man save us from having to watch the fan and get dizzy because they are super towels. As you can see, real-time towel reporting here. This is the kind of erudite legal analysis and commentary I know that you all tune in for. Not just to talk about witness testimony and that devastating testimony this morning. Not just to see Karen clips, but to talk about how much we appreciate the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for putting his fluffy self on the line to prevent us from having to stare at the spinning fan. Yes, oh, God bless you, Lisa. Listen, towel friends, we have a new honorary towel among us. It is Lisa's mom. I think we should all send our regards to Lisa's mom. We appreciate you joining us and watching the afternoon's testimony as we wait for the session to come back for the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, of course. It's coming up after 2 p.m. Eastern Time here in Boston. It's May 21st, 2025. And it is Wednesday. The Karen Reed retrial, of course, is now on either day 20 or 21, depending if you're counting the day that Karen took sick. And I will say, folks, Karen Reed looks very devastated. This morning we had some jurors. We had all 18 jurors interviewed one by Judge Cannoni with only the lawyers present, media kicked to the first floor of the courthouse. And ladies and gentlemen, as a result of that, two jurors switched positions. The juror in seat 1 farthest to the left, the one with the best view of Karen, switched to the back row. I hope Karen wasn't eyeing that person too much. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The fan is, oh my goodness, I thought that Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man may have actually got the fan to stop in real life. It does seem to be slowing down. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have powers unlike any other in the entire world. I agree, Claudia Montano. It was hilarious. Oh, Olive 19, you're so amazing. So the best ways to reach out are either on Twitter if we follow each other. If I don't follow you there yet, drop your Twitter username in the chat and I'll follow you, unless you want to keep it separate from your YouTube name, in which case you can go to Facebook.com/Grant Smith Ellis, okay? You'll get to my Facebook profile. It's my public page. You can just go ahead and send a message there. I'll read it right away. It sometimes takes a second to send through. So we need to figure out a better way to share pictures with Little Towel. Oh, the other way you can do it, Olive 19, is you can go to like an image sharing website, like not Google Drive, but like whatever the image sharing websites are, Image Flip or whatever. I don't know what they are, but just type image hosting website, upload the image you want to share there, and drop that link because you're a mod in the YouTube, so you can link stuff in the chat. Just drop that link in the chat, and if I see it, that's the best way to get the image over to Little Towel. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to believe this. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca got the fan to stop spinning in real life. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, we have never seen these kind of movements. Oh my God, we're coming back into session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, praise be to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Judge Kearney is at the starting gate. The horses are down the park, ladies and gentlemen. I'm entering horse racing announcer towel mode. Oh my goodness, and they're off, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. They're in the starting gate. It's not auctioneering announcer towel time. It's horse racing announcer towel time. Ready your towels. I see the Karen cam. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Judge Kearney, the horse racing official, is ready to release the foals from the starting gate. They're down the park. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're off.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Hanley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing, or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple minutes, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And if I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
you want them marked individually, or do you get a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the exhibit numbers, but Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom here.
The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18. I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well?
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, correct?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You could get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or the crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from?
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I would need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E, and if my memory serves, I, K, and L?
I'd have to refer to my notes to...
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sidebar. Sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing better than a sidebar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar has started. We are talking about documents on direct or cross. Alan Jackson is on cross. He is not a towel. We, however, are towels at sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we are at sidebar. The sidebar alert has gone out. We are watching Mr. Reed. He is being babysat, so he can't stare over at the jury very clearly, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes, let's record it. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on a second. Come on. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think I may have said the intro twice. My name is Grant Smith. If you're just tuning in to day 21 or so of the John O'Keefe and Karen trial, Bill Reed is being monitored again by a court officer. Look at the court officer, Madam Court Officer, watching over Bill Reed, the father of Karen Reed, the defendant in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Things are going poorly for the Karen Reed defense, ladies and gentlemen, and the father of Karen Reed, Bill Reed, looks devastated. The mother, Janet Reed, looks devastated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is not going well. And Bill Reed is being monitored so he cannot stare at the jury. Earlier, 2 jurors switched positions after all 18 jurors were interviewed individually by Judge Cannoni with the lawyers present for both sides, with media banished to the first floor of the courtroom. Oh, Bill Reed does not look like he's doing so well, ladies and gentlemen. I am concerned for Mr. Bill Reed. This trial has taken a toll on his health. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, otherwise known as Grant. David Attenborough, Howard Cosell, Towell, Smith Ellis. And my word, ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a day. We continue to look at the court officer standing directly in the way between Mr. Reed and the jurors. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, 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 very bad for the Karen Reed defense. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can watch live each and every day of coverage for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Look at this unique view, the most unique view. Well, Karen and her lawyers are even more unique when they're there. The most unique view in the history of a criminal trial in the history of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. Staring directly at the defense table with Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the rest of the Reed family singers behind Karen. I don't think Karen's family actually has a band, but if they did, we would call them the Reed Family Singers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Reed, look at how long he is monitored for during every sidebar. The court officer stands there, preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, something is going bad. I do think Mr. Reed, I've seen him become more frail over time. He has become weaker. He has trouble holding himself up. I think this trial, it's not just taking a toll on him physically and mentally. His body, the stress is breaking down. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, in some sense, I don't think it is an act. I think that this trial has truly weakened Bill Reed. He's watching his daughter head towards a potential, perhaps more likely than not, conviction. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Reed. Oh, well, Miss Reed looks over at Mr. Reed. They will sometimes put their hands on each other's legs. They do seem to love each other. But I'm telling you, folks, Mr. Reed is not doing too well. He's barely holding himself up. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a protracted sidebar as we watch coverage of the afternoon session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. My word, ladies and gentlemen, earlier today we saw a testimony from a neurosurgeon. Bob Alessi only crossed for 5 minutes. It was that bad. The testimony on direct from the neurosurgeon as to the cause of John's injuries being John's head hitting the cold hard ground. Nothing more. That was the cause of John's head injuries. Ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar is about to end. Ladies and gentlemen, that's true, Jill D. We will keep a close eye to see what he does, Mr. Reed, after court. But the sidebar should be ending now. Grant Smith Ellis, YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. The horses are about to get back to the podium. I will see you at the next break. I think the sidebar should be ending right about now. I nearly got it correct. Sometimes I get it on the money. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier. So you can cut back, come back.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name, in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. That's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier?
Correct.
You see her initials there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, The 4 categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes,
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
that is correct.
7-12 is the Buchnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes,
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. You got a copy of this? Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may we approach on that?
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the...
This is it.
Oh, another sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, another sidebar. Oh. Ambriam, that would be funny. The thing is, I don't have any, if I don't really have any merch. Maybe we'll set up a merch store or something. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I would like this to be sustainable, but not really for me, but more so just so I can help other people. We're at Sidebar, by the way. Sidebar. And we've had a lot of requests for towel t-shirts and things like that. Maybe you know what, if someone wants to, like, I don't know how we'll set it up, but if someone wants to take part in that and actually do it, then maybe we'll think about it. Like, I just want to delegate it. You can see, that's what a company does. I need an administrator. We'll figure it out. There's lots of good people around towel. We'll figure something out. But yes, my word, ladies and gentlemen, they're not really trying third-party culprit. They're more just, Alan Jackson is just bloviating. There isn't really a lot of substance to it. LA Connection, you are hilarious. Yeah, I could make t-shirts, Allie. That would be kind of cool. 322, I don't know exactly. Oh, hold on. Nope, we're not back yet. Monitoring. We're on the live feed anyway. We got everything synced up. We'll see the Karen cam before anything else anyway. There's Miss O'Keefe back in the courtroom. God bless Miss O'Keefe. Yeah, defense. Your Honor, we'd like to come to sidebar because we are aggrieved. Well, what are you aggrieved about, Mr. Alessi? Oh, I don't know. We're just generally aggrieved. Yeah, that is very true, JJ. God bless you for those remarks. That was some very tough testimony earlier today. Very devastating to read, but tough nonetheless. And we're monitoring here, ladies and gentlemen. We see Karen Reed's father, Bill Reed, still being monitored by a court officer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a court officer monitoring Karen Reed's father. Do you know there are some words in Massachusetts that are very hard to say, especially if they, like a word like era? You put too many R's in a word like father, and it becomes very difficult for people in Massachusetts to pronounce. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I don't think the defense has a strategy. I think their strategy is, oh no, Hank Brennan has cornered us and we're ruined. And that's not really a strategy. I would say the Karen Reed defense is on life support. Ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar seems to be concluding. Ready your towels. Ready your towels. We're going to peacefully invade northern France and rename it Norman Towel. The ponies are at the starting gate. The foals are back from the park. Judge Cannoni has lined up the horses for the restart. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. Ready your towels. We're ready to resume the race under a yellow flag of caution because Alan Jackson is a marshmallow man. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. Ready your towels. You got to park the car. And they're off.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
Exhibit KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with...
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chalk?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart with green?
Yes.
And E is in echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those redaction, have those been done?
It has been done,
Okay.
and I was going to explain the sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
Any second, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I lost my mic for a second there. We should be coming out of the sidebar any second. It's just nonsense all around from the defense. About 20 seconds now until we return into session. Sidebar. Now here we go. I'd say about 10 seconds now. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. The peaceful invasion of northern France is on the way. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel.
$205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. Do you see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see? Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 712, did not match anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, were the cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by microscopy, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup, did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asking questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. God bless you, Karen. That's such a nice comment. Will we see Karen clips today, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I've put up a poll during the sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson's done on cross, and now Adam Lally's up on redirect, and we are at sidebar. And if you're wondering, why is this man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who thinks he's an auctioneering announcer, also yelling the word sidebar? Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Towel Stream, we say sidebar a lot here, ladies and gentlemen. We invade Norman Towel peacefully with our towels. The sidebar should be coming to an end. Karen Reed's father is monitored. We got to park the car, ladies and gentlemen. We got to go down the Cape. I tell you, it is late in the afternoon, and I will keep you entertained so you can be informed and cogent consumers of information. Court should be returning any second now, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The horses are at the starting gate. They should be ready to go. The foals are down the pack. Ready your towels. Here we go. I'm a towel, and they're off.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched that cup, correct?
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, or was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute.
Sidebar.
Feel free to stand up and stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. The witness is done. Alan Jackson had very little. There was little to do there. Alan Jackson is screwed. We are at sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson doesn't seem like he's doing too well. The defense doesn't seem like they're doing too well. Mr. Bill Reed doesn't seem like he's doing too well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at sidebar. I repeat, it is another sidebar alert. Yeah, I know, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have a half day tomorrow, no court on Friday. I really hope there's another witness, maybe some Karen clips. We're here, we're watching. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention, ready your towels. The peaceful invasion of northern France begins soon. Now, what does that have to do with the substance of the trial? Not very much, ladies and gentlemen, but my name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's past 3 p.m. Eastern here on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025, and we are waiting for the Karen Reed trial to come back from Sidebar. It's been a devastating day for the defense. Pieces of Karen Reed's taillight were found on John O'Keefe's clothing. And, ladies and gentlemen, a doctor, neurosurgeon, who Bob Alessi gave up after 5 minutes trying to cross, confirmed that John O'Keefe's injuries were perfectly and 100% consistent with someone falling and hitting their head on the cold ground. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, it has been a day. And we look down now at the O'Keefe family. That has been a tough day for them, ladies and gentlemen, as we are at Sidebar. The O'Keefe family was sitting around Mrs. O'Keefe earlier. She had to leave the room for a minute, or at least a few minutes during the testimony related to John's head injury. I think anyone would do so. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, no court Friday, no court Monday, but a half day tomorrow. So we're getting into the end of this long sprint. This was intense. I think a lot of us are tired. We're actually going to be able to maybe take a breath. And remember, Towel Birthday stream Saturday. We'll be together all day. I'll take your towel questions and comments. We'll do a recap of the first few weeks of the trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sidebar is ending. What are we going to see next? What's going to happen? I'm watching closely. Judge Kearney is standing with the lawyers. We should be coming back into session.
All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off.
Whoa.
So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Wow, that's it, folks. Wow. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. We're off. Oh, my word, folks. We're going to do our recap, but that's it. We're off. We're free. We get days off. Oh, my God. We get to sleep in. Oh, towel friends. It's over. You're going to see Judge Kearney. It's literally over. Oh, my word, towel friends. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Let's do our recap. Oh, my word. I can't believe it. That's how jurors go home for 5 days off. We're so far ahead of schedule. Oh, yeah, something big, Dr. Welcher. Oh, my goodness. I know, well, listen, I know some of you are sad and you wanted to keep seeing more coverage, but listen, how about this? We'll do streams. I feel like I would miss you all if we didn't do streams. So I promise you all we will do streams tomorrow and Friday, okay? I don't know exactly what time. You'll see it go up on the YouTube. We will do streams. These will be catch-up streams. We'll get some time to talk to each other. I'll decide what I want to cover, what we want to watch through. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done for the day. 5 days off in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Oh, my word. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Just in. We are so ahead of schedule in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial that we are off for the next 5 days. Court resumes Tuesday at 5:27. Is it? Hold on. 5:24, 25, 27. 24, 25, 26. Hold on. So 24 Saturday, 25, 26, 27 at 9 a.m. Eastern. Watch today's recap live now. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. I cannot believe that has happened. I'm shocked. 5 days. I think we all. So here's what we'll do. First of all, Towel Birthday is on Saturday. So we are no doubt going to do a Towel Birthday stream Saturday. We'll be very excited. I'm excited to hang out with you all. But for now, I'm just stunned. I was not expecting that. I thought we were going to go till 4. I was ready to keep going. Little Towel has all this energy. We need to now do our recap. It was quite a day in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, if you missed it. What we're going to do as part of our recap is we are literally going to watch the whole direct. That was a devastating direct confirming the cause of John O'Keefe's injuries. Were blunt impact to the ground, John's head hitting the ground, a cold ground in particular, classic signs of that. Oh, my word. Yes, folks. You know, it's so interesting. I met some family friends who said, so it's 5 days. Today's Wednesday. So off Thursday, off Friday, off Saturday and Sunday. Obviously, Monday's a holiday, Memorial Day. So we're back Tuesday, May 27th, folks. Tuesday, May 27th at 9 a.m. And then we're off next Thursday, which or for a half day or either off. So we only have 3 days of court next week. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there was other types of glass, Mandy. I forget the, and it's not that it wasn't a match, it's that it wasn't, she didn't get a match to it. We're talking rice-sized grains here, by the way. But yes, very interesting pieces. That was not the, folks, just so you understand, a lot of what Jackson was talking about on cross was a deflection, because the real bombshell, although it wasn't as big of a bombshell as the doctor, the bombshell from that last witness was that the pieces were of microscopic taillight were found in John's clothing. That is what the big deal was. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The where the glass came from, if Karen like ripped something off the taillight later, like that, it's very interesting. But it was all a deflection, and Jackson couldn't address on substance the pieces of Karen's taillight found on John's clothes. And so, yeah. It was more like it wasn't a forensic match. He couldn't piece it together with other things. So, but that said, the big witness today was the neurosurgeon. My word, folks, that's what jurors are going to go home with. A very unexpected early ending to today's testimony. If you're just tuning in, it's past 3 p.m., folks. I guess it's not a great sunny day out. I don't even know what to do with myself now. We have 5 days off. What do I do? I don't have to think about tomorrow. We'll do a stream tomorrow and just kind of catch up. But I don't even know what to do. Like, I was just so in the zone. I was ready to go. I was like, okay, we got to 4 o'clock today. We got half day tomorrow, Friday off, Monday off. But now we're just off for 5 days. My body, and it's my birthday weekend. Oh, goodness, towel friends. Because it's either no court next Thursday or half day, whatever. So there's no court Monday, no court Thursday. Yeah, of course, guys. So that's what we're going to do. All right, what we'll do is we're going to do our recap in the next few minutes. If you're just tuning in, it's past 3 p.m. on Wednesday, May 21st, 2023. My name's Grant Smith-Ellis. We are going to do a recap of today's testimony. It was really short. I don't know if you all realized, but we started the day with juror. We'll go through it in a second. Actually, you know what? If we're going to do the recap, we'll do it in a minute. But it was short, folks. We started the day with jurors getting questioned one by one. Then 2 jurors switched seats. We'll talk about that during the recap. Then Brennan's neuroscience expert testified. Okay, it was absolutely devastating. The direct was devastating for Karen Reed. Bob Alessi couldn't even cross the guy, gave up after 5 minutes. And then the next witness came, talked about the taillight found on John's clothing. AJ did a pretty weak cross, and then we just were done. It was stunning in some sense. It was almost like shocking, folks. So yes, if you're just tuning in, Dewdrops, you are going to get extra sleep tonight, dear friend. We all are. Our recap is going to be done pretty quick. We are going to rewatch if you missed it, if you're just tuning in, I'm going to pick out for you the biggest moments of the day. We're going to watch the testimony from the neurosurgeon. We didn't get to finish it during lunch. We're going to watch the moments earlier in the day that I captured related to some of the other testimony. But other than that moment, and again, this the taillight pieces on John's clothing, it's important foundational evidence. It's not nearly as explosive as the evidence related to John's injuries being a classic case of falling and hitting a hard ground. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was the other thing. So there's always been these reports that John had a glass and Karen had a glass leaving the bar. But anyway, we don't know exactly what's going on, but it's a very interesting situation. But again, that was AJ on cross, just very, very, every time Karen leaves court when something really bad happens, so if she can't put on a fake smile, what she'll do is she'll just say no comment. But if she's somewhat in control, I think she's more happy to get so many days off because she can go out and, drink and whatever. But if she's really, really faking it, she'll smile. So let us know, folks, if you get a clip, whether it's through John Hall or whoever, let me know if we get a clip of Karen leaving court. We always like to look as towel friends during the recap at Karen clips as she's leaving court. But now, yeah, that's funny. Listen, it's not really up to Judge Cannoni. It's really more about are the lawyers progressing in their case as expected. If you're ahead of the timeline and you're not going to take more than what was allotted for your case, that's great. Everybody's happy with you. If you are exactly, the defense has nothing. And so that's why I'm thinking she's heading for conviction, because the defense, the defense has nothing. This case, Brennan's case, is very robust, and the defense isn't crossing. So, yeah, and I do think some people want to go south to the Cape or whatever, down the Cape. Yeah, I do think Karen will cry. She probably will faint or something. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Karen Reed and Chewbacca from the venerated reporter towel, Christina. We're all keeping the venerated reporter towel, Christina, in our minds today. She is a wonderfully venerated reporter towel and all the little towels love venerated reporter towel, Christina. And if you're new to this, by the way, folks, we have towelettes here. We have washcloths. We have hemp towels. We have flannels, soap dispensers, paper towels, beach towels, microfiber towels, every type of towel you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, washcloths. We are a wonderfully inclusive towel fabric of the universe, and all types of towels are welcome. The only people who are not welcome are people who aren't towels, like Alan Jackson and Karen Reed. Okay, so now let's do, the rule that we're going to do. Okay, so we have a very specific way of doing this news, this recap. All right, so I'm not going to record it today because I found that it's actually better if I just make a note of when we start the clip, and then I do the recap after the cue time, because that makes the recap a little bit better. It records better when I just use the raw file. Okay, so you all know how this works. If you want to be in the recap, now's the time to leave your comments. Now's the time to get in the comments on stream, because we're going to do the recap, and I'm going to start it in just 3 seconds here. All right, hello, good afternoon. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I am with you after today's day 21 of the presentation of evidence in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. It was a devastating day for Karen Reed. I think that is about the only way to sum it up, ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels. If you were watching on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, you saw all the developments alongside the very exclusive Karen cam footage, the Karen multicam footage. Now, we, ladies and gentlemen, as little towels, we're going to take some time to go through and watch the highlights of today. We're going to talk about the developments. We're going to talk about how the day started, not with the testimony from a neuroscientist who confirmed John O'Keefe's injuries were very much in line and in accord with injuries caused by someone falling at a rapid rate of speed and hitting their head on the cold ground. But also, ladies and gentlemen, that John most likely lived for a few hours after that injury was sustained, and that is why there was the development of the classic raccoon eyes syndrome, and there was a little bit of talk of coup-counter-coup syndrome, or the mechanism of coup-counter-coup, which is the brain bouncing against the skull and things like that. Ladies and gentlemen, very intense testimony. But the day started, folks. The day started so long ago with Judge Kearney announcing to jurors after the voir dire, an extensive voir dire, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we came back to start the day. We're going to watch Judge Kearney's comments right here together. I'm a little towel, you're a little towel, and I appreciate you being with me here for this recap. Now this, folks, I will tell you, this went on and on and on, and then right as we came back into session before the witness, all right, and we are going to watch the direct as well, so this will end up being very useful for us. Judge Kearney had this to say to jurors. Okay, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thank you so much for being with me. And don't worry, this statement from Judge Kearney to jurors is actually quite important, so we are going to watch it. And let's jump forward. Stay with me. Oh, yes, here we go.
So, jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other 2 questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started.
Now, after that, folks, 2 jurors switch seats, okay? I'm told the juror in seat 1, position 1, this was reported on social media, who had the best view of Karen, and Karen was had the best view of them. It was a male juror, switched seats with a juror who was in the back row that was not in Karen's line of sight. So that was the development to start the day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually going to pause to show this. Look at Bossy Texas Chick's AI-inspired song, ladies and gentlemen, and look who is hiding in the background. It is Little Towel. It's a Karen Reed pickle chip song. This is Bossy Texas Chick. Absolutely amazing YouTube channel. Look at that. Look at me. Apparently people think I am a cute boyish-looking figure. I had no idea, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry I took your comments off for a second, but look at that wonderful pickle chips. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Bossy Texas Chick is absolutely amazing. Oh, no. Oh, no, hold on. Olive19 also sent us a message. And, folks, I know we're doing our recap, and we are going to watch the direct. Certainly, we are going to watch the direct. But I have very interesting reporting here from venerated reporter Towel Olive. And I am not the type of person, ladies and gentlemen, if someone sends an update to not find it, I am going to go into my special towel inbox. I'm going to look, and I'm going to see if we got a message. Let's see. Did we? No. Oh, goodness. I can't understand why this is not coming in. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I apologize. I am going to figure this out, Olive. I promise you I am going to figure it out. I don't know what's causing me not to be able to receive your message. I don't know if it's because normally all of the messages come in, but Olive, listen, I have a plan. Okay, I have a plan for this. I'm going to give you, we'll figure out a way to give you a contact email. And we will get this image because Reporter Towel Olive Murder from Maestro. Reporter Towel Olive has an update for us, and we want to be able to share this update. Now, I have tried so hard to check my inbox multiple times. I don't know if it's just not going to the right inbox. I am going to try actually one more thing. I am so dedicated to Reporter Towel Olive for the effort they put in that I am actually going to try one more thing to see if we can find this image. If we cannot, Reporter Towel Olive, I promise, whether it's tomorrow, Friday, or the birthday stream, you, Reporter Towel Olive, I promise you we will get this image up and we will show the world. And yes, Bossy Texas Chick is absolutely amazing, and that image was absolutely amazing. And yes, I feel so bad because I really, really, really want to figure out why I can't find this image. It just bothers me so much. I'm so excited that someone sent it, and just for whatever reason, I can't find it. But that's okay, Olive. I'm not going to give up. I am not that easily defeated. I promise you, dear friend Olive, we will keep looking, and eventually I will find the wonderful image you sent. But okay, now, the next part of the recap we are going to watch. Oh, Olive, don't feel bad. I promise you we are going to find a way. I will. The thing is, I don't know how we're going to contact each other because you don't have Twitter. Oh, goodness. But yes, I will definitely look for it. And Olive, if for whatever reason I can't find this, we will do a whole segment either on Tuesday, Saturday, just about your image. We will find a way for you to get that image over. You might be able to go, if you go to Google and type something like image flip or any host, okay, Olive, and then you go into that website and click upload, and you just upload the image. It'll generate a link for you up at the top of the page. It'll turn into what's called a permalink, or you can right click on the image and just copy image URL. Drop that in the chat, and then that's the way I can just get the image directly. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a recap. Now listen, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. This next testimony we are going to watch, this came out of nowhere. We knew a neuroscientist was coming. It was so bad for Karen Reed, ladies and gentlemen, that even Bob Alessi couldn't do more than a 5-minute cross. Okay, now, archived. Okay, I'll try it, Olive. I checked on my phone. I couldn't find it, but I absolutely will check again. Now, what we're going to do while I'm looking for that for Olive, I've had a request for a very specific clip. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people who love Hank Brennan so much that they have requested from Little Towel a very special towel clip. Now, as you know, when Towels gets a request for something like this, especially the You Can Call Me Hank clip, Modelo Macy, God bless you, dear friend, I would never prevent you from being able to see the Call Me Hank clip. Even during our recap, I will pause the recap, I will scroll down, I will find the clip that the world wants to see, and then we will go back to the direct. Here it is, folks. Modelo Macy has been redeemed. The Towels demanded it. Hank Brennan himself after court the other day.
Good night. You as well, Mr. Brennan.
Call me Hank.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
And yes, I know you want the full screen version. I know.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
Ask and you shalleth receive, ladies and gentlemen. Ask and you shalleth receive. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're doing a recap of today's Day 21 testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this next testimony that we're going to watch is a little bit intense. You have a disclaimer. We discussed this testimony in a very respectful way. The doctor obviously is a neuroscientist who is very intelligent. Oh, God bless you, Modella Macy. You know you make a request and I see it. I'll do my best to get it. And while I go investigate, I have some towel investigations to do on my Facebook because I'm going to try to get this message from all of 19. I am a committed and dedicated towel, and it's going to be the sub story of the recap today if I can find this image from Super Towel all of 19. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now watch the testimony of this neurosurgeon, Dr. Wolf. It is very intense. It is not necessarily graphic visually, but what you're going to hear is intense. This is a warning. This was literally the biggest moment of today's testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. And the full direct only goes for about 20 to 30 minutes, maybe a little more, 40. We're going to watch the whole thing. It is that important. God bless you, Suzanne. I try so hard. You can call me Hank. Hold on. How does it go? I'll be the Bodyguard song by Al Simon. If I can be your bodyguard, you can be my long lost pal. Something like that. I'm a terrible singer, but like if you can call me, Hank, I'll be your long lost prosecutorial savior. I'm not very good at writing lyrics. I'm more of a iambic pentameter kind of guy. All right, I have things to look for from our wonderful, dear honorary towel friend Olive. But yes, I appreciate whoever who said that. God bless you, Suzanne. I do try to be polite and proper. And now we are going to watch the testimony from the neurosurgeon. I will break in from time to time. I'll provide commentary. This is a recap of Day 21 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, May 21st, Wednesday, 2025.
We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. how much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share
Okay,
with us?
now pause. I know we're watching a recap, but ladies and gentlemen, all of 19 has been redeemed. Ladies and gentlemen, is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen in your entire life? I just spent 5 minutes. I wanted to make sure that all of 19 was rewarded for their efforts. And by goodness, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. That is Chewbacca. That is Chloe in a wig. It has all been discovered. I know you're wondering, sir, I'm watching a recap of a criminal trial. This is very important testimony. Well, you know what? All of 19 put a lot of effort into this, and there is nothing quite as wonderful as a dog in a wig, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you might be saying, okay, can we go back to Dr. Wolf now? Yes, absolutely, but that dog in the wig is not going anywhere. I tell you right now, all of 19 put effort into finding that wonderful picture of a dog in a wig, and we are going to put that picture in a place of honor right next to the stream. Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe in a wig. This is what Chewbacca has been hiding. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, all of 19 is having the moment of their lives. They uncovered the secret. Chewbacca was actually a dog in a wig. Now, obviously, this moment of levity before we continue the recap is one last opportunity for you to kind of take a breath. This next testimony gets intense. Yes, the doctor's very smart, but I want you to take a breath. I want you all to take a breath. And by the way, Simone Miller, you're welcome to be here. We embrace other perspectives. Just don't be hostile to your other commentators. Try to understand your fellow towels are warm and fluffy, and as long as you can disagree without being disagreeable, we welcome you here. Oh, Olive 19, you have so many fans for this dog. Oh, Olive 19, you are just making it absolutely rain emojis in the chat. Simone Miller didn't last very long. All right, we're going back to Dr. Wolf. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We are going to go to Dr. Wolf's testimony, but Murder by Maestro sent me an image, and listen to me. I cannot, if Murder by Maestro, if all of 19 puts the effort in, of course, I would go to the ends of the earth, all of 19, and that's what I did. But ladies and gentlemen, if Murder by Maestro sends, oh my goodness, is that me? Oh, that's me. I'm a towel. Oh, I have to send this. Which one are we going to use? Oh, yes, I love it. Murder by Maestro. It's little towel. Oh, my goodness. So first we got the people watching this recap are going to be like, can we watch Dr. Wolf's testimony? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Super Towel Anthony Barton, I just want to send a special hello to you. You are a wonderful, dear friend. I'm going to respond to your message in a second. But can we just look at this, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to look for video of Karen after court. If you have video of Karen after court, please link it. As soon as I find it, we will cut into the Dr. Wolf's testimony. It's not that long. We will watch the video of Karen leaving court. But tell me, folks, look at what Murder by Maestro has sent. Apparently, Murder by Maestro thinks this is little towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, not only is it not confusion at all, Olive 19, you are a wonderful super towel. It was my honor to include your Chloe dog with a wig in the recap. And Murder by Maestro has made this picture. Apparently, that is me. Apparently, I have a very good jawline. Personally, I think it's okay. I don't know if it's as good as that jawline, but goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Murder by Maestro knows how to make little towel feel good. Murder by Maestro, the 23-year-old binumerical speaking towel, is truly wonderful and made this image. Now the recap is just going all sorts of wild directions. I don't really care. We have 5 days off. It's my birthday weekend, ladies and gentlemen. If I want to take some time to be like, Murder by Maestro said towel looks like that, you know what? I am going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Murder by Maestro, you have so many fans. You are so wonderful. Your art can take the wonderful place of honor alongside Chloe in a wig. Here you go, Murder by Maestro. Your wonderful fan art can go right at the top there. Oh, you are all so. It's me. I know it's me. Here, hold on one more time. That is me. Look at that. I covered up Chloe in a wig. It's me. Wait, is that my jawline? Do you all think I have that kind of jaw? I didn't even know my jawline looks like that. I feel like I could like walk around and be like, look at my jawline. I'm a super towel. And people would be like, yes, sir, you have quite a jawline. It is only on this stream would we try to compose ourselves before listening to intense testimony during a recap by looking at pictures of Little Dowell, apparently as Tom Cruise, and Chloe the dog in a wig. Apparently it is me. I didn't know that. I didn't know I looked like that. You all are making Little Dowell blush. All right, listen, we got to compose ourselves. We're going back to the recap. We're about to get in to this expert's background. The testimony is even more intense. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you a quick summary of this testimony, because what you're about to hear is indeed intense. John O'Keefe's injuries caused by hitting the ground. John absolutely could have suffered hypothermia in the time window. John O'Keefe was potentially alive for a few hours, and his injuries were classic signs of someone, as I mentioned, striking the cold, hard ground. It is going to be intense. We've composed ourselves. Chloe the dog in a wig is with us to get us through this. Whoa, all right. Chloe the dog, it seems like people love Chloe the dog in the wig so much that we have had a permanent request. Ladies and gentlemen, that's great. Murder by Maestro, you are also great, and your idea to do a whole scene would be hilarious. I find you an adorable and endearing towel, and this image of Chloe the dog in a wig may actually become permanently part of the stream. All of 19, you are wonderful. Oh, Mandy Strong, the honorary towel spouse, comes in. LLA, you're so kind to say I have a brilliant mind. But let's get back to the recap, friends. You know I'm going to be here with you. I'm going to look for some video of Karen outside of court. Apparently, I'm talking like an auctioneering announcer towel. I've also set out to prove that it is possible to talk so fast that when people try to watch something on 2x speed on YouTube, they actually can't listen to it because you're relaying information that quickly. All right, let's go back to the testimony.
Where you went to medical school and where you graduated from.
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so that you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. So, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura, can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. The again request kindly at sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Folks, big news. We just got confirmation John's injuries could have been were caused solely and exclusively by an impact with the ground. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Heartbreaking moments for the O'Keefe family. This is very difficult to listen to. I think Mrs. O'Keefe has left the courtroom. Oh, goodness, friends. Devastating. It's bad. It's bad for the Reed family. It's bad. Look at the court officer preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. Oh, goodness, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in. Tough moments. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. Oh, my word, friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and this is a big deal. It's so hard to listen to. It's friends. Tough moments for the O'Keefe family. We are at Sidebar. These are moments worthy of the reverence that they deserve. These are agonizing moments, but a crucially important testimony. Oh, just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Hank Brennan has just delivered what could be a crushing blow to the Reed defense. We should be back from Sidebar in about 20 seconds. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a very overwhelmed towel. This is very intense, folks. Stay with us. We should be returning to session. Keep your prayers with the O'Keefe family right now, little towels. Our prayers are with the O'Keefe family. Mrs. O'Keefe, Mr. O'Keefe, we are with you in spirit. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be returning into session at any second now. Stay with me as I jump us forward. Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me. Miss any of the testimony. Hold on. Here we go.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally, and what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't. Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep the carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
All right, now listen, folks. We just saw the direct of Dr. Wolf, okay? That was a wonderful direct. You heard how damning it was. We can go over it. No signs of being punched in John's skull. This was a classic case of John falling back onto a hard ground, and when you look at it, it compares directly to patients like who have fallen on hard ice while shoveling dirt snow. Ladies and gentlemen, the fall to the ground could have occurred at a high rate of speed, such as if John got sideswiped and fell to the hard ground. And the doctor confirmed that John would have had hypothermia at the temperature in question. We're going to hear more about that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what caused his whole injury. You heard the doctor say it, the fall to the ground. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. By the way, we're just about wrapping up with our recap. We have to watch Bob Alessi's cross. It did not go well for Bob Alessi. Folks, it was devastating. Bob Alessi literally abandoned ship. If you did not watch today, somehow this cross was as bad as possible for the Karen Reed defense, folks, and we are going to watch it in real time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I appreciate all those of you who have tuned in. I know we missed Jew Drops. She might be going to bed, but let us send a special towel note of appreciation and thank you to dear Jew Drops as we get ready to watch Bob Alessi's cross. Jew Drops is the most wonderful towelette, always in the towel chat, bright and early, always saying that she is a towelette and a towel. Today, Jew Drops gifted her fellow towels 5 memberships. It was a membership parade. God bless you. We all love Jew Drops, the most powerful, wonderful super towelette we've ever seen and I've ever seen. And we all hope that Jew Drops, in a personal message, gets a wonderful night of rest, well-deserved, comforted by the thoughts of how she uplifts throughout the day all of her fellow towel friends. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, truly, God bless Jew Drops. And then also I saw Lisa Cox was taking off. God bless you. You are so wonderful, Lisa Cox. As we get you, Lisa Cox, ask so many insightful questions. You leave so many wonderful comments. You are the exemplar, the epitome of being a super towel. God bless you, Lisa Cox. But ladies and gentlemen, this cross, Bob Alessi's cross, we have to watch this in the recap. Oh my word, it goes so bad so quickly. Bob Alessi tries to ask the guy what he does during the day, the doctor, the neurosurgeon. The doctor says, well, I get up at 4:30, I go check my patients, then I go home at 6 a.m. every day and I make my wife a cappuccino. Then I go back to the hospital at 8 a.m., then I get ready for my surgeries. Watch this, it's incredible. Bob Alessi literally gives up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe John O'Keefe was sideswiped as well. Now, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to watch Bob Alessi's cross, and it is quick, so don't worry. You're not going to have to be too overwhelmed by it. But let's look at Murder by Maestro's reconstruction, okay, folks? Because every single person in the world knows that Murder by Maestro is the most special little towel that we have ever seen, okay? I want to show you this reconstruction that Murder by Maestro, the super towel himself, put together. Murder by Maestro is, of course, a 23-year-old binary-speaking little towel, and if you want to know 23 years old in binary, we can learn how to express that. It's 0001, and then 1001. And that is how you express it, okay? You do a mark in the third, mark in the 16th place, a mark in the 8th place, and a mark in the 1's place. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And what did Murder by Maestro create? Well, none other than an exact... Murder by Maestro literally saw this coming before anyone else. Look at what Murder by Maestro was able to put together and figure out. Look at this reconstruction now that we just heard from that doctor. And you tell me if this is what's likely what happened to John. I think it is, folks. And you can see how, obviously this only is the initial impact, but you can see how John's body could have hit the ground if he was sideswiped in that way by Karen's car. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, what do you think after hearing what the doctor said? It's a pretty reasonable reconstruction from Murder by Maestro. Mind you, Murder by Maestro is like literally an amateur, but he is so skilled at it. This is, and the knee injury too from the side swipe, which we already heard testimony, the knee injury could have been caused by the side swipe, John's injured knee. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to the cross, but never forget how brilliant Murder by Maestro is. We will say, I'll sing it from the rooftops, I'll sing it now, I'll sing it proud. I will always say that, hold on, Murder by Maestro, I haven't, but if you send me a DM, you know, we can watch it. So we'll watch Bob Alessi's cross. We absolutely, if Murder by Maestro can pass along the follow-up video he wants to show, we'll watch it at the end of Alessi's cross. Look how bad Bob Alessi bombs on this cross. I've never seen anything like it in my life. This is a man, Bob Alessi, who likes to go on cross for hours. He gave up after 5 minutes, folks. He couldn't do it. Watch, he could not do it. I agree, Mandy Strong, Murder by Maestro is amazing. But you know what else is amazing? Watching Bob Alessi crash and burn on cross. I promise you it's absolutely glorious. Oh, my word. That was one of the greatest experts I've ever seen. I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but my word. That was one of the best experts I've ever seen. All right, we're back to live, folks. We fell about 3 seconds behind. The Heron cam's obviously a little bit ahead. My word. John would have lived if she got him help. Folks, that was heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking. I need to go outside and get some air. I don't know what to say. How do you cross this witness? Bob Alessi, tread lightly, dear friend. I don't even know Bob Alessi. I'm going to call him friend because he's not a bad person in my opinion. Tread lightly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Tal friends, we're going to pause for 1 second here because Murder by Maestro sent over his video overlaid onto the exhibit. Before we watch Bob Alessi's cross, because it really does not go well for him, and yes, it is that glorious, let's look at what Murder by Maestro put together here. So let's look at Murder by Maestro's reconstruction overlaid over the exhibit. Now tell me, after watching this, that we do not have geniuses that walk among us, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me we do not have geniuses that walk among us when we, after listening to that testimony from the doctor, can now watch this kind of reconstruction from Murder by Maestro himself, the super towel, overlaid on the actual exhibit from the trial. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. It's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how it would have impacted John. Well, I think we're going to get to see it again. So this has the follow-up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's heartbreaking. And that was John's final resting place. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. She hit John. He didn't even go that far from her car. That was his final rest, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's heartbreaking. That's exactly what she did, in my opinion. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's heartbreaking. And then he hit his head by falling backwards on the ground. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is just in her backup maneuver, you can see right along the tree line. Oh, I don't know if she meant to scare him or what, but she hit John. He flew backwards. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I shouldn't have watched this. Murder by Maestro, I'm glad you shared this. But after listening to that testimony and watching this video, oh my God, that's what Hank Brennan's setting the jury up for. They just heard all that horrifying medical evidence, and the very next thing they're going to see is an accident reconstruction like this. It clicks for you immediately. This woman's getting convicted. Look, watch this video after listening to that testimony from that doctor and tell me this woman's not getting convicted. No chance. This woman's getting convicted. There's no chance she gets an acquittal. You know what I mean? Watch this video, watch that testimony, and tell me you think she's going to avoid a conviction. I don't believe you can say it. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's horrifying. It really is. It's only 8 feet from the road, John's final rest. You can't look at it, and you simply cannot look at that data and come to any conclusion other than it truly was well done. You cannot come to any conclusion other than the fact that it was absolutely unbelievable. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Murder by Maestro, God bless you for sharing that, friend. Yes, I understand Murder by Maestro, but we have to balance that. I know it's incredibly important, but we have to balance it against the photographic record. Literally, it's very important. But I will think about it. But yes, big hug to everyone. That was big. Now, that it could be game, set, match for Karen Reed here. Now, listen, we are about to watch the cross. You may be thinking like, oh, Bob Alessi will do his Bob Alessi thing. Nope. Bob Alessi crashes and burns, folks. Bob Alessi is crashing and burning. Wow, Murder by Maestro. You used the software ARCCA used. Yeah, I think ARCCA knew what happened and tried to cover it up, in my opinion. Hank Brennan's going to decimate them on cross. All right, but folks, we are about to watch. You are literally after watching that video from Murder by Maestro, after watching the testimony from the doctor, let's look, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's watch this cross from Bob Alessi. You may think that you have seen someone crash and burn on cross before. Nope, you've never seen anything like this. Watch this, folks.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make a cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am. If you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry. The topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that, yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk.
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
We're going to 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination, this injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
This ends up being the end of Alessi's cross, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We'll take a look and see if there's any further. I don't remember there being much. Nope, no redirect. Brennan didn't even need to. Folks, Brennan just let the. That was it. Alessi just ended it. This is incredible. Just incredible.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was it, folks. That was how it ended. Oh, my goodness. Folks, that was literally how it ended. It was quite a day, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a day. Now, listen, folks. I was shocked when Bob Alessi just gave up on his cross. Like, when I think Bob Alessi realized when that doctor was answering questions in the way that was like, let's just get to the point of what you're asking. You know, like Alessi was like, nope, no, I'm out, I'm outie. And that was the right thing for Alessi to do, because that wasn't just a doctor. That was literally a brain surgeon. He was going to rip Alessi in half. Like, literally, he was going to rip Alessi's heart out if Alessi decided to go down that road. There was no way you're going to insult the guy. There was no way you're going to question the guy. There was no way you're going to undermine the integrity of his conclusions. So what do? You stand there and you run. Exactly. You're like, oh, God. All right. No. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Alessi abandoned ship. Oh, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, absolutely. It was absolutely interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. I will say, I think Bob Alessi, oh, goodness, Bob Alessi absolutely had his legs cut right out from under him. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. I think Alessi didn't really know what was coming. And so Alessi was like, that's what I'm saying. Alessi was like, I don't have anything else to do here. Like, what do I do in this situation? So he just bailed. That's what I'm saying. Like, he literally just bailed. Very rarely do you see a cross just abandon and ship. It's almost like Alessi hit the button, like hit the bail button and just gave up. That's what I'm saying. The doctor was like, I don't think you want to do this, young man. Like, Alessi, is not that, that doctor is older than Bob Alessi. So that doctor was like, you sure you want to do this, young man? Like, I'm absolutely gonna dominate you. And Bob, on the first question, the doctor was like, okay, you want me to tell you about my day? Let me talk to you about the cappuccino I make for my wife. Like, if you're Alessi and you hear that answer, you're like, oh no, this is not just a brain surgeon. He's like a genius, and he knows how to talk in public. And forget about the fact he doesn't testify as a witness ever very often. Alessi was like, oh no, this guy is going to rhetorically hammer me. And then when Alessi tried to go to the next section of his question, and he tried to ask the doctor like some manipulative semantic word game, the doctor was like, hold on, I know what you're really saying, Attorney Alessi, and let's just address it. And then the doctor debunked the point in his answer, and Alessi was like, thanks, doctor, and then they moved on. That's what I'm saying. I said it. You heard me say it as Bob Alessi was walking up. I was like, tread carefully, Mr. Alessi. Oh my goodness, you cannot walk into a cross like that, or you will end up just sitting down and being like, oh, thank you. And when Hank Brennan is like, no, thank you, Your Honor, I don't have any questions, you know that Alessi just crashed and burned. There is a lawyer way of demonstrating to someone they crashed and burned, and Hank Brennan saying, no, thank you, no redirect. Oh my goodness. Yes, I was going to say, like, way to make the brain surgeon seem like a regular human. The one thing you got going for you is that most people don't understand half the words the brain surgeon is saying. And then he gets to use the word, oh, I made a cappuccino for my dear wife. And then the jury's like, oh, my God, this man's a hero. He saves people's brains. And then he makes his wife a cappuccino to take a break in the morning. Oh my God, exactly, Murder by Maestro. That was hands down the worst thing you could have done. I can't, how do you do that? Uncrossed. That was worse than when Bob Alessi hurt a juror by showing a picture of the inside of John's stomach after it was excised during the autopsy. So Bob Alessi has now hurt a juror and made a brain surgeon relatable. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't even know that kind of thing was possible. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. All right, so listen, I wish I could say to you in some regard like there was more. No, folks, court just came to a crashing halt. There was a little bit of testimony from a state police lab forensic analyst who had started testifying yesterday, and we got confirmation that John, we knew this from the first trial, we got confirmation that Karen's taillight was found on John's shirt. Very clothing, very microscopic pieces, but it's still important evidence. But ladies and gentlemen, that witness finished. Jackson couldn't even cross her, really. He only crossed her for 10 minutes. It's like the defense got some advice that they're screwed. They must have really lost the jury, folks. I'm telling you, I think they really lost the jury. And to that point, actually, I do have something I want to bring up, folks. I want to bring up for something like this. I want to bring up something like this, all right, folks? Take a look at Bill Reed during the sidebar, during one of the sidebars. This man is not just being monitored. I think the court officers are preventing him from looking at jurors, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Let's look at the clip that I recorded. The sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, where Bill Reed is being monitored. I actually recorded it. You can see it up on your towel screen. Now I'll give you a chance to listen to my erudite and prescient towel commentary. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're obviously going to be monitoring to see what's coming up. Let's take a look at Bill Reed during sidebar. This was one of I think Karen screwed. I think this jury doesn't like her. I think they think she's guilty, and I think it's about to get a lot worse. So let's look at the sidebar as Bill Reed is standing with a court officer. Gentlemen, I think I may have said the intro twice. My name is Grant Smith. If you're just tuning in to day 21 or so of the John O'Keefe and Karen trial, Bill Reed is being monitored again by a court officer. Look at the court officer, Madam Court Officer, watching over Bill Reed, the father of Karen Reed, the defendant in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Things are going poorly for the Karen Reed defense, ladies and gentlemen. And the father of Karen Reed, Bill Reed, looks devastated. The mother, Janet Reed, looks devastated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is not going well. And Bill Reed is being monitored so he cannot stare at the jury. Earlier, 2 jurors switched positions after all 18 jurors were interviewed individually by Judge Cannoni, with the lawyers present for both sides, with media banished to the first floor of the courtroom. Oh, Bill Reed does not look like he's doing so well. Ladies and gentlemen, I am concerned for Mr. Bill Reed. This trial has taken a toll on his health. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, otherwise known as Grant, David Attenborough, Howard Cosell, Towel Smith Ellis. And my word, ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a day. We continue to look at the court officer standing directly in the way between Mr. Reed and the jurors. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, 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 very bad for the Karen Reed defense. And my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can watch live each and every day of coverage for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. YouTube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. Look at this unique view, the most unique view. While Karen and her lawyers are even more unique when they're there. The most unique view in the history of a criminal trial in the history of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. Staring directly at the defense table with Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the rest of the Reed family singers behind Karen. I don't think Karen's family actually has a band, but if they did, we would call them the Reed family singers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Reed, look at how long he is monitored for during every sidebar. The court officer stands there, preventing Mr. Reed from looking over at the jurors. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, something is going bad. I do think Mr. Reed, I've seen him become more frail over time. He has become weaker. He has trouble holding himself up. I think this trial, it's not just taking a toll on him physically and mentally. His body, the stress is breaking down. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Oh, in some sense, I don't think it is an act. I think that this trial has truly weakened Bill Reed. He's watching his daughter head towards a potential, perhaps more likely than not, conviction. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Reed. Oh, well, Miss Reed looks over at Mr. Reed. They will sometimes put their hands on each other's legs. They do seem to love each other. But I'm telling you, folks, Mr. Reed is not doing too well. He's barely holding himself up. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is a protracted sidebar as we watch coverage of the afternoon session in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. So you saw that, folks. Now, I did not see any clips of Karen leaving court today. Also, I had a request for the 3 elements to go over the elements of the charges. Yes, I saw the comment fly by. We absolutely can do that. I'll tell you a little bit right now. So malice second-degree murder requires Karen to have intentionally done an underlying reckless act. So she doesn't have to have intended to kill John, but Karen has to have intentionally done an underlying reckless act, like backing up a car while drunk to 24.2 miles an hour with another person around it, that a reasonably prudent person knew or should have known posed a strong and plain likelihood of death. That's murder 2. OUI manslaughter, operate a car in a public way with a .08 or higher, or be intoxicated and cause death. That's a little bit, it's a lower standard. It's similar to recklessness. It's lower. So you need recklessness plus a theory of the act for malice second degree murder. For OUI manslaughter, you just need recklessness for the underlying act, so a little bit lower, but similar concept. And then leaving this, and then there's 2 underlying, there's 2 lesser included charges in the second count of the indictment. One of them is motor vehicle homicide OUI, very similar to OUI manslaughter. Another one is involuntary manslaughter, which is similar to OUI manslaughter but without the OUI, and it's involuntary. And then the third count of the indictment is leaving the scene of an accident causing serious bodily injury or death, which is exactly what it sounds like. So I think we're looking at very likely a conviction on one of the counts in the second count of the indictment. OUI manslaughter seems very likely right now, but I'd peg it at like an 80% chance that it's one of the counts under count 2. Maybe involuntary manslaughter if they want to give her like 8 to 12 or something rather than 12 to 20 or whatever. But I don't think she's getting motor vehicle homicide OUI, although it's always possible. But I think they're looking, I would say, involuntary manslaughter, maybe OUI manslaughter. So she's looking 12 to 20, I'd say, on count 2. And then she's going to, I think, get convicted on count 3, leaving the scene. I think there's enough there this time that she left the initial scene knowing she hit John. And so that would push it up a little bit as well. So, and there you go. Those are the 3 elements of the charges. Now, listen, I'm going to stay with the towel, friends, but my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm going to say this as to the recap. So finishing up today's overview of trial, we took a look for clips of Karen leaving court. There's nothing up yet. If anybody sees clips of Karen leaving court, oh, of course, Seasons, glad to help anytime, dear friend. God bless you for asking the question. You folks may think you have a question that's just a question, but you could help thousands of other people. We reached almost 17,000 people over on the X today, folks. That's quite an accomplishment. God bless all you towel friends for being here for it. We're taking a look for video of Karen leaving court. I haven't seen anything yet, but absolutely throw that up in the chat, folks. You know that you all have the ability to include links in the chat, so if you see the video of Karen Reed leaving court, by all means throw it up. We're not seeing anything just yet, ladies and gentlemen, but we're keeping an eye out and watching very, very, very closely. But that said, if we can't get it in the recap, that's absolutely okay. Appreciate everyone who stayed for the recap. You can follow, as you heard at the beginning of this recap, you can follow more over the next few days. There is no trial presentation of evidence tomorrow or Friday. Then we get the weekend off. Then we get Memorial Day off, folks. We get a 5-day weekend. So if you need some chance, I think Judge Canoni got the sense that everyone was tired and that folks needed a chance to recharge. So if you've been waiting for that chance to recharge, you got it now, folks. You got the chance to recharge. We're taking a look to see if we can find evidence or pictures or video of Karen Reed leaving court. Nothing yet that I'm seeing. Nothing yet. But I don't want to... Oh, interesting. What's this? Someone did have a clip here. Oh, what is this? Where is this? It looks like justice served potentially. Hold on. I'm gonna grab the grab the link here. I bet they have it. No, they don't have any ads. All right, hold on. So I think I have footage of Karen Reed leaving. Stay here, little towels. Stay here, little towels. I have it. Yep. I think this is the footage of Karen Reed leaving court. So stay with me, little towels. There we go. You all wanted to see it. Now we got the footage. I'm going to make it full screen for you, little towels. All right. Now let's change it up here. Let's see if we can get it 1080p. All right. Let's see if this was indeed Karen Reed leaving court. Yes, indeed. Let's listen in. Credit to Justice Serve TV. Where's the volume? Oh, hold on. Hold on, little towels. Let's watch it from the beginning with sound.
Oh, I went down the wrong way. Let me mess up your B footage, guys. Messing up your... Wrapping up week 5. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm anxious. I'm ready to put on our case.
I feel great. I'm anxious. Hold on.
Wrapping up week 5. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm anxious. I'm ready to put on our case, which will be more robust than it was last year. So I'm anxious for everyone to learn what we know.
What differences will you have for the case?
More witnesses, broader and deeper.
What's the significance of the frosted piece of glass?
It matched the glass on the bumper, but the bumper glass didn't match the glass, the cocktail glass, the cup. Nothing on the bumper matched the cup. One piece on the bumper matched a piece found the second week in February by the former trooper Michael Proctor. So he found a piece at 34 Fairview, allegedly, that matched a piece on the glass, on the bumper. Nothing else on the bumper matched the cup. What is the other breaking event of glass? There's multiple sources of glass.
What were your feelings this morning when there was some kind of issue with the jury? What are the emotions?
We've had these before, so we just wait for the judge to evaluate and let it play out, and it all works out.
How do you feel about the jury?
I feel good about the jury. I feel good about our selection, and I feel good.
How about their case? I mean, they're almost wrapping it up. How have you found it to be different, same, similar, etc.?
Yep, abridged, fewer witnesses, and.
Do you think they've been less effective than the last time around?
I don't believe so, but I don't know. That's for the jury to say.
What did you learn about the jury issue?
The doctor is not a neuropathologist. He doesn't perform autopsies. So I found him not qualified to speak about what a medical examiner should.
Well, Mr. Alessi, ask more questions then.
We have our own medical examiner.
Karen,
will you ask anyone more than just vultures to your knowledge? I'm going to have a couple days without an alarm. Without a thank you.
Do you know if there's anyone more than just vulture?
Or is he the only one? I believe that's the last one. Okay, so that's it. That is my and did your two friends call Michael Proctor? TBD. Still TBD. Still TBD.
Watch out, Justin. Okay.
What about Brian Albert or Brian Higgins?
Ms. Reed, any relaxation planned over the next few days?
No alarms for at least a day or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, what about the shoe?
Thank you.
Oh my God, you have a soundbite.
I did that for the benefit of my audience.
Well, there you go, folks. There you go. That was the clip of Karen Reed leaving court. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed leaving court. You stuck around. Exactly. You got to see it. We waited. It was worth it, folks. It was worth it. We got to see the clip. There you go. Yep, the media's turning on her, and you just heard still no decision on whether Michael Proctor will be called. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a day indeed, folks. And you know, we already finished our recap, but I will say, let me just end the recap. It's around 4:50. That was a long recap. If you want to know how long that recap went, it started at like 3:13 and didn't end until 4:50. So that was a long recap. But you can tune in, obviously, tomorrow, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We'll do a special stream, just chat with the Towel Friends. Maybe we'll do one Friday, too. Saturday, Saturday special towel birthday stream, ladies and gentlemen. Then we're off from court on Sunday, obviously. Off Monday for Memorial Day. Back Tuesday, 9 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have some fun towel days. As you heard, Karen doesn't have an alarm. We get some time off. But ladies and gentlemen, join youtube.com/@GrantsmithElvis. Like the channel, subscribe, like the video. You can even become a member. You can support. This was the recap. Thank you very much. I'm going to go talk to the towel friends. We'll cut it at 4:51:40. Perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Little towels. It was so great to do that recap with you. Now, listen, I want to, let's actually make a clip of Karen leaving court. Oh, I'll do that after we're done. It won't be as good if I do it now. Just takes a lot of system resources to do the dual broadcast. All right, folks. Listen, that was quite the day. I think, actually, you know what we should do? We cannot end the day without playing the Hank clip. We're playing the Hank clip. That's it. We're playing the You Can Call Me Hank clip. Because Karen gets her clip, and even though Hank Brennan wouldn't really say anything anyway, but even though we don't get Hank Brennan walking out today, you can get your favorite clip. Every towel loves this clip. If you don't like this clip, I don't know if you are even a towel. Can you call yourself a towel if you don't like this clip?
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
Yeah, and let me just tell you. By the way, that is a great clip. Let me just tell you, Jack E65 is 100% right. I was in that courtroom. I know how much that jury doesn't like Karen. She's faking it. She's putting on an air of confidence. Faking it till she makes it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, God bless you, all of 19. It's my honor to be able to be here with you, and you actually, all of 19, gave us a picture that will now be permanently on the towel stream. The dog, Chloe with a wig. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Wild Roses, I felt so, it was more like Hank Brennan doesn't have a larger than life persona, but I was just like, oh my goodness, I am like in awe of this man. Like, I have so much respect and reverence for this man. I can't believe he spoke to me. Like, this man may as well be my hero. Like, oh my, I will build a statue of this man. And he's like, you can call me Hank. And I was like, I don't know, what do I say to that? I can't believe you recognize my existence. Like, you know what I did actually? I'll tell you. I turned around. I walked up to Abby Patkin from Boston.com, who will, I'm sure, remember this moment because it was quite funny. And I was like, Abby, Hank Brennan said I can call him Hank. I'm going to wear that like a medal. And she looked up, and normally I think a reporter would be like, why is this person saying this to me? She looked at me and she was smiling. It was like, oh, she didn't say it, but the look on her face was like, oh, he's so proud of himself. And then I walked down the street like a happy, giddy little towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a day. I will tell you right now. Murder by Maestro, I agree. Oh, goodness. No, you don't understand. It's a very formal diplomatic thing. When someone says, call me Hank, you can't go back to Mr. Brennan. That is a fundamental insult. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? You can't do that kind of thing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that Francis Fruit Trowel, you are wonderful. I gave you a fist bump when you donated 200 tomato plants and we named them honorary towels because you're a super towel. Yep, I get the vibe. Almost all the jury hates Karen Reed. Yep, absolutely. What did Karen Reed say? Hold on. Oh, interesting. If Karen Reed said, I don't think, hold on, what did Karen say about the jury? I might have, oh, no, it's not a clip. Hold on, so it's not a clip, Kerry Gold. Karen sent a text message. Yes, Lisa Cox, we did see Karen leave court. So does anyone want to watch it again for Lisa Cox? We can watch it. Lisa, you know what? You are a wonderful, amazing special towel. We are going to watch Karen leaving court again just for you because you are so wonderful.
Oh, I went down the wrong way. Let me mess up your B footage, guys. Messing up your...
You are so kind to say that, Suzanne. God bless you.
What differences will you have for the case?
More witnesses. Broader and deeper.
What's the significance of the Proctor piece of glass?
It matched the glass on the bumper, but the bumper glass didn't match the glass, the cocktail glass, the cup. Nothing on the bumper matched the cup. One piece on the bumper matched a piece found the second week in February by the former trooper Michael Proctor. So he found a piece at 34 Fairview, allegedly, that matched a piece on the glass, on the bumper. Nothing else on the bumper matched the cup. What is the other breaking event of glass? There's multiple sources of glass.
They're all.
What were your feelings this morning when there was some kind of issue with the jury? What are the emotions?
We've had these before, so we just wait for the judge to evaluate and let it play out, and it all works out.
How
do you
about
feel
their?
about the jury?
I feel good about the jury. I feel good about our selection, and I feel good.
How about their case? I mean, they're almost wrapping it up. How have you found it to be different, same, similar, etc.?
Yep, abridged, fewer witnesses, and
Do you think they've been less effective than the last time around?
I don't believe so, but I don't know. That's for the jury to say.
What did you learn about the jury issue?
The doctor is not a neuropathologist. He doesn't perform autopsies, so I found him not qualified to speak about what a medical examiner should.
Well, I think Mr. Alessi asked more questions then.
We have our own medical examiner. Karen, do they have anyone more than just vultures to your knowledge? I'm going to have a couple days without an alarm, and without height.
Do you know if there's anyone more than just the vulture being involved? Or is he the only one?
I believe that's the last one.
Okay, so that's it.
That is my
And since your chief friend called Michael Proctor?
TBD.
Still TBD.
Still TBD.
What judge? Okay.
What about Brian Albert or Brian Higgins?
Ms. Reed, any relaxation planned over the next few days?
No alarms for at least a day or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, what about the shoe?
Thank you.
So there it is. There it is, towel friends. You got the opportunity to see the pictures of Karen Reed leaving court. Ladies and gentlemen, you did indeed. Oh, God bless you, Pat. Oh, so first of all, Pat Brooks, God bless you, dear friend. Hank is wonderful. Grant, you are wonderful, says Pat Brooks. Murder by Maestro, you are wonderful. Three geniuses combined into one. Justice for John O'Keefe. Keep the faith. God bless you, Pat Brooks. And I also want to say, folks, I'm gonna reply to Pat Brooks too. But did you all see this emoji sticker? Pat Brooks, first of all, thank you so much for your kind chat. You are a super towel, Pat Brooks, in every sense of the term. Look at that wonderful super towel chat from Pat Brooks. And I don't think I can scroll down quite slow enough to center it. Oh, yeah, I can. There you go. Oh, Pat Brooks, God bless you, dear friend. And folks, look at this sticker from Suzanne. Is that not the greatest? Look at that thing. Look at that super. It is literally a super towel. It is a super pear or some kind of fruit wearing a cape, flying. That is the greatest thing. That is the cutest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. If your goal is to make Little Towel giggle, to end court, now we are ending court. I get 5 days off. We're going to do streams and hang out, obviously, over the next 3 days. It's Towel's birthday weekend, and I get to look at the flying pear. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I could not be any more pleased. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, I don't even want it to leave the screen. I love it so much. Oh, I just want to wave at the little super pear. You are an honorary towel, little super pear. You and I will fly high together, little super pear. Oh, I love it. Oh, goodness. Oh, my word. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh, my word. And of course, Pat Brooks. Oh, God bless you, dear friend. Your words to me and Murder by Maestro and Hank, you can call me Hank Brennan. They are appreciated. They are noticed, Pat Brooks. You are a wonderful super towel. In fact, Pat Brooks, as I jump forward in the comments, I don't want anyone's comments to be missed here. Hold on. Some people may have been saying thank you to Pat Brooks. Oh, Mandy struck. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's a dancing bear. Oh no. That's the greatest thing. There are so many of these. They are wonderful. Look at that thing. Look at him dancing. Oh, it is a super pear. That pear is a towel. It is so excited. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Mandy, honorary towel spouse, you have brightened my day. You are wonderful. God bless you, dear Pat Brooks. You are a super towel in every sense of the word. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Mandy, that is so amazing. And Suzanne and Mandy coming together to get Little Towel giggling. Ladies and gentlemen, the stickers and the Pat Brooks wonderful kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just sent Towel into a smile tizzy. It is quite a day. God bless you, Suzanne. God bless you, Mandy. God bless you, Pat Brooks. You are all super towels. It is a pear. Oh, my goodness. We even have confirmation that it's a pear. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies. Murder by Maestro thought it was an avocado. No, it is a pear. It is an honorary towel pear. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let's see. God bless you, Suzanne and Mandy Strong. You are two super towels of the highest order, exemplars, truly, of the towel universe. It doesn't have the best, grammar when you use the text-to-speech, but it does take down what I'm saying pretty well. But we already did our recap, folks, so really what we're doing now is our favorite part of the end of the stream. We always like to end the stream in a very similar way. There are three things that I like to close with, and obviously I reminded you all we're going to be back together tomorrow. All right, we're going to play it one more time, just because Towel loves you all.
Good night.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Oh, my goodness. Oh, not only did I play the Hank clip, but Jack D65 comes through with a dancing pear. Oh, my goodness. I'm lost for words. It's blowing a little pear whistle. Oh, that is... Look at it. Look at the dance. How can you not love that? Look at the little thing. It's so excited. It must know it's my birthday on Saturday. That pear is an honorary towel. Oh, Jack D65, you and Suzanne, Mandy Strong, Pat Brooks, you all are just making little towels afternoon. Look at that pear, ladies and gentlemen. Look at it dancing. Oh. I want to get all these emojis in a room together. I want them to be fluffy stuffed animals. I will sit with them all. We will have some kind of summit. I will lecture them all on geopolitics. It will be a very confusing scene. Oh my goodness. Some of you are absolutely wonderful. All of us are absolutely wonderful. Colleen Henry, you too. Yes, I try so much, Deb H, to make this a fun, welcoming environment. Tenacious P, I love your username. Tenacious D is a great band. You, Tenacious P, have a great rest of your evening. You know what it's time for, folks, though. We do a tripartite wrap-up here. Tripartite, that's the word of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we love tripartite. Sun-Eyed Girl, I love your username. Even if you are on Team Avocado, I love your username. You have become an honorary towel. You are wonderful. And Maestro used his AI to analyze the emoji. The AI AI says the character in the image appears to be a bear, anthropomorphized with arms, legs, and a headband. It even has anthropomorphized in there. Yes, Little Towel is comforted. Little Towel is looking forward to some days off, even though we'll do streams. And Little Towel is laughing very much. There are some of you who literally, I think, bring endorphins to my brain I forgot existed. I'm so glad. It used my word, anthropomorphized. Good job, AI. The bot is learning. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh yes, only Murder by Maestro would come in with an AI analysis of the emoji bear towel. But it's also an avocado because we're being respectful of the people who think it's an avocado. Of course, Sun-Eyed Girl, anytime, and welcome to the honorary towel fold. You are truly a super towel, dear friend, Sunny-Eyed Girl, and your username brightens my day. Now, a few things. Okay, so, taking a breath, composing ourselves. This was fun. We've been going for almost 10 hours. Again, I don't know how we do it, folks. I start the day and I'm like, oh yeah, we won't do another 10-hour stream. It's not possible. Yep, we did another 10-hour stream. I put a lot into this. I give it my all. I leave absolutely everything on the field, the proverbial field for you all. It drains me, but it's worth it. I truly care about uplifting and engendering cogent public discourse, especially about matters of the utmost importance, such as the judicial process. I think this trial was a reflection of a very sad time in American history, especially in Massachusetts and Canton and Dedham and the surrounding area. And only by the grace of God and Hank Brennan himself has this thing slowly turned around and truth actually started to prevail. But my word, ladies and gentlemen, it took this trial pushed the justice system to its limit, and only by, as I mentioned, the will of Hank Brennan and the amalgamated insights, I would like to think, of so many towel friends have things started to turn around. You can obviously tell I'm not nervous about this trial. I'm pretty confident she's going to be convicted. You can see what the defense indeed shortening their crosses. They know they've lost the jury. They must be talking to jury consultants. Things are very bad, folks. Very bad for the defense right now. Oh, God bless you, Pat Brooks. There's nothing better than getting a towel laugh. Yes, Mandy Strong. If you are laughing, folks, while watching this stream, if I brought some laughter to your life, or even in difficult moments or during difficult trial coverage, that's really like one of the most wonderful gifts I think that can be bestowed. I promise you, nothing makes me more fulfilled, or truly, it's not gratuitous laughter, but just to bring you happiness, to know you found friends, a place where you feel safe, comfortable, where you can express how you feel and your opinions on the case. And you also can laugh. That is a beautiful thing. It's non-temporal, it's ethereal. You can't really define the ethos of a community, but you can feel it. You absolutely can feel it. It becomes a vibe. It becomes a reciprocal vibe. It's a symbiotic process. It's a beautiful thing, and I seriously owe an extreme debt of gratitude to so many of you for the way that you engage, the compassionate nature of that engagement, the erudite nature of that engagement. Oh, the questions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Murder by Maestro, absolutely, friends. I want to just let you know, scheduling note, folks, before we go into our tripartite closing. We will have streams tomorrow. I'll figure out the time. We probably will do our regular 7:30 stream. I get up at 4 a.m. anyway. It's kind of weird when that doctor was talking. I was like, yeah, okay, bro, you get up at 4 a.m. That's roughly, you can go to the 24-hour Dunkies, but if you get up at 4 a.m., the Dunkies are open. So you can hit up the Dunkies. You can get your large iced coffee. You can get the turbo shot, whatever. So it's 4 a.m. You get the day rolling. You get some stuff done. I love to get video projects edited, like to do my recaps, compile Karen clips, like just extraneous loose ends between like 4 and 5, like 5:30 in the morning. By 5:30, I'm starting to think about like, okay, we're going to do a stream at 7:30. So I like to think about like, all right, at 6, I'd like to go get my energy drink. You know, now I'm really getting going for the day. Then I'm working on other projects. I'm setting up the stream. I'm working on the back end software. I like to open a bunch of tabs on my Chrome because I'm doing research. I wouldn't say I'm doing notes, but when I'm doing streams for you all, I pull up like 20 clips on Twitter and I'm like, okay, we'll watch this at this point and this at this point. I have it all like queued up and storyboarded in my head. And I know every single source that I'm going to reference during our pre-shows. That stuff, some of it we find in real time, but a lot of it I just have queued up because I know what I want to talk about. I don't have to write it out. I just have the schema and the format in my mind, and then we go through it. And by 9 a.m., we've done like everything I wanted to talk about. We're into trial coverage. I'm monitoring. I'm doing the Karen Cam stream. Sometimes I have to like leave the stream. I watch it on my phone or listen. I'll go to a doctor's appointment. I come back. I do my commentary. And it's only like 11 a.m. at that point, try to get other things done. So when that doctor was talking, I was like, oh yeah, bro, like this is, you know, but listening to other people react, they were like, oh dear God. I was like, oh yeah, like that's pretty normal, folks. Like that's what I like to do. And then I realized like, yes, it's very possible. I think I saw someone this a long time ago commenting on how people with brains that are very, you know, hyperactive or intelligent don't keep normal hours. And yeah, for sure, I don't like to sleep a lot. I like to get up. I like to be awake. I like to wake up very early in the morning. I like to get a lot done intellectually very, very quickly in the morning. And I like to do it like rapid fire. And I have a very set way of doing it. And by the way, there's no doubt in my mind that that guy, the Dr. Wolf, operates on a clock, like a set routine every day. Because even thinking back to Professor Immanuel Kant in Königsberg when he was a Privandant before he really started writing a lot, the folks in Königsberg could set their clock to Professor Kant's walk every day. And there's no doubt in my mind that that doctor at 6 a.m. every single day goes home and makes his wife a cappuccino. Like on the dot. It's all like set to a routine. So yeah, folks, just listening to that doctor talk, it's a lot of like I really try to present to you, and I really try to do this stream in a manner that reflects a labor of love, and I do that because I think you all truly care about this material, and also because I feel it's of the utmost importance to convey information in a way that wards off insidious propaganda that threatens the integrity of the justice system. So, yes, and also I just like to talk sometimes because I feel, I appreciate all of you. You're funny, Jack, E65. But yes, your tablet clock. Oh, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. A lot of different clocks have variances, and we'll talk about this more, but the expert Burgess already talked about it. Clock variances are very common. If you want to learn more about this, Google the atomic clock, and you can learn a little bit about how we do have a very accurate mechanism of keeping time called the atomic clock, but not all clocks need to keep that level of time. So there's an asynchronous nature of clocks, and better watches will keep better times. You may have heard of like oh goodness, what are some of these like really, really nice watches? They have like very special devices for measuring chromatography or something. They have chromometer. They have very good devices for measuring time that lose seconds slower than other watches, okay? These are like very high level watches, but even those watches won't be as good as an atomic clock, and nothing, and even a GPS based clock system, like everything's going to lose time. That's the phraseology. So that's really what it's about. Yeah, Anthony Barton, I think it's also, I get a little bit of vocal fry after 10 hours, but all right, God bless you, Suzanne. We're going to do our final close now anyway. Thank you for sticking around. I'm sorry I started talking again because I answered a question. But yes, sorry, I will just get distracted about clock drift. Let's focus on our close here. Number one, if you enjoyed this stream, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this, there's a few ways you can support this channel, support this stream. One, you can like this video while it's still live. Certainly a lot of you have liked this video today. I appreciate every single one of you has done that. All of you still watching, God bless you. You also can subscribe to the channel. If you subscribe, that helps the channel. We're heading upwards of God knows how many subscribers now, 1.26 thousand. That's a lot of towel friends, ladies and gentlemen. And however you watch, however you subscribe, I appreciate it. And then God bless you for keeping the computer on, Suzanne. You're so thoughtful. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to support this stream like some of you have done today, and I promise I will check my phone, I'll check the PayPal, the Cash App, the Venmo. There are ways you can donate. I didn't even link them in the chat today. And, you know, I guess I won't. Like, even though we've done 10 hours, this is a user-supported public information service. There are ways you can support the channel. Like, I don't even need to post them in the chat. God bless you, those of you who have. But please don't think that just that kind of monetary support is what this channel appreciates. All the towel friends, no matter how you support the channel, a like, a share, a subscribe, a super chat, a donation, there are people here, and myself are among them and included, who are grateful for any support that you want to give towards this channel. And if you need help, please don't hesitate to reach out. It's sometimes hard for me to find the messages. You might have to tell me in chat how to find the messages. Oh, Pilgrim Shadow, God bless you, friend. I just saw you pop up in chat. God bless you, friend. I actually have to look at my DMs because I want to see if you sent me a message. But God bless you, dear Pilgrim Shadow. But folks, that is just, it means so much to me and those the folks in the towel chat. And please, if you do need help, as I said, reach out. I'll do a whole stream where we raise donations for you, your service dog, whatever it may need to, whatever it may be. If you need help, I would be just as happy to help you, because all of you have changed how Little Towel thinks about how we can exist and help each other, and you just brighten Little Towel's world. This is me on the verge of actual tears, because I'm more and more realizing just how much this has grown and means a lot to me. It really does. Oh goodness, I'm glad I got to say that while some of you were listening. The second thing I want to talk about is there is another tradition we have on this stream, and I know some of you are going to like this very much. We do the same thing every single time here. And by the way, this is a public information service. Just one more final reminder before we move on to our towel chat thank yous, where I go through every single person I can read before we leave. Public information service rooted in the values of Lord Reith, who created the British Broadcasting Corporation. We strive here to educate, inform, and entertain. We use entertainment and moments of levity as a hook to educate and inform the wider public. You can think of it kind of like Monty Python or otherwise. And to that end, just know that all of your support of this public information service is much like when you hear an announcement on PBS or the BBC. It's viewers like you who make this content possible. No sponsors, no advertisers, nothing but user support, donations, kindness, compassion, and otherwise. Universal love, folks. It can make a big difference in the world. But yes, oh, God bless you, Pilgrim Shadow. But you know, folks, you know we have a very special, so are you. Oh, Olive 19. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Olive 19 has posted a lemon, a dancing lemon towel. Oh, my goodness. It is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Oh my word, look at it. Oh, I needed that. I was having a bit of a moment there, Olive 19. First of all, your Chloe picture in a wig. Can we just take a moment, folks? Olive 19, the superstar honorary towel detective themselves, detective, reporter, inspector, who found the picture of Chloe Dog in a wig, has also now posted a picture of a dancing lemon with a leaf on its head. The lemon is an honorary towel, let me tell you this right now. And look how excited that lemon is. It is literally dancing. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think I could laugh right now. I was having a bit of a moment, and I think that is hilarious. Although I think my voice is strained to the point where me talking, me laughing, and me crying are all very similar sounds. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh, Olive 19. I don't even want that little dancing lemon to go away. I love you, little dancing lemon. Oh, me and you. I'm adding the little dancing lemon to the plushie collection. Oh, this is the greatest day. Oh, just a flood of dancing fluffy emojis. Oh, little lemon emoji. You are so pleased. I am glad we got to meet, my friend. You are an honorary towel. Oh, that was great. And I'm gonna still do the chat name read, but oh, God bless you. Yes, Olive19, you are so kind. I promise you. Oh, hold on. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know if I said she or he. Oh, see, this is why I got to do this. I think of Olive in a feminine capacity. I think because just generally, I don't know why. I think I've met a woman named Olive before, but that's why I try to say they. Olive, you are absolutely entitled to be they. I should not have assumed, but yes, I will go to Dunkin' Donuts tomorrow. Oh goodness, I appreciate your support. And it's actually funny because I so strongly associate that name. Were you saying it wasn't a chick dancing, or that you're not a chick? But either way, I'm sorry for using the wrong pronoun. But I don't think it was actually a chick. I think it was a lemon. Oh, God bless you, towel friends. You keep little towel laughing on a roll. And yes, don't get me wrong, friends, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, I absolutely will be going to Dunkin's. Oh, I was like, what is going on? Oh, towel friends. Oh goodness, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Indeed, we'll keep an eye on it though. Diana Natale. Oh goodness, I went to do my donation read. I got so excited with the dancing lemon, I got a little thrown off. But yes, let's extend our wonderful thank yous to Olive, to Suzanne, to Pat Brooks, to Mandy Strong, all the folks who I thought I misgendered you by accident. I felt so guilty, my dear friend. I didn't realize you thought it was a baby chicken. listen, that at first actually is what I thought you were saying, and then I got a little guilty because I was like, wait, did I misgender them? But no. At first I thought it was a chick, and I remember you saying that yesterday. But no, it's definitely a lemon, and it's an honorary lemon towel. Oh, you made me feel a little bit better. Thank you, Olive. I'm sorry I got a little bit worried. I was like, I don't want to offend Olive. They are so excited for me to go get Dunkin' Donuts at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, God bless you, friend. Oh, yeah, Colleen Henry. There's something going on with Turtle Boy. We'll talk a little bit about this. From what I understand, okay, folks, it's an interesting situation. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. It's very hyper personal, so I don't really I cover how do I explain this? There's an overlap between what occurs in a criminal proceeding and people's private lives, clearly, to some extent. But I cover the criminal process. I'm very interested in the judicial system. I'm not really interested in mocking people for getting their heart broken. How do I put it this way? It brings me no pleasure to see just gratuitous sadness. I don't understand. Yes, I get it. It's about Turtle Boy. It's embarrassing. It's sad. But I don't get the point. How do we break the cycle of that behavior if not for in these moments where that stuff is out there? Those of us who preach compassion or toleration or a different way, to truly break the cycle, someone's got to be okay, we're not going to do that to you, man. Now do you get it? So, I don't think Turtle Boy's ever going to get it, but, I think people are starting to see, there is another way. And then some other people would be like, no, he deserves it. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Like, Turtle Boy doesn't care. He'll never change. That's probably true. But like, I also think that there is like just a core kind of like ideological principle that I always kind of skew to, which is like, break the chain, like break the cycle. If people are being very, very cruel, and then they have they see the world, like have an opportunity to do it to them, and then certain people don't, I hope it would spark people to kind of reflect a little bit. But yeah, it is, it's pretty intense. To put it lightly, it's pretty intense what's been going on. The Turtle Boy text messages situations. I mean, you can look it up, folks. You can see it on my Twitter. I did reshare it. I'm not going to go into the text messages, okay, but I will show you where you can find it. So if you go ahead onto my profile, you scroll down here. First of all, you can see this awesome image that Christina Reporter Towel sent that I used to announce Aiden's not in the courtroom next week. People really like Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, wow, the X feed is over 17.5 thousand now, friends. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, friends. Pushing 20,000 on the X. And then, but here's where you can see it earlier this morning, folks. So if you scroll back down in my Twitter feed, okay, you can see it right around here. I think it was early in the morning. I was posting about it. Yeah, it was way before Karen got to court. So here you go. You can find the thread here. The account is at Lisa NIRL. And you can see, like, you'll find a post from me that says where it's like, whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a woman does what she must, in spite of the personal consequences and dangers and pressures, and that is the basis of all human morality. And then I said, Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney laid bare for the world to see. Wow. And then here's the thread. So, like, listen, these text messages, first of all, they're very, like, personal. They are very emotional. I'm not going to actually read them on stream, but there's the source. If you want to go read it, that's where you can find it. It's intense. So, like, yeah, and it's intense. Aphastasia? Sarah, tell us a little bit more. What does that word mean? I'm very interested. I'll add you as an honorary towel just for teaching us a new word. Aphastasia. I'm very interested in learning what this means. But yes, okay, folks, we have a little bit of time here because I had scrolled back. Let's do our towel chat. So first of all, Sunny-Eyed Girl, love your username. Great to see you, dear friend. Absolutely, dear friend. I agree with you. Elevate the process. Yeah, it's a little bit of give respect, get respect. It goes both ways. I agree. All of 19. Diana Natale, always great to see you. Pat Brooks, dear friend, it was wonderful to see you. All of 19, as I mentioned, you, Pat Brooks, so many of you. You all are super towels. It's so wonderful to have you here. Like it makes Little Towels Day to see you all. Elevate the process, dear friend. You are a super towel in every sense of the word. I think your vibe is immaculate. Did you know Elevate the Process is one of the few people who has met Towel in person? We had wonderful time together. Oh, by the way, folks, did you know we're going to get to the 10-hour mark on this stream? We broke the 10-hour mark again. Hardest working little towel in Massachusetts, maybe in America. Hardest working towel in America. Glamis Girl, I love your username, dear friend. God bless you. Pilgrim Shadow, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. You are a super towel. Murder by Maestro, thank you so much for sticking with us. You are so wonderful in every single sense of the term. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, who else do we have in the towel chat? We had Suzanne. God bless you, Suzanne. Thank you for leaving the computer on to help towel chat get some views. You are wonderful. Bridge, I love your username. It was great to see you. Thanks so much for popping up. That phone discussion, we'll continue it later on, I'm sure, folks. Anthony Barton, you are right. As you mentioned earlier, friend, my voice is starting to wear out, but I'm still going to go through our towel chat scroll back. I am not going to not say thank you and hello. That would be not very towel-like of me. Bella Marie, that's correct. No court tomorrow, folks. No court Friday, no court Monday, so we're not back till Tuesday, but you will get special towel streams. We'll chat, we'll talk, we'll recap tomorrow, Friday, and then Saturday, special towel birthday stream. I think that'll be fun. I'd love to spend my birthday with you all getting caught up. Olive, that's great. I'm glad Trailman was on good behavior. Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving that update. Bella Marie, as I mentioned, God bless you. Thanks for the question. Jack D65, you are such a wonderful super towel. Thank you so much. Oh, Jew Drops. Folks, we cannot forget about dear Jew Drops, the super towelette. Jew Drops is getting some rest now. Always one of the first towel chatters in the morning in the towel chat. Hangs around with us. Jew Drops has the most wonderful, insightful comments. Always supporting and showing love and compassion to their fellow towels. And Jew Drops gifted 5 memberships today. New towels, old towels alike, got towel emojis. It was amazing, folks. It was just an awesome day. God bless Jew Drops, truly. And then I saw so many friends. I saw Bailey. Bailey, I love your username, dear friend. You are absolutely wonderful. Thank you, as always, for coming by. Wild Roses, your username is the best. You say I have good coverage. You have the best username. Thank you for all your comments and contributions. You have some of the best insights, actually, that I have seen with the way that you come in at specific moments with your comments and questions. I always notice that they always lead the chat in a positive direction. Keep being you, dear friend. You're wonderful. Linda A., it's always great to see you pop in, dear friend. God bless you. I hope you enjoyed today's coverage, and thank you so much for all your comments and contributions. I know your fellow towel friends appreciate everything you have to say. Francis Frutrell, God bless you, dear friend. Your initial donation, can you think about how long ago that was? How much Towel Stream has grown? Your initial donation of those 200 tomato plants to your friend and us donating them honorary towels every single day. I now mention that at the close of stream. So God bless you, Francis Frutrell. You have a special place in Towel's heart. Mandy Strong, you honorary towel spouse, you are wonderful. Claire, you are a towel. That's absolutely true. God bless you. Colleen Henry, Sarah L. Shenanigans, God bless both of you as well. But yes, Mandy Strong, the towel spouse herself. Mandy Strong, the wonderful supporter of this channel. God bless you, Mandy Strong. Thank you for being with us. Always appreciate your questions, your debunking of the different pro-defense narratives that are so nonsensical. You are a wonderful towel, and your son's a patriot who is also a towel, and God bless that little towel. I saw Pilgrim Shadow popping up again and again. God bless you for joining us today in chat, dear friend. You are appreciated. Amber Am, first of all, towel hugs to you, Amber Am. The story you shared earlier, my heart goes out to you. You are an appreciated and loved towel. This is a warm, fluffy towel universe, and we are grateful to have you. Carrie Gold, dear friend, it's always wonderful to see you. Same thing with Debbie B. You all popping over the chat makes my day, and I enjoy all of our discussions. And Whittick, my dear friend, I hope you get some rest, but I was so glad to see you pop up. You are amazing, dear friend. Always appreciate seeing you. Oh, look at all these towel friends. You all were having some quite intense discussions. Lisa Cox was in there. God bless you, Lisa. I saw Macy in there as well, one of my favorite towel friends. God bless both of you. Well, all of you are my favorite towel friends, but Macy, ladies and gentlemen, Macy has been a stalwart, dedicated towel friend, and Macy is appreciated. As I mentioned, Pat Brooks, you are appreciated, dear friend. Loved your comment earlier, and so appreciated the way that you integrated emojis and all of that wonderful compliments towards Hank Brennan and Murder by Maestro. Really appreciate you. Sis, God bless you. Love your username, Sis. You're one of the most prolific commentators here, and I think that your contributions truly make the world a better place. Oh, Tenacious P, we said goodnight to you earlier, but God bless you, friend. Appreciate you. Colleen Henry, you rock, my dear friend. I always love seeing your username pop up, as do I love seeing Chris's username pop up, KHRIS. God bless you, Chris. I appreciate you, dear friend. Oh, my goodness. Look at all these towel friends in the chat. I didn't realize you all were having such vociferous debates. Well, I wouldn't say it's debates. You're just you are engaging with each other. It makes me so happy. OMFGITSMIRS, you are amazing. I am so glad you joined us today. Always love seeing your username pop up. It's so unique. It's something I'll always remember. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, laissez-faire, you have a great username, and I do agree, AJ has resigned himself to his fate. But your username, LAZY Fair, oh my goodness, I love it. I love those kind of puns. You are just wonderful. Like you and Lackadaisical, puns for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Dev H, you're wonderful. And Anthony Barton, you're right. We are towels. We are united towels. Oh my goodness. It's actually, so sometimes the chat scroll actually saves like a decent amount of messages. Sometimes it refreshes. My word, ladies and gentlemen, you all were chatting up a storm today. Just to go back to Pat Brooks's message from earlier, it took a long time of scrolling. I am so grateful for all of you and your support. Lynn Hennis, God bless you, dear friend. I'm so glad I scrolled a little bit further back. You are always so kind to keep Towel in mind. You're always making sure Towel's drinking water. Like so many of you care about my well-being. I'm doing my best to live up to be the best I can be and keep eating, and I try not to skip meals, and I try to eat food that's healthy. I haven't been going to Burger King. I did go to 7-Eleven today, trying to eat like good grilled chicken. I'm trying to live up and be a good to these what you expect of me and be a healthy towel. I can do it, and I'm drinking lots of water. Kate Rosenberg, welcome to the honorary towel fold, friend. It was great to see you join in today, and I was happy to add your towel wrench. I think your contributions are going to be lovely. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the top of the scroll. DJ, how could I forget you? I'm so glad I saw your name pop in there. Deaf Otter, oh my goodness, it's Deaf Otter. DJ's up there at the top of the scroll. Deaf Otter pops in the scroll. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, could we be any more blessed? We have a Deaf Otter sighting. Could you imagine running into an otter and then being like, oh my God, it's Deaf Otter? Oh, that would just be the Deaf Otter is the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force. When we peacefully invade Norman Towel, ladies and gentlemen, and we have to coordinate 7 million men, 14 million women, and 148 million Russians with towels to occupy northern France and reclaim it for the towel people. Well, I don't know if they ever had it, but so it's actually claim northern France, not reclaim it. We're going to have Deaf Otter be the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. God bless you, Deaf Otter, and God bless you, DJ. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, all of 19 with a perfect message as we get to the top of chat scroll, which is, let's all keep the O'Keefe family in our prayers this upcoming holiday weekend. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so as you know, we don't have court tomorrow, Thursday, May 22nd. We don't have court Friday, May 23rd. We don't have court Saturday, of course, but that's Towel's birthday. We don't have court Sunday. We don't have court Monday, the 25th or the 26th, but we do have court Tuesday, May 27th next week. So you might be wondering, what's our Towel scheduling plan? Okay, I think you know where this is going. Tomorrow, folks, we'll be live. I think we're going to do 7:30 a.m. We may as well just do it early. You all like chatting early. We like getting up early. There's no court tomorrow, so let's get our stream out of the way, and then Towel will take the afternoon off. Now, Friday, folks, we'll do a stream. Maybe we'll do it mid-afternoon. We'll see how Towel's feeling. We'll do some recaps. We'll watch some Karen clips. We'll talk about things. We'll hang out. Now, Saturday, that's going to be Towel birthday stream. I think I want to start it early in the morning, like 8 or 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll see what time. You'll see a video go up when I decide what time we're going to do it. But just know, friends, we will be together on Towel's birthday on Saturday. That's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm so excited. All of 19, I hate to leave you all as well, but I promise we will be back together tomorrow. Even if it won't be for a full day of court coverage, we'll be chatting, we'll be talking, we'll be doing recaps. Come with questions, come with comments. We'll have things to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I miss you all already, too. Many towels, one thread. Oh, I love it. Who came up with that absolutely glorious phrase? I can't wait. Was that Pilgrim Shadow? I'm not sure who came up with it the first time, but many towels, one thread. I absolutely love it. I love it, love it, love it. Yes, it was Pilgrim Shadow. Oh, Pilgrim Shadow, you hit a home run, my dear friend. Many towels, one thread, absolutely. And then Pilgrim Shadow, let me just do one more thing. You're not actually getting removed. I am elevating. So there we go. There we go. Very good. And I think Wicked Uma's already there. Very, very good. Hold on, Pilgrim Shadow. You haven't actually been removed. If you comment one more time, you will notice you have a super wrench. So there you go. I love how you're a member too, Pilgrim Shadow. You are absolutely wonderful. Yes, there we go. See, Pilgrim Shadow turned green and then blue. Oh, Linda A., I agree with you. Pilgrim Shadow is a super towel. Okay, folks. So you know where this is going. You know where this is going. There's one more final thing that I have to say to you all. If you found this, as I mentioned earlier, if you found this stream helpful, if you learned something today, if you thought that this helped you watch the trial or get through the trial or get through a moment in your life, setting aside all of the amazing support, setting aside, oh, and by the way, speaking of that, there's one thing that I have to do. 11 hours. Yeah, how did we actually? Yeah, over 10 hours. We went for a long time today. Of course, folks, I would dedicate any amount of time needed to you all. I absolutely care that much. I'll stream as long as it takes. I'll answer all your questions. I'll explicate as much as I can. And you know, folks, before we get into that final thing, let me just go through the list of people who sent super chats and stickers today. It literally overwhelmed Little Towel. It made me just absolutely overwhelmed. All of 19, God bless you. Truly, it means so much. Jack D65, you are so amazing, friend. Every single day I look forward to your contributions and chats. And then you add a sticker at the end too. Like it means a lot to me. Mandy Strong, God bless you, dear towel spouse. You are wonderful. Pat Brooks, I absolutely loved your comment, your super chat. Thank you so much. I also want to say thank you, Suzanne. God bless you, dear friend. I loved the flying pear. I loved it. I loved the dancing pear from Jack D65. I loved the dancing lemon from Olive. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Mandy Strong had the #1 fan dancing pear. You guys are just amazing. God bless you, Carrie Gold. God bless you. Get in the van, Karen. Luisa Ramirez, thank you for the high five emoji. That was amazing. Courtney Myers, folks, just keep a special place in your heart for Courtney Myers, one of the most wonderful supporters of Towel Stream, someone who cares about their fellow towels, not just their support of Towel Stream, but genuinely cares, engages with the towel chat. Just God bless you, Courtney Myers. And as I mentioned, the incomparable Jew Drops, gifting 5 memberships. God bless you so much. And I noticed earlier, Olive sent a super chat with a hippo towel. We talked about it at the time, but let me just say, that's incredible. Hippo towel super chats, that's absolutely amazing. Yes, Pilgrim Shadow, you went green to blue because I changed your wrench to a super wrench. You now have a super wrench. If you click on people's names, you'll notice you have all sorts of options you didn't have before. Eva, God bless you, dear Super Towel. You are absolutely wonderful, and you started the day with a amazing lemon towel sticker. My God, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Mandy Strong, I'm sorry I missed I think I did explain how we became towels actually in the beginning because someone mocked towels for his pronoun being towel, and then we all became towels. Grant Smith Ellis fan, thank you so much. As I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, we did go over the motion to dismiss. I'll be happy to talk more about that tomorrow. It's a 37-page document. We'll cover it again if you want, and God bless you so much. And then, of course, Dr. Daddy Wolf, God bless you as well. I just gave you a super chat as well. Thank you so much. A super chat like. But yes, towel friends, now that I read through that, and God bless every single one of you, let me circle back and conclude with the way that I like to Chit Chat and Coffee, I'm so glad you popped up so I could say hello to you. Thanks so much, dear friend, for watching. I love those blue hearts. Let me close in this way. I always like to close in this way. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something, if you made a friend, if you felt comforted, if you felt safe, there's a way you can pay it forward to Little Towel. Look for reasons to help people around you, okay? Look for reasons to do small acts of service. Look for reasons to spread unconditional love and make people feel that the world can become a better place. It can be as simple as donating to a charity for homeless veterans, saying hello to someone on the street, talking to a friend, hugging a neighbor, calling a family member you haven't seen in a while, or even something like donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did once and having them designated honorary towels. Look for reasons to help, folks. Look for reasons to spread unconditional universal love, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to bring about a new world, a new era. Not just based on an Aquarius the water bearer, but an Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel, supplementing the current realpolitik-based order where people preserve, expand, and demonstrate power with a new era, a new digital epoch, where people will preserve, expand, and demonstrate their capacity for universal, unconditional love through small acts of service for others. And yes, friends, therefore, via 6 degrees of authentic separation, not 6 degrees of Chewbacca, we will be able to, one small act of service at a time, hopefully make the world a better, fairer place. And it would mean so much to me, ladies and gentlemen. It would mean so much to me. And I think you all, in my mind, without question, or donating to animal rescues, absolutely all of 19. Any way you can find a way to help is a way that little towel would feel uplifted. It would make me feel like I am living up to my purpose on this earth. As I mentioned earlier, the Greeks might say eudaimonia, the ancient Greeks. The Latin might be summum bonum. I would feel like I'm living up to my greatest good on this earth if you came back today, tomorrow, the next day, Saturday, and told the towel friends about one of those acts of service you did, or something kind that you did. It would make me truly a happy, fulfilled, satiated towel. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we even have the Sheffield Towel H making an appearance. Sheffield Towel says they left and came back 3 times. I'm apparently a 24-hour durable marathon towel. Yes, God bless you, H. I'm so glad you popped in the chat, friends. Towel also wants to mention, as is common at the end of every stream, Sheffield United, they're going to return and become champions of the English football pyramid. You watch, folks. It's going to happen. We're going to will it to happen. We have all been designated honorary blades, fans of the Sheffield United football is it a football club? I imagine. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, Sheffield United at the end of the 1800s, early 1900s, best football team in the English football pyramid, and it is an honor for all of us towels to be honorary blades. And I know the Sheffield Towel is so pleased that Sheffield United now has a worldwide towel fandom that touches every country that you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, when we claim our fiefdom in northern France by peaceful means, Sheffield United will become a true international club. We will invite them to play a friendly in our new home country of Norman Towel. Good night, all of indeed. And as you know, folks, on these streams, what we like to do is we like to say goodbye to our friends on the X feed first. So, friends on the X feed, God bless. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. We'll see you Thursday, Friday for stream, Saturday for Towel birthday stream. So, yes, X friends, you get a few extra minutes in the beginning, so we say goodbye to you now. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. God bless. Be safe out there. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Tune in again next time, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. You know we love to have you. My name, as I mentioned, Grant Smith Ellis. All right, towel friends, we said goodbye to the friends on the X. Now it's just us on the YouTube. Pat Brooks, God bless you, dear friend. H, you fill up my senses like a gallon of magnets. I love it. I love it, H. YouTube friends, you know I spend a little bit of time with you at the end each day after the X feed gets shut off. And let me just tell you, we're 10 hours and 20 minutes in. Most people would be exhausted, probably delirious. Nope. I'm just as passionate, just as happy to be here, just as thrilled as the minute we started. You all mean so much to Little Towel. You have really given me a reason to get up in the morning. It's something I'll never take for granted. And it's not just me. You've all formed bonds with each other. You've built a community here. And it's so special to me. And it really does mean a lot to me. And I want you to know how much I appreciate it. And I don't think I could ever use words to express the actual feeling of appreciation and gratitude that I have for all of you and your compassion towards each other and towards Towel and how much you care authentically. This is an amazing group of wonderful people, and it's just an honor to be among you. So, but yes, I finally get a day off tomorrow, so maybe we'll start our stream a little bit later. If I'm feeling good, I'll wake up early and I'll set the time. Expect a towel stream sometime tomorrow morning into the afternoon. We'll figure out exactly how I'm feeling. Let's see how my body feels when I get some rest. And yes, God bless all of you, truly, here on the Towel YouTube channel. We'll be back again. You'll know we'll see each other soon. It is not farewell. It is just until next time. Truly. Truly. God bless you, Towel friends. Be safe the rest of your Wednesday. It's almost 6 p.m. here on the East Coast. Over 10 hours later, and I think this is how I will say goodbye to you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, as I mentioned. The Greasy Chip Buddy is the best footballer anthem. Thank you, H. I appreciate it. I do. But yes, be safe out there, Towel friends. God bless you. Try to enjoy these moments, and we get some downtime from this trial. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Get some rest. Be well. God bless you. Until tomorrow, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Love you.